All right. That's us in 1080. And also 8K bitrate now. Awesome. I think we're sorted then. You're getting 1080? Nice, nice. There we go. Yeah, I can basically do the 1080 now because obviously I won't dip anymore. You're a 160p guy? I get it. Yeah, it's looking clean. Shame we couldn't put the bitrate up higher. That would be really nice. All right. Next thing we're going to do. All right, there's something else we're going to test at the same time, chat. Let me know if you can see that. God damn! Look at that shit. Whew! All right, so we got 1080 on Twitch, we got 1440 on YouTube. You live in the fiber dream? I am, yeah. We're in full test just now. Yo, Zayman, how you doing, dude? My god, that looks fucking beautiful on YouTube. Woo! You're banned on Twitch? Why are you banned on Twitch? Alright, give me a sec. I'm gonna boost YouTube up a bit more. Boosting. Alright. Yeah, that sucks then, Zayman. Sorry to hear that, dude. Are they not gonna let you out? See if this is working. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Oh, was New Zealand was about? I know. Man, this is insane. I have every stream open on every single PC doubled, and it's not even dipping. This is crazy. Let's get into it. Christmas came early. I know, man. So YouTube looks to be like maybe 10 seconds behind. 10, 20 seconds behind. The only thing with YouTube, guys, is that there's no music. Sadly. However, I'm not sure if I even hear audio on YouTube. Oh no, I do. Awesome, 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 awesome. It's just misbehaving. Audio check, audio check. Alright, let's get on with it. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Michael the Dark Lawrence, and welcome to another episode of The Darkness here on Twitch and YouTube now, which is actually pretty fucking cool, especially as we've got the fiber working. Well, hopefully it's working and all that jazz. Sorry about the spam emails and all that jazz on Twitch. Can't be helped, sadly. All that good stuff. But yeah, we've got it working. We've got 1080p on Twitch, which will eventually go to 4K when they allow it later on this year. But we have 1440 on YouTube that you're also able to watch. I'm able to read both chats. Obviously, the one down below is only right now on Twitch. We'll eventually get it hooked up for YouTube as well. But I can read both chats and all that good stuff. Obviously on YouTube, unfortunately, there is no music. It's just one of the factors where we get the really good quality, but I can't play music because it'll literally. I play a lot of Asian music, and it'll just get absolutely obliterated and stuff like that. So for the time being, there'll be no audio or like no music on YouTube. But you get one for 40. If we're doing low flying, crack up, put your own tunes on, and enjoy the ride and stuff like that. I don't know how well we will do with YouTube, but obviously, as per usual with YouTube, drop the likes. And that would be massively appreciated. Appreciate, I should say, with it. I think YouTube is maybe like 20 seconds behind, give or take, right? Something like that. Anyway, I did promise you guys that we would have YouTube running. And all that jazz. All that jazz, chat. Like, share, and sub. Exactly, yeah. I've got it on the basic formats just now, Zayman. And stuff like that. This is actually really cool that I can read at like near same speed and stuff. Hey, Jesus, how you doing, dude? KOB, welcome in as well. Turska as well. Glitch UK VOD. Glitch UK as well. He's got two on it. Red Snare, welcome in Zersley. I think I've got diff set up as that on stuff, but awesome. Lovely jubbly. Which also means that the VODs will be back up to 1080p on YouTube as well. Obviously, you can watch it on. I don't know if I'll have them like shown on what's it called? Zayman, would you know this? If I like, so it has it here where it's like it opts out or something. Let me bring up here. Unless live replay, one stream ends. Do I keep the data from who's watching it for the stream, or does that not count in? Because I can't, like, I don't really want the VODs shown on the live channel or the main channel. Because obviously, we have the VODs channel that everything goes to, right? I'm not sure if it actually does or not. Should be kept, right? We'll test out then. I'm gonna just do that where you get to see unless live replay one stream ends here. If we want, I can put up the stream to 1 or 4K if needed and stuff like that. But yeah, you guys let me know. It's all testing ground for me because I've never had internet like this at all in years. Like, well, to be honest, I don't think I've ever had internet this powerful. Definitely not had it. But I think everything's good now. We're running at no dippy roo on Twitch, no dipping on, like, it's 20 kilobytes. Is 20 kilobytes alright for 1 for 40, Zayman, or should I go higher? I can't believe I can actually say that. Should I go higher? What would you recommend? Alright, I got that. Let me just sort that out. Higher? You want me to go higher? Alright. What would you recommend for, what should we do on YouTube then for 1 for 40? The thing is though, I don't know what YouTube maxes out, Swedish. What is YouTube again? Will we do 50,000? Testing, aren't we? That's very true, yeah. Let's go 50,000 then. Nothing's dipped. I don't even know if it is actually at like 50,000. Hey Spike, good morning. Yeah, let me know on YouTube and stuff. I like, how do you actually see YouTube again? much. Also, this.
Beep boop surprise
I'm
bomb
so
ban.
distracted by
Let's get
things.
the
That's
blood
no.
pumping.
Thank you very much for that, dude. Let's have a look here. Odyssey is 1 second delayed, kind of compared to Twitch. It should be a little bit more delayed. How do you see the video things again on this stuff? Stat for nerds, that's it. Here it is. It's doing 32,000. So 50k is a bit overkill then. Man, I'm gonna need to get a better camera. They actually let you do that, Bart? That's cool. Alright, give me a sec. $8K camera? Yeah. Right, let's just lock it down to 35,000. Because 50k is overkill on YouTube. It's only doing up to 32k. It's so very nice though. How you doing, Bart? Yeah. If you do exclamation mark live, you can watch the YouTube. We're just trying testing out boundaries right now. So you can watch 1440p on YouTube. But it looks like YouTube only goes up to 32k, so I'm just capping it at 35. There's no point doing 50k, even though we can, like, but again, I want to try and just get to the settings where there's no issues. But yeah, we're doing 8k to Twitch, we're doing 35k to YouTube right now, and obviously we'll do higher on Twitch when they allow the 4k stuff, which will be really fucking cool. But yeah, I kind of feel like we need to get a 4k camera now. I kind of feel like that might be the play, chat. They're so expensive. So anyway, let's load up the game. Let's get into it. Chat, do you want to know how many times I downloaded Star Citizen yesterday? Have a guess. How many times I downloaded Star Citizen? Oh, 5 times? That's close, actually. Bar's close. It was 3 times. 3 times I downloaded it. Do you want to know the craziest thing is back in the day, it took me 5 days, 5 full days to download Grand Theft Auto 5 on my old internet. It took me 15 minutes last night, and I'm running at half power just now, from what I'm meant to be getting. 15 minutes to download 100, like, it's just fucking nuts, man. You know, the crazy thing is, like, the what's it called? Space Marine 2's coming out on Thursday, and there's still no download. Normally, I'd be panicking right now. But I don't give a shit right now. Long as my internet is running, I don't give a shit. Because I know I can download Space Marine. If I can download Grand Theft Auto 5, which is like 130, 140 gigabyte in its current state. Yeah, Space Marine, easy. Easy walk. 5-10 minutes and we'll have it done. And if the router's here, like today or tomorrow, that's even better. No worries, man. I know. It's crazy. Again, as like somebody who's ooh. Oh Oh shit! That's why. Give me a sec, chat. I forgot to change over the profile. Actually, this probably works out fine. It's gonna cut in and out. I downloaded. I need to, because I was downloading live constantly. I need to bring back my live-2 folder and stuff like that. Because yeah, it's not set up yet. Whoops. Give me a second, chat. I need to fucking sort this out. Alright, let's close that down. Let's do here. Yeah, so basically, like, the issue is this. I need to get rid of that. Just fucking around. And then rename this. There we go. Right, that should fucking work now. Downloading Cyberpunk in 45 minutes is a blessing. Dude, again, because I chose to live rural, right? So for me, it's like, you know, it comes with the sort of territory is like, all right, there's a game to download, I'll download it overnight. And you go out and you do more hiking and you get fitter and stuff like that. But as a content creator, it's just a pain in the fucking ass to do things. Like, again, I want to do more low-flying videos for people and like tutorials and stuff like that. But when you upload a video in 4K and it takes you all night to upload it, and then you gotta wait like 6-7 hours for YouTube to do their thing, and then you find an audio issue within the video, it's like, right, well, that's another day I'm gonna have to do it. And after that happens, after so many times, I'm just like, I'm fucking done with like YouTube and TikTok and all that shit. Now I can actually do stuff, which is really, really nice. Again, the internet I've got is massively overkill, but if they're gonna offer me that shit, you know, awesome. Swedish, thank you very much for the sub. And we get all our YouTube alerts working again. But yeah, absolutely insane. Again, I've gone from 5 down, 0.8 up to living here, which is like 30 or 25, 20. Now I'm at 800, and I'm only on half spec because the router isn't designed to go higher. Yeah, sideways. We're live on. You can watch 1 for 40 on YouTube, but there's no music. Sadly, because obviously it'll get fucking auto lockdown. I might use the streams to get partner back again, and then we'll just fucking start playing the music. I don't know. To be honest, I don't even really care about partner on YouTube. With our own website now, it's better everyone just uses that instead. The next thing I need to get myself is, I don't know what it's called, but for the first time ever, I'm gonna be able to do, where I can have the 2 PCs connected and 1 mouse, 1 keyboard for both PCs. I don't know what it's called. I'll need to ask, like, Smashly or other people. But it's basically where you can literally go through. Motherfucker. Thank you, Sideways. Appreciate that. You say overkill, but with the size of some games coming out, it seems slow sometimes. Well, it's the upload is the overkill, KOB, because it's true fiber. It's mirrored, so whatever I have on download, I have on upload. Stuff. Thanks for the bangs, though, guys. Absolutely fucking mint. The program is called Too Much Money. I don't believe you, to be honest. Need new pants? You get used to it. It's more of an annoyance than anything else these days. I need some water, right? I got some fucking fruit. Fruit in my can. Is that what it's called? Symmetrical? Does this drop on the ground? Yeah, nice. Okay, so we can do it that way. I heard there's lots of fucking gold tickets you can pick up now. Does this still work? Wait. Alright, cool, that's working. It also sucks because it's louder than your stream too. Well, that's generally the case. You know, if somebody's gonna give me that amount of money, I want you all to be affected. The good thing is, like, people don't over-abuse it, Bart, you know? Diffs did a dono, Sideways did a bit version. The thing is, I can't make it where it's like once every day kind of thing, and also I'd be a fucking idiot to turn away money, you know what I mean? It's the same with people complaining about ad revenue, which, to be fair, now I'm not gonna get this month because you guys dropped 150 odd subs on the final day of last month. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a lot of money and I am absolutely blown away by your generosity, but also at the same point, who the heck am I gonna get any fucking ad revenue from this month?
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval.
It was 150 odd subs, like, it's absolutely insane. I'm gonna get myself a nice pair of cats for SeasonCon, and some really nice socks. You're gonna get some proper fucking Highland socks. KVM for sharing keyboard and mouse. I've got that, Spotswood, but there's an app where you can just like move the mouse onto the other PC basically. And I think it's symmetrical, which is what was said. No ad money with 150 subs? That's shite, I know. I mean, to be fair, I'm over the moon with... I'm just memeing with you guys, like, over the moon with how generous you guys were last month. Merino wool socks. There are some nice ones I wanna get for SeasonCon. But they're very expensive. They're like, it's a local place that does them with, what's it called? Llama hair and stuff. Or llama wool, all that jazz. So that's what I want to grab down. By the way, this is going to be, I'm very interested. Let me know, guys, on YouTube how the quality is when we try this. Is this your ultimate ship for Loafland? I just really enjoy it, Starburger, purely because it's so fast. The biggest issue with this ship is that it's too big for, like, doing decent Loafline. However, I'm kind of enjoying the fact that I've got to learn another ship, so... It would be nice if they had actually done, what's it called? Like a smaller ship, but this is where, CIG, you need to start listening to me more. Uh-oh. Oh, is it because... That's so weird. That is super fucking weird. It wouldn't let me F2. See, hear me out. Do you think that escape, guys... Right, so listen to this. Say you've got this open and you press escape. Don't you think it should close the mobi-glass? Or when you're opening like a tab and stuff, escape should close this down completely. And only when there's nothing on the screen, escape then brings you to the options menu. It just feels really weird that they don't have this programmed in. It should close everything, yeah. Because every game that I play, you just press escape, so say I'm in here, you know, I instantly I'm like, oh fuck. Now I gotta press F1 again. And this is where I definitely feel like for the future Star Citizen, they should definitely incorporate more things from other games. And not be scared to do it. Not be like, oh, they'll just call us copycats or whatever. Just, nobody's gonna, like, it's a, nobody cares. Escape straight to game no matter where you are? Yeah. Because there's many times I've been in Moby Glass and I've been shot at by somebody and I've instantly pressed escape as like a natural button to press, and then I'm having to press F1 after that. Yeah, but CIG just constantly look at it sideways as like you're copying, like they don't want to copy any game company, you know? You don't like the green sky in space? What, you mean the nebula? You do know why Stanton is green, right? I've seen a lot of people complaining about this. You guys you know the lore behind it. Stanton is inside a nebula. That's why it looks the way it is. It's not, we're not in like the darkness of space. We're inside a nebula. That's why it looks like it does, with all this sort of green haze going around. It's because the whole solar system is inside a nebula in lore. And everyone's fucking going crazy about it. It's like, well, what do you want to do? Fucking delete the nebula. I mean, I preferred the old system. But if that's how they're doing it for the lore, fuck it, who cares? Can we have a purple haze? Yeah, well, they went with green, guys. What are you gonna do, right? And you'll see some of this tech in Pyro when you're at the gates, because a lot of their stuff is in nebulas. Because we have our jump gates at the Lagrange points. They're in a nebula of some kind, but apparently now in lore, Stanton is in a full nebula. So the whole solar system is inside one big ass fucking nebula. I don't know why they did it. I'm not, you know, I'm not too bothered. But a lot of people are complaining about it. If you want to know the reason why, there you go, right? That is why, chat. But yeah, they should totally do purple haze. By the way, how's the audio on YouTube? Minus the music, obviously. I can't do anything about that. I mean, we could do music, but I'm gonna have to work out if I want a partner back on YouTube. Wow, she really does not have any HP on the wings, like. I'm still waiting for the racing community to straight, dude. Again, it's a stupid ship. It needs way more HP for a fact, like. It needs to be able to take a knock. There's no music on YouTube just now, Starburger, because I'm wanting to decide if I want to get what's it called? Partner back on YouTube. If I don't go for partner on YouTube, I'll just fucking play music, you know? Because we'll just delete the VOD. The problem is a lot of like countries can be weird with it. Good start? Yeah, I've not flown in like since Friday. So this is the first time playing Star Citizen. I'll be a little bit rusty. Wacky racers? Yeah. You know how with every ship you go, it could be useful for X-ing? I don't feel... Oh, dude. It's just 100% a meme. That's the biggest thing. Like, it's not a good racing ship, it's not a good low-flying ship. It's just got a really good flight system, that's all. That's what makes it fun. Really good cockpit, really good flight. The problem is it's on a bad platform. And this, again, it's not to shit on CIG,
Welcome.
but you're
to the
out of
ASOP
fucking
vehicle
touch.
retrieval system.
And that's just a fact. You don't know what the fuck
Your insurance
should be in this
policy has been
game.
set.
And that's bad at this stage.
Thank you.
It's really bad. Who the fuck wants a racing ship that's massive? And again, I saved this just so I didn't have to fucking do this every time, right? Look at this. Oh, it actually didn't capture them all, did it? Oh, I might have to do this again. Boo! Well, there goes my plan with that. Whilst we're waiting for the ship, I guess we'll just do the website. Fleet, something like that. Can't remember what it's called. Fleet viewer. There we are. I can send you a pic? Ooh, what kind of pic? Are you talking about where this is all set up? I'll just quickly get it done again. Yeah, if you got that, that would be amazing. For some reason, it didn't capture all this stuff. Where are you? You got it here? Yeah, that works, but I want the I'm gonna get it set up for showcasing this instead. Pretty sure that did. Saber Comet, and then we need Arrow. We need Mustang. Let's try and get this image working because I don't want to actually have to do this again. Where is Origin? Here we go. Origin. Right. Okay. Alright, I can get rid of that. And then now. So all I need now is. Why is that still? Oh my god, I closed it down and it's still not doing the image. Like, what the fuck? I swear, like, who the fuck designed this website? Who designed this absolute fucking shite? I'm gonna have to do it old school. What fucking nonsense, man. Yeah, this one. For some reason, it's just a fucking meme. I'm gonna do it my own way. Like, imagine fucking taking a photo and it only does this amount. Like, so stupid, man. I'm just gonna do it with my own system. Obviously, you can't get nice things. Also, like, the mouse control is so slow, man. Alright. I'm gonna use my system. Get a proper fucking image. Alright, let me save this one here. Because this is nice and zoomed in. Save as... like this. It just works. Gazio's really good. Alright. So now, with the help of actually my own system, here we go. So there you go, right? As pointed out, it's fantastic at flying, fantastic cockpit, but it's so useless when you look at these racers. Like, this is how the site, like, these free ships here are the most stupidest racers in the game. Nothing should be bigger than the Arrow when it comes to racing. Because, hear me out, the tracks that are designed can't even house big ships going around corners. So why did you make another ship bigger than the biggest one, you know? It's just crazy.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
And again, it flies really, really well. It's just
Stand by.
so silly. Screen snip? Yeah, I like to use Gazio because it just stores it afterwards. Hangar Link is better in my opinion and doesn't have 3D modules. Right, okay. I'll check that one out next time. Guess it's the size of wing that makes it... no, it's nothing to do with the wing, Swedish. Look. In this game, guys, wings don't have any effect on the ship. It's only thrusters. Now, on the wing, there is no thrusters whatsoever. There's your maneuvering thruster. There's a maneuvering thruster. And you've got your front at there underneath, right? So if you actually lose a wing on this ship, it will still fly 100% correctly. Because we don't actually have control surfaces in the game yet.
Aegis combat system activated. Systems green. Launch complete.
Oh god, we got a queue. A queue, chat. So yeah, it's just bonkers stuff. Could they be planning ahead for that though? What, to redo every race course that they've already made? No, CIG are not gonna do that. Like, that's a waste of resources. It's just, unfortunately, very bad marketing for CIG on this. It's very bad. Are we gonna have gateway granted on our screen all this time? Or will it disappear?
Quantum travel initiated.
Fuck me. I really hope all the work that they've put into the UI for 4.0 isn't a shit show. That's fucking crazy how long that thing took to disappear. Yeah, that would actually be cool, like if you could get a button to delete them, right? Make them disappear.
Quantum travel complete.
Can't wait till Thursday though, chat. It looks like we're going to be playing with Burks and Salty Mike. And it starts, like, Thursday's going to be a long stream, I think. Probably well over 12 hours. Looks like the hats on the merch site are out of stock, guys. Just an FYI. Be a bit of a delay. She's a screamer. It'd be good if she just wasn't this big. Like if they just clipped the wings off, it'd be awesome. Yo, Devs, thank you very much for the 19 months. Appreciate that, dude. Prime Gaming? Oh my god. All my tier threes. They're all going, chat. That's cool. Because you're moving, like, you moved over. Oh, shit. Oh, chat. I'll have to do this. Typical, you're waiting for a phone call and it's somebody that can't fucking speak. I actually just remembered I should go to tier 1 again, but I'm also love him. God damn it, stop fucking, no, you gotta stay at tier 3, guys. Sorry, that's just it. Tier 3. If you guys are on the stuff, like, eventually down the line, we'll probably have to recall the tier 3s back. Yeah, you should be able to get spam with multiple tickets for it. Also, exclamation mark live, guys. If you want to watch on YouTube without music, obviously it's the... If you were in an accident, it wasn't your fault call yet. Dude, I put a couple back on. It was coming to a perfect slow. It was, yeah. Play that one again. They're like extended warranty on your Peregrine Falcon, you know, or Peregrine. They should make the Arrow low-flying ship called the Falcon after that. That'd be cool. Ooh, before we get into this, let's just make sure this is actually stuck. Yeah, good. Good. Yeah, no, I'm only joking, Thirsty. If you guys want to go off tier 3, I appreciate it. I think it's like next year in February we have to do the Gondor Horn again. I think that's when it runs out, or April. We would have to restart. What do you think about the Peregrine? I would love for the cockpit and the flight to be on a smaller ship. It doesn't make any sense that it's on such a big ship. That's the only downside to it. I think it's great that they didn't give it weapons because of how fast it is. They should remove all weapons from racing ships, in my opinion. Because if you want to race and shoot at each other, just use a combat ship. Simple as that. But they should just have overtuned fucking racing ships for racers. The problem is though that this platform just doesn't make any sense of how big it is, right? But if we had this speed on like an arrow, oh my god, it would have been amazing. And just remove the weapons from it, it would have sold more, to be fair. Such a missed opportunity, but that's CIG for you. I like how racing ships should be. Don't see an F-War with 50 cals attached. Yeah, exactly. It's just one of these weird things that CIG have done over the years. I think I might upgrade it to a Taurus. Well, the Peregrine. That would be probably a smart move. Yeah, the Polaris is coming at IE this year. Clear. Can't wait to see that. That's going to be so good. That's what we all want at Taldrin. This speed, right? So hear me out. This ship should have been this exact same spec, but it should have had a QED instead of a racing ship. No weapons, just QED and high speed, high aggression. And then they should have made a racing ship that's smaller with the same sort of tuning, you know? Because again, really good ship, just stupid for racing. You could even just given it two size 1s, right? Hey, Apple. Apple Sour, please. Sorry, I'm saying that name wrong. How's things? But hopefully CIG will give like a racing ship with this tuning that's smaller. It'd be really cool. Or yeah, 2 distortion. It can't change out the distortion. 2 distortion and a QED. That would have been sick. Pure utility, yeah. The thing with making spaceships around like a P1 Mustang is getting a little old for my ears. Yeah, but we're talking about a racing ship though, senior citizen, right? Again, we're not talking about like combat or cargo. Oh shit. Oh, wait. Oh, is this bug back? Oh, wait. What was this bug again? Oh, it was that one. That was it. I remember we found a bug in the joystick that shuts you off when you alt-tab. Again, look at this. It's the crazy thing, right? And obviously you can't, we'll do here, right? So it's like, needs to be like there, right? Come on, where are you? What annoyance. See, it's an insane size for a racing ship, you know? Racing ships, the Mustang, these 3 are just so stupid. When you can use these that do a better job. The Arrow does a better job than the Mustang. The 350R is just absolute garbage, and it's like, you know, your head is in the way, my head's not in the way. But yeah, just, again, just very silly on what they actually did with it. Would have been great if it had just been a smaller ship, for racing anyway. The caution, like the things that you're unable to do just purely because of the wingspan is just insane. Like I have to drift out so many corners and you lose so much speed because of that. Now if they gave you maybe double the afterburner regen, then it would actually be really good. Because I could drift and regain control, but because they've given it medium-sized fighter regen, it's just useless. CIG need to double the regen for a racing ship. Because then I can drift like this and then pull it back in without being like, right, well, I've just dumped half my tank now just to turn a corner. Can you take the Peregrine to the racetrack and do some laps? No. Because you can't go this speed around the race course, dude. Like, racing in this game just now is so fucking slow because CIG don't have their ships tuned for racing at all. This thing is very fast, dude, but look at this. To do like a circuit, I lose so much speed. And I just can't be bothered going around at 200 ms. That would just be so fucking boring. I gauge it from what I'm able to do low flying, which is faster than race courses because I have the room to actually fucking move. Because the race courses are designed for small ships, guys. They were never designed for like the Peregrine and the 350R and stuff. Racing tuning should be 70 ms in order to cut the corners. The thing is though, you can't slow down. Like racing ships don't, look how long it takes to slow down, dude. So what you want to do, fucking go around a race course at 70 ms. Look at this, dude. Whoa. I mean, that's racing right there. Again, the courses are not designed for something like the Peregrine. They're designed for like the fucking small ships, because when they were actually created, all the guys in the racing ships were in Merlins and fucking Furies and stuff like that. We don't have a race course that's really good for the Peregrine. Nothing is pushing in the direction you want to go. True. Well, the F8 is actually pretty good in atmosphere. But again, this thing has the ability to rock up to 600 ms. The problem is, to go around a corner, you need to dump all your afterburner. Because again, the biggest thing with racing ships is CIG don't give them proper tuning. Like, you should have nearly unlimited afterburner for a racing ship. So when you use your afterburner to go hard round corners, when you get the straight, you regen quickly up to take the next corner. But this thing regens far too slow. It's got a good size of tank, but we have no straights that would give you enough time to regen. Again, racing in Star Citizen is super primitive and boring. Because it's all about just going, alright, I'll just memorize here, memorize here, memorize here, and eventually you get faster and faster, you know? There's no way, like, in other racing games or racing in general, if you go wide, you have the ability to, right, I'll catch up on the next lap, but you don't have it in Star Citizen. Because you don't have ships or, like, vehicles that have that ability to play like that. I heard the new ship has an extra feature the other ships don't. Like what? Wipeout is really fun. Wipeout's a prime example of fast racing that allows you to make mistakes and still win. But you see how now I'm deprived of fuel. So now I've got to go back to this kind of racing or flying until I get the tank back. It's so slow. This ship will never be useful unless it regens like double the speed. Because again, when you lose afterburn in this game, you don't have any mobility. So one of the nicest things would be where CIG gets rid of this boost bar nonsense and just makes it where you've got idle, mill, and afterburner. So when I'm literally up here, I go into afterburner mode and I start draining the fuel. But I can keep using it until I run out of fuel. So we're constantly in afterburner, constantly got that agility. And I'm like doing this, and then I'll be like, let go because I need to slow down a bit for whatever reason. But it's so silly that you're on a boost bar. Yeah, that's normal. The best thing to do is just, if like he doesn't come out with anything like, you know, understandable, you just question it and then let it go, you know. Or sometimes ignore. Like if I read something that Heavy Bob says and I'm just like, oh, I'm not in the mood today, you know. Oh, it was funny. There are missing the actual space between racer courses. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like CIG's race courses are really shit. They're really, really bad. Because again, it doesn't offer anything for it. Like, the only way those race courses are ever good is if you're in the smallest ship that can go the fastest speed. And right now, a Fury LX kicks the shit out of a Peregrine on a race course. Because it's small, it accelerates fast, it regens its afterburner fast, and you can take corners with more drastic measures. The Paragon just won't ever be able to compete. So it's just, again, the same as when we had the 350R came out, and then CIG were like, oh, the M50, it's smaller, it's faster. It's the upgraded version by Origin. It just makes the 350 useless. It's the same with all ships in this game. Everyone goes, oh, I need to be relevant in my ship. Well, that's not, because of how development is, your Arrow will never be able to fight a fucking, like, full spec F8. Because CIG just keep making better ships, and eventually down the line, these Hornet Mark IIs that are coming out will kick the shit out of all normal Hornets. That's just inevitable gameplay because of how long it takes to design this stuff. So the Paragon is good, but then as soon as you get a smaller ship that has this tuning, that's it, Paragon is useless. Bed Pisces, yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, when the 350 came out, the M50, the 350 was redundant. F9C, yeah. This is why, for example, I melt all my ships apart from the ones that I really like. And it's not because I'll use them in the final game, it's just because I like flying them, that's it. There'll be so many obsolete ships. And there's nothing CIG can do about it because they keep making weird fucking choices in design. The Mark II is a prime example of CIG puts overkill weaponry on it and stats just so you can fucking pay the money for it. And eventually down the line, a Gladius Mark II will come out and it'll replace the Hornet. And we'll be in the same situation, because again, marketing and the actual balance of gameplay do not add up. Marketing's always trying to make more money, whilst the balance team have no way of balancing the mistakes that the marketing makes. And this is where, when we say there will always be a meta, there will always be a meta. CIG do not have a decent enough balancing team to do this right. It will always be a fucked up situation. So whenever an F8 comes out or a F7A, you get it. You don't go, oh no, my ship will be relevant. Fuck off, it will be. All your Vanguards are completely useless right now. All your freelancers are completely useless compared to other ships. It's just how the game is. That's how progression works? Yeah, when the game is actually out, I'm Eli. When it's actually out. Imagine you spend 60 bucks on a ship and 5 years later it's completely useless and you never got to use it in the progression lineup. That's what's happening right now. Why is the Vanguard useless? Because it does barely any damage, can't turn and it can't tank for shit. The gunner is an absolute joke. You can go up against a Vanguard with an F8 and just fucking clap it to days. Why would you ever use a Vanguard with 2 people? It serves no purpose. And before somebody goes, oh, the fuel tank will make a difference in Pyro, no it won't. Because guess what? The Zeus comes out. And the Zeus has more damage than a fucking Vanguard. And it can carry cargo. Beds to log off it. Well, I suppose all Vanguards have that as well, except for the Hoplite. Like what all Solo C2 owners gonna feel? Yeah, well, the difference with the C2 is really good though, Swedish. The only difference with 4.0 is that you can't solo it. Yo, tough. Thank you very much for the 41 months, dude. Appreciate that. I love the Vanguard, but I hold on to it because it's my route. I'm the same with that, Lou. I've got a few ships that I keep a hold of, but also I realize that, you know what I mean, they're gonna end up just being collector items in a hangar by the time this game comes out. Hey, JC, how you doing, dude? I got the Sentinel for the E-Warg. Yeah, I know. Imagine if, like, how many people will melt a Sentinel when it loses its EMP? Not that the EMP is actually very good right now. But this is the thing, you'll never get these ships to be used because it's always replaced by something better. No Man's Sky be hating different today? I think you're in the wrong category to troll, dude. Just an FYI. Oh, you're definitely in the wrong channel to troll. We have Explorer ships without any gameplay also. Yeah. But you know the funny thing is though, Astros, by the time we actually get that gameplay, they'll replace the Carrack with something else. So all the Carracks will become obsolete and useless because there'll be something better, right? And I don't think it should be done that way, personally. CIG will always push out new ships. Yeah, I'm fine for them to do that when the game would be released, Lou. But not in an alpha, which you can barely call a beta because, well, it doesn't have all its mechanics in it. It's like the Herald. The Herald has gone from one of the fastest ships to a really slow ship. And it doesn't even have its full mechanics yet. It's just bonkers, man. Yeah, Carrack is actually pretty obsolete right now. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing, Astro. Repair drones. Not even in the game. Because you know for a fact, the moment the Galaxy is out, everyone will fucking get rid of their Carracks. Because why would you keep a Carrack when the Galaxy is out? Galaxy is bigger, faster, holds more shit. It's got a respawn point. Who fucking cares about, like, the retracting glass and all that shit, you know? The Space Winnebago? What one's that called again? The Odyssey. Oh yeah, the Connie is useful again, yeah. The only thing I dislike about the Connie is the cargo room. I think it would have been better if it had been a ramp that you went in on instead of a lowering lift. They should build ships that do the same as others and just do... Well, the question with that is, KOB, is would it actually sell? Right now, people always upgrade to the power creep that's in the game. You know? Carrack is a prime example getting replaced by the Odyssey and the Galaxy. The moment that those two ships are out, who's using a Carrack? Only a die-hard Carrack fan is going to use it. Also the Polaris, yeah, but the thing is you gotta remember the Polaris is a capital ship, so it has a lot more upkeep than, say, a Galaxy. A Galaxy is a large, say, an extra large ship, but a Polaris is, you know, in the capital range, more cost to maintain. The ship showdown, don't get me started on that. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, it's 100%. Again, I said this to people and people don't believe me. The ship showdown is 100% rigged. And the reason for that is how they rig it is you get to vote on the ships, but say for example they want to sell more F8s, they'll make it where when you vote for an F8, it votes 10 times instead of 1 for the other thing, you know? And if people don't believe that, you're fucking gullible, like. Every year, it's always the marketing side that dictate which wins and which loses. Because marketing runs this game, sadly. And even though CIG tried to, like, constantly say, no, it doesn't, it does. Everything that is decided around marketing. Because if, for example, they stop doing any, like, fancy ship shields or power creep, like, CIG wouldn't make any money. Because they're not going to make money off a new planet. How many people here would spend new money on Star Citizen for a new planet? Nobody. But if they were to drop a new ship that's flight ready, that kicks the shit out of every other ship for a couple $100 more, everyone's going to buy it. It makes too much money to release. Oh yeah, damn, yeah, I agree on that completely. But that's the bonkers thing. Sorry guys, just checking up on some stuff here. No, an atmosphere it won't though, Lou. The F8 will absolutely clap an F7. Sorry, the F8 will clap an F7. Atmosphere is not 5% of the game, dude. You're about to get Pyro where literally 90% of Pyro is in Atmosphere. 5% for this game, that's completely wrong, dude. There's more to do in Atmosphere than there is in space. Alright, let me add this to our list here, chat. The bots. They're like, oh my god, would you like to have some cheap viewers? No. Let me get this locked down. Yeah, and it's even crazier in Pyro. You're about to get a completely different flight system as well for Atmosphere. Nah, it's not 5%, dude. That's way off. Way off, dude. Most PvP fights now are in Atmosphere. Okay. Sorry, I'm just doing some stuff here, chat. Oh, there's another one. Let's do that as well. The Idris is power creep. Yeah. How goes the new internet? It's really good, tough. Really good. Right now we're live on YouTube in 1440 and it's holding really lovely. I picked my Nomad for 1 stats, 2 interior, 3 exterior, but if the stats are the same across the board for stats, then I'd be picking what appeals to me rather than stats. Yeah. Like, I think the stats on the Nomad is amazing, but I go for the Avenger Titan. Just purely because of the look of it. Because I can't stand the Nomad. I just don't like the hover. Like, if the Nomad actually, like, landed on the ground, you know? Hey, Fresh, how you doing, dude? I would be all over it, but I just don't like the hovering side of that ship. Yeah, but we're talking about gameplay loot. There's more reasons to fight and fly in Atmosphere than there are in space right now. And you're about to get all, like, when look at it this way, when CIG let organizations or people build on the land, Again, more gameplay is in atmosphere. Yes, space is a big thing about Star Citizen, but also there's very little content to actually do compared to what you get out of being in atmosphere. Pyro is a big example of where that brings it even more into a factor, but also does add a little bit more to space. Fuel tank on that bird is way too small? No, it's not, dude. No, it's not. Again, guys, it's a racing ship. You're not meant to be traveling from A to B in this thing. I've literally been flying it for half an hour. Half an hour and still not out of fuel yet is absolutely fine. Hey, Sons, how you doing, dude? And we don't know how to screw flight models when control surface coming in. All we know is the Aurora may become the great. No, dude, the Aurora will become the shittest. Because it's already shit. Yo, Sons, thank you very much for the 7 months, dude. Again, the control surface system is built off a physics system. So, for example, the shape of your ship will determine how fast you fly in atmosphere, because finally CIG will move off thruster placement and thruster strengths in how you fly to a more realistic system. The physics system, basically. So if you are heavy, you ain't moving. If you're a fucking giant brick, you ain't moving in atmosphere. If you're in a cutlass, you ain't moving in atmosphere. It'll have to be stuff that's very aerodynamic. And F1 doesn't have, yeah. It's pretty big. They have a whole race without refueling. Dude, racers refuel in a fucking F1 race, dude. They don't go around the whole track without, they have to change their tires and refuel. What are you talking about? Zonti, thank you very much for the 33 months. Appreciate that.
Congrats on the 5 baht. コロン小学校終わり.
Exactly. Appreciate that, dude. F8 has a lot of wings. It'll be fine in atmosphere, but it's also heavy. So we'll see. You also gotta remember that the F8 is not actually very aerodynamic. Same with the Peregrine. This is not very aerodynamic, by the way. Not anymore, they removed that. Refueling hasn't been allowed. What about NASCAR then? Pretty sure they still refuel, right? No more refueling in F1, really? Okay. That's very interesting. Why was it banned? Was it because fucking cars going on fire or what? What was the reason to ban refueling? 90-second ad. There we go, guys. Finally, some ad revenue coming in thanks to Lou, who managed to dodge 150 subs on Friday. Yep. So that's the dream, chat. Keep them fucking watching that ad. Potential for spills and fires? Alright. Fair. But yeah, I think the fuel tank on this thing is absolutely fine. You get like an hour out of it, it's fine. Different strats and it would be dangerous and unnecessary? Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Was set on fire during a fuel stop? See, that's the only thing I would imagine, like, refueling being banned, was when you refuel, you're also going to be heavier than somebody else. It's only tires now, right? F1 cars are hybrid engines most of these days. I know that one company has like a really fucking fast electric racing car. I can't remember who does it. It's not maybe it's Mercedes. Obviously, it's not an F1 car, but it's like a prototype kind of thing where it's like full fucking electrics, basically. Thank you with the hype train as well, guys. Appreciate that. Hype train!
Quantum travel complete.
Or is the hype train finished? No, it's still on. Alright. Our mission's working. Like our bounties working for players and stuff like that. I think I'm still bugged where I can't see player bounties. I haven't followed F1 since both Schumacher. To be honest, I've never followed F1.
Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel complete.
Rebel Angel. Oh my god. It's a rebel. They're gonna catch me. Schumacher is a veggie? Oh, has he got brain damage and stuff?
Landing gear deployed.
I like it, Lou. Hit his head years ago? Oh, damn. Oh, is Schumacher dead? Really? Huh. What did he hit his head on? Was it like an actual racing accident, or was it just skiing? Ooh. That's like the shit with fucking Superman. What was the name? Christopher Reeves, right? On a fucking horse and just got knocked off, and you know, crazy shit. On a rock skiing. Ooh. Yeah. Skiing, oh no, I know the slopes kill a lot of people, dude. It's the same as masturbation has a high fatality rate as well. Family put a lid on the whole thing? What? Because he was a vegetable, they put him in a pot? Is that what you're saying? A bit dark. They put a lid on that pot. Nothing in the media. Yeah. Well, to be honest, like, again, does anybody care, you know? I know that sounds like a horrible thing to say, but it's like, does anybody actually care? Apart from the family. So it's like none of our business, really. His private life has become very private. Yeah, well, that's what private life is. People should just respect private life. Like, I don't give a shit if a vegetable fucking dies in real life. Yeah, he was a great racer and stuff, but at the end of the day, it's like, who fucking cares? Yeah, he retired. Yeah. As long as he didn't die in pain, that's the best way to look at it. I think we could all want that in our lives. Right, I guess we'll use this. See if these are actually working now, because obviously we're still there, so let's do this. An extremely different task, oh wait, which is it? Okay, we'll do that one. And now he can't use that money? Well, his family will make out of it, right? If I remember, he had a lot of fancy cars and shit like that, so whatever. Oh yeah, definitely. That is fucking true. Just by By the ships.
You are clear to launch.
Hamilton to Ferrari for something like 100 mil? Yeah. Again, I've just never really been into F1 and stuff like that. I'm more, for me, rally or like NASCAR is more appealing to me. I just like the idea of, well, the cars can do a lot more flippy flippies, right? It's the same as like soccer and football. I prefer more like American football or rugby just because it's more contact, you know, if that makes any sense. You know, if I'm gonna watch somebody do a sport, I want to see them hurt themselves. NASCAR is boring as hell. I lost interest in it. I kind of like it. Now it's all about the sounds. Yeah. One of the coolest things that I've seen for F1, obviously I don't follow F1, was somebody made a drone that could keep up with an F1 car on the circuit. Which I think is fucking sick, man. It's like this fucking rocket-shaped drone as well. Ooh, that's miles out. Maybe we cut. It's like a German drone guys that made this thing. And it looks it's just insane. It launches like Thunderbird 1 fucking drone and it can keep up with an F1 around corners and everything. Like that is fucking cool stuff for me. Yeah, slowing down for the F1 device, yeah. I can't remember who they got to drive the F1 as well. Yeah, it's a Red Bull video. Red Bull basically hired this drone company to build this fucking absolute monster of a racing drone. It's just so fucking fast. Again, it looks so weird. It's just like a rocket with a camera attached to it, and it's fucking flying around the course. Really cool, especially if you watch it in the like 4K. By the way, we need to get our crime stat up for the new mission, by the way. So when they do Blockade Runner, if you guys don't know, you can basically start picking up the stuff. Basically, there's a PvP mission for the Blockade Runners where you kill players or NPCs, grab the cargo and sell it at Brios and stuff like that to make bank. But you gotta be a criminal to grab it, so... World's fastest camera drone versus F1, that's it, right? That's a really cool video. Is that the link? Appreciate it, guys. Again, bonkers in German engineering, or maybe it isn't German, but I'm pretty sure it is. It's just fucking sick. Alright, what do we got here? A caterpillar. Corsair. Who are we against? We're at Sadman. So it's still not showing you who to kill. I've got to kill a fucking 890 jump, chat. Ah, fuck me. Might not have enough ammo for this. This is gonna be interesting, chat. Can I kill an 890?
Check fire.
The biggest annoyance is trying to fucking tank this. I want to kind of use the damage of other ships, but maybe not. We might need a bigger ship.
Warning, weapon system overheating. Warning, weapon system overheating.
I also don't know where.
Warning, weapon system overheating.
The hit is on it, sadly.
Warning, weapon system overheating. Warning, weapon system overheating.
Problem is I don't want to fucking kill or waste ammo on that
Warning,
Corsair.
weapon system overheating.
The Corsair is the only one that's an actual threat just now. Might be able to kill the Aquila. Trying to work out if I want to waste the ammo. If I'd known I was coming after an 890, I would have definitely brought a fucking Corsair.
Warning, weapon system overheating. Shields hit. Warning, weapon system overheating. Warning, weapon system overheating.
Let's get this down so I can actually make it easier.
Warning, weapon system overheating.
Okay, that's it dead.
Warning, weapon system overheating.
Ah, damn it, you Corsair. It's the Connie on that as well. To regen up a bit. Also, I don't have the distance on this one. Is that because it's a fucking 890?
Warning, weapon system overheating. Shields hit. Shields hit. Target
Oh
destroyed.
shit! Chat! We fucking killed it and we're not even halfway through the ammo. Oh, we are a wee bit halfway. Holy shit! A goddamn! Have they just suddenly stopped shooting? Is that it? Wow, they literally gave up life. Lucky for me, I'm only doing this for crime stat. So, time to kill. Actually, we'll take the Corsair.
Fire. Warning, weapon system overheating. Shields hit.
Man, that fucker is actually landing the shots. That's pretty crazy.
Warning, weapon system overheating. Warning, weapon system overheating.
Let's just break off for a second. On the stuff.
Ballistics low.
Kaboom!
Ballistics
Man,
low.
can't wait for Thursday. It's gonna be so good. playing another game. Alright. We're low on ammo. Let's bail out. And regen. What is your pip setting? Because I've been looking for that pip. I use gunnery enhance and I've got the setting on Discord, Lou. Basically, I press a button that activates everything that I need. What are the chances you take out the engines and let it drop? I don't think you can actually do that with the 890, just because the 890 is such an old system. It's the same as like some ships, you can shoot them in the engines and they won't stop flying. They'll still keep going. What game are you playing on Thursday? 40k, dude. I'm playing with Burks and Salty Mike, Space Marine 2.
Quantum travel is now on.
We'll be wearing our Avenge Me Brother t-shirt. Probably doing about 12-hour stream. It's gonna be sick, man. Looking forward to it. Avenge Me Brother! Also, you get like drops. I put the announcement on Discord. You can get drops from watching the channel, and also 2 gifted subs on the 4th will give you an extra skin and also support the channel. Hey, so how you doing, dude? Also, again, guys, exclamation mark live if you want to see this gameplay on YouTube, but obviously there's no music, sadly. Still debating on it. Yo, Evolved! Welcome in! Can we get some W's in chat, please, guys? Where on your Discord? Under the Star Citizen area, Lou. If you can't see it, you need to verify and stuff. Yo, Evolved, how's the stream, dude? Welcome in. Can we get a shout, please? For the wonderful Evolved Gaming. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right, let's find a parking place to rearm here without dying in the fire. Insert raid message! Appreciate it, guys. How's things? Went really well, mate. Did some salvage? Nice. We're just testing out the criminal line missions, the Von stuff. So killing some NPCs, and our first one was an 890 to kill, and we actually managed to do it, which is kind of impressive, I suppose. I'm only here for the music. Fair enough. Fair enough, guys. Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in, guys, if you joined in with Evolved Gaming. We are live on YouTube if you prefer to watch on YouTube. Exclamation mark live. However, there is no music, sadly. Haven't really figured out if I want to do it yet or not. IE is in 3 months? It is, yeah, it is. Appreciate that, dude. If you need to raid and run, I understand completely. I'm only here for Scottish politics. I don't know if you'll get that here, but fair enough, fair enough. Like, the good thing is you can have Twitch open and watch the quality on YouTube, right? Let's just quickly clean this, because this is a deed chip. Clearing up the chat. Chat. Got a little ping. Oh wait, oh there's somebody here. Charlie. Hi, Charlie. Oh no, please don't do it, Charlie. Don't do it. Don't do it, Charlie, please. Don't do it. Just fly away, Charlie. That's it. That's it. I'm just doing NPC missions, Charlie. Just take your ship, fly. Fly away, Charlie. Fly, Charlie. Fly. Fly, Charlie. Go. Go, go, Charlie. Go, Charlie. 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 Charlie, go. Fly, Charlie. Fly. I mean you no harm, Charlie. Did you like my role-playing outfit I posted on Discord? I'll check out in a bit. Yeah, I did. I got Charlie 84 here. Charlie 84 is like, you know. Fly, Charlie, go. Fly, Charlie. You're safe. You can fly away, Charlie. Yeah, apparently not. He's like a curious squirrel, dude. If he fucking shoots, poor Charlie, like, What's he trying to do? Is he trying to outrate me? Because I'll just fucking UFO like this. UFO! Brrr. What are you doing, Charlie? Charlie! Charlie! Charlie, this would be suicidal. This would be very suicidal. Hey, Comanche, how you doing, dude? Charlie! A few minutes later, Charlie Lou, what do you make me do? Dude, if he just flies away, it's fine. Come on, Charlie. Turn off VTOL for the start. You're flopping around. Is he a bounty hunter? Well, again, he can shoot me. We're out of armistice, I think. I think Charlie's just like... I don't know what Charlie's doing, to be fair. Don't bite the thing. Yeah, just fly away, Charlie. Charlie, fly! Fly, Charlie. Do your cargoing. What are you doing? Dude, the moment you start getting on Pip, I'll just fucking outfly you. Hey, Knack. How you doing, dude? Come on, Charlie. Fly away. I don't know what he's doing, man. I guess we'll fly away, right? We'll fly away. I don't know what Charlie's wanting to do. Maybe he wants to spam missiles, right? Yeah, there we go. Spam missiles. That's all Charlie can do. Spam missiles.
Okay.
Eh? Alright, Charlie.
Warning. Weapon system overheating.
Quickly, Charlie, to the ground! To the ground, Charlie! Quickly, Charlie! Quickly! Jeez. Charlie's already heading for Logoff City right now. Ah, dear. See what they make me do, chat? Just gonna spam 4 EM missiles. They don't realize that it doesn't work on a player like me. His wing just fell off there. Oh dear. Poor Charlie. Let's repair that mighty cost of ours. I don't think this actually scans, right? Does it scan on this ship? He's gonna get a Fury? Oh well, he can Fury out. I'm getting on with my mission. Bye, Charlie! Bye, Charlie! Who called the "See What You Made Me Do" bingo card? I would have to scroll up, but... Or is it here? Yeah, it was Taldrin, yeah. There we go, guys. Per Charlie. Alright, onward with missions. Sometimes it would be funny to like plant C4 on a ship. Oh, dude, I would love that in the game. That would be sick. I should just get in a Peregrine and start flying around. Be like, alright guys, who's gonna catch me? Right. Hurston, Yella. Yella Bella. At least the markers are working, chat. That's good. Good old Elliot got it fixed. Does anyone know how long it would take to loot to respawn on planets? If you warp away from the location and warp back, Knacked, it resets instantly. So if you're at a location, warp to like OM and then back to the location and it resets instantly, dude. If not, you gotta sit for, I think it's 25, 30 minutes for it to naturally do it. But I don't know if CIG has actually got that working again. Do 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 do. Been trying to loot Bud's Bury for like 2 days. What the hell is that? Is that like a new location or something? That we could remote control access from. Angry emails from Charlie's mom are on the way. Well, I do like MILFs, so. We'll see how that goes. I've been trying to. Oh, sorry, wait. It's just an 8-month-old video for drop medical. Ah, right. Yeah, if you warp away and warp back, it resets loot boxes and NPCs and stuff. It's how you farm legendary armor and stuff. Oh. Thanks for the follows, guys. Today, guys. Right. Who is our target? Techie. Oh god, it's a fucking hammerhead. Ugh, jeez. Maximum effort.
Warning. Weapons system overheating. Shields hit.
At least less HP than a fucking 890. Ooh, chat.
System overheating.
Who is firing the missile? Ah, 600i. Alright, that makes more sense. Cheered.
Warning. Weapons.
Cooey.
Warning. Weapons system overheating.
Yeah, we definitely should have brought a bigger ship. Stop spamming the missiles, Clay!
Shields hit. Warning. Weapons system overheating. Warning. Weapons system overheating.
Man, this 890 is fucking rotten. Or sorry, the 600i. It is spamming the missiles.
Okay.
Now we got the noises, which sucks.
Warning. Weapons system overheating. Shields hit.
Alright, right here. Uh-oh. Wait, is this a player? No, it can't be a player. This NPC seems super active. But who would call their fucking ship Clay? We'll need to get rid of this annoyance, chat. The sound file. Give me a sec. Nope, not there. Where are you? Does our corpse still have that weird bug on it? Maybe it does. God damn it. Where are you? Where the fuck is Deacons? Ah, there it is. Why are you sending out scans? If you don't know that reason, I can't help you. Comatron knows what I'm fucking doing. Why am I spamming ping chat? Because only Comatron seems to know. Because I'm getting spammed by fucking missiles, they're cross-sections which could be chaos. And there's a good chance it could be from a fucking Firebird. So I'm looking for a ping on anything following me. Because obviously I'm gonna land here and get out the ship so we can get rid of this fucking beepy boopy noise. But I wasn't sure if it was the 600i. Again, I've never really seen an NPC spam missiles on me. But it seems that we're clear. We'll find out again. All we have to do is just land and rearm and get out the ship.
Landing gear deployed.
Because it's super annoying.
Landing complete. Takeoff complete. Engines offline.
Alright, whilst that's cooking. Oh god, sorry about that, guys. The good old gotta get out of your ship to fix your ship nonsense. Turn the F8C upside down hovering and you'll be standing on the back of the ship. But for what reason? Why would I do that? Ah, silence.
Engines online.
Yeah, it looks like it was an NPC.
Complete.
Again, can never be too sure, chat. Alright, let me have a look at Diff's picture. Whilst we're here. This is his exciting gameplay last night. Role-playing as a cargo person. In fucking overalls. Oh my god. Jeez. That's where it is. It's fallen to that level now. I prefer them to the damn cockpit constantly opening and closing bug. What, the beepy boopy noises? Yeah, I would agree on that as well. Also, they removed the yellow tinted goggles from the Hurston distribution. Oh no! Boo! That would be actually kind of cool if like some of that loot was in Pyro for the future of the game. That was particularly annoying with the Tavaran ships, yeah. Remember when, Fresh, you'll remember this because we did it together. Remember when it was the Gladius Vandal fucking competition for the Vandal mass the first time? And they started off first doing it in the Vandal ship, but every time you got in cockpit, the fucking thing lowered down and you slid out and then slid back in. So they were like, let's do it in the Gladius. It's like, oh my god. That was dreadful. It was absolutely dreadful. Alright, next mission. So it looks like this one's now just pumping out hammerheads instead. Yeah, that's fine. This should give us level 5. This is like the fastest way to become a criminal in the game. Or Prime 5 at least. Because if we go to prison, or if we get put in prison for whatever reason, player bug, we can test that system out. Cargo roleplaying gonna be so fun when you damn pirates fly off the pyro. Hey, I'm not a pirate, dude. I'm just a killer. I don't give a shit about your cargo, personally. You can be carrying a bottle of water for all I care if you're in my AO. That's it. No, I'm not a murder hobo. Shh, shut your mouth. I would have let that fucking Charlie go, but Charlie shot at me first. Natsu. Oh, it's a fucking Starliner. An A2 at that. Blech. What do we have here? Corsair, Caterpillar. Alright, cool. That's fine. Natsu!
Check fire. Warning, weapon system overheating.
I think this is less HP than Hammerhead, so it should be fine.
Shields hit. Warning, weapon system overheating.
Trying to circle them up a bit as well. So I don't think we got playing room above.
Target destroyed.
Okay. That was slightly too easy, I think, but alright. I guess we'll just kill everything then, since I got plenty of ammo left. Corsair, yeah, we'll get the crime stat of that. We're still clear as sky. Oh. Scorpius. Interesting. Hello, Scorpius. Even though it's a soft F Scorpius. Ooh, I'm also getting
Shields hit.
decently shot by this fucking Corsair. It's coming fast. Let's deal with it first. Oh! This one's fine. Let's chase after that. It's just a caterpillar. Yeah, just caterpillar, it's fine.
Warning, weapon system overheating. Target destroyed.
Kaboom! Oh, is it gonna ram it? No. Let's get rid of this so it's off my radar. Kaboom!
Shields hit. Warning, weapon system overheating. Warning, weapon system overheating.
Kill one of their turrets.
Warning, weapon system overheating. Warning, weapon system overheating.
Oh. Jenkins.
Warning, weapon system overheating.
3K unknown. Maybe a delay one. Just sit here. Man, crazy how the caterpillar tanks more than like an A2 NPC.
Target destroyed.
There we go, Chrome 5. Woo! Alright, we can get out of here. How'd you make the pip so big? It's called Gunnery View something, whatever it is. I've got a guide on Discord under TDL, the SE area for TDL. It's like basically I press like R to start the ship and it puts everything in gear. Fuck off!
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Alright, let's see if Grimhex will aggress us. Laws of Murder Holborough, bottle of water or free burritos. Dude, we let that guy go.
Quantum drive.
He gave us the burritos and we let him go. It wasn't our fault that he turned up at Grimhex and got killed, you know? Alright, what's the chances, chat? Is it gonna shoot us, or have they actually fixed it? Nice. Nice, nice. Seems to be working. It's a good sign. DarkLaw's small hanger. However, there seems to be somebody in me hangar. Or it's on like the weirdness now. Yo, test battle 17 months. Appreciate that, dude. Look at this. What the fuck is this? Is that an eclipse upside down? Get out of my hangar! Oh wait, we've been in target chat. I know. No, they don't want to. They don't want to.
Landing complete.
Landing complete. Oh, restock not working? Oh, there we go. Yeah. What's that? What's the leg? There's someone else. Why is somebody's junk inside me fucking hangar, chat?
Offline.
Oh, that wasn't actually not a bad fucking 180 turn. Just a little bit to the right a bit. Very nice. Yeah, can we get somebody to clean up this hangar, please? That would be nice. Oh wait, it has been cleaned. Nice. That's awesome. I actually did get rid of it. It's a shame I didn't get rid of it when we're landing. A ship crusher? That would actually be kind of cool. Like if you could actually take ships and turn them into boxes, that would be pretty sick. I would like a raptor as well, yeah. A raptor would be a nice ship, guys. Alright. Let's drop some fucking fruit, because I'm still on... Out of buying 1,000, out of 3 patches, I'm still at 700 on these fucking things. I swear, if you buy 1,000 of these things, you're never hungry or thirsty. Like it's just unlimited potential. No, they're melons. They give you really good water, but you can see down in the bottom left corner, I've got 2 pluses to water. I just need 1 more. So not only does it feed you, but it hydrates you and keeps your hydration up. They're so good. And they're called the Golden Medmon. Nom, 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 nom. Better than any bottled drink, but they are quite heavy though. An army of raptor cleaning Daymar as if it's dude. That would actually be sick, yeah. That would be sick. Right, well, at least Vaughn missions are working, chat. They're working. What do we do? What do we do now? I do have a video from Thingybob, the Griefers pub thing to watch. Yeah, I guess we'll do that, and then we'll come back to some Star Citizen. Maybe there'll be more people online. I don't think the bounty missions work, so it's kind of a bit scuffy. Right, let me load this up here. Do, 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 do. Streamer bro, back off. Alright. Okay, chat. This is the Griefer pub. Does CIG have a moderation problem featuring Sefer of Griefernet? Let's have a Have we got that as a soundbite? What would we be looking for a soundbite? Welcome back, KOB. Oh wait, let's fucking spin this on. Right, here we go.
Live.
All right.
Yep. Is there going to just be like a new wig every week? I feel like there's like a trend here now. Hello and welcome to Griefers Pub. Tonight we're going to be revisiting a topic which we had last spring from an episode called "Is CIG Griefing the Griefers?" And joining us tonight we have Sphere as we discuss problems with CIG's moderation. Welcome, Sphere. How's your
oh my god, I'm a
vacation
griefer and
from
I'm
Star
getting griefed
Citizen
by
going so
CIG.
far?
Well, it just started, so we'll see how it goes for the next 25 days more plus.
Okay. So why okay, 20 days plus, what exactly happened? Can you kind of explain that? Just kind of interesting.
Have I missed something?
So, as a lot of people are aware, GrieferNet specializes in causing terrorism throughout Stanton. And so we go after people's events via various methods, but generally infiltration
Heavy
is our
Bob gets
go-to,
everywhere? Yeah.
so that we have the intel available to do that sort of stuff. One of our latest hit, well, not our latest one, not this last weekend, but the weekend before.
Mhm.
So not this weekend, but the weekend before. We hit a
the
racing
wig,
event hosted by Onzia Racing.
It's like a sort of
and we
80s,
and then after I think like 2 days ago,
kind of
we got landed with suspensions. And it was suspensions for everybody involved. So almost everybody involved, except for like one or two cases that got lucky.
Wham.
Which is around like 28 people.
I was going to say, like, some of these. So we were talking about this a little bit the other day. Some of these were first-time offenders too. It wasn't necessarily
vast
people that
majority
had been
of them were first-time offenders.
It's interesting. So where was the event happening? Like, I just want a little bit more info on this. Like, it was a race, obviously. They had security, right? No security or security?
Say that again?
Do they have no security or security?
Well, if you've seen Heavy Bob's meme about no security, they had a little bit of both.
They had security.
Yeah, no
security TM.
So they actually ended up having a lot more security than what was originally planned because Spec Sniper's first squadron group got added to the mix, which we didn't foresee. But so they had about 10, 12 racers and then the rest were security, and that was
Appreciate
about
that,
30 to
KB.
32, and they
Yeah,
had
if you guys want to
44
watch on
people
YouTube,
in total,
!live
give or take 1 or 2,
on Twitch.
and we had
That's wild.
28 people.
It'll take a wee
So,
while to gain traffic on
yeah, and the
YouTube.
racing event was
But now I've got the fiber, I can do
focused
that.
around Miner's Lament. They were like carting some beer crate or something around the racing track, like a rally race or something.
Okay.
And so we
Yeah,
arrived
we're on the fiber,
uninvited
Stefan.
to their
So I'm able
to the
to,
to the
when
Mi-
it
to Miner's Lament.
happens, move to 4K
Okay, so
on
Miner's
Twitch
Lament
when they
is
allow it.
right next
But
to
we're
where?
streaming on
Just
YouTube
curious.
at 1440.
Is that right next to Hex?
Yeah, it's a good
I
neighborhood.
think it's like 35.
I was gonna say that seems like an
35K
odd
bit
choice.
rate
Why
on
not?
YouTube.
Okay, so it's Miner's Lament. Why not just host something like that in AC? Because I know that we have that map already.
Probably because of probably because of the limit, maybe. But I don't
That
know if
might
they
be
had
it, yeah.
12, if they have 10, 12 racers. I don't know why they couldn't just. I think isn't there like a 16-player cap for that?
Yep, 16.
Oh, you know what? It's because of the beer crates. They wanted to do the beer thing.
That the whole thing was to like tractor it, or I don't necessarily understand. It sounds like a weird.
I mean, I don't
like,
really fully
objective.
understand the full
Yeah, it's okay.
scope
You
of
were
their
just there
objective
to,
either. I just know that there was some
crash
beer
the parade.
crates scattered throughout the racing track, and they wanted to pick it up or something and take it back to Grimhex.
So I'm guessing Griefernet was just trying to get beer. Is that the role play that you guys were against?
I think
You must
we
have
were-
pretty damn good
we
beer.
were
That's
already a
good.
little,
We heard there was a
inebriated by the time
beer
we got there, I feel like.
Okay. All right, so it's a 30-day ban for this kind of stuff. That's kind of wild. Is
Yeah.
this the first time that you have had that long of a
No.
prison sentence, or what would you?
So yeah, I mean, you guys see the screen up on the stream right now, the ban timeline. So I just
Let's
wanna
actually
run
bring
through
that
it.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to
Switch.
run through it real quick. So Griefernet has had 2 major quote unquote event disruption bans by CIG. One of them being in January, and then 31 operations later, one just now in August. So
Alright, so okay, yeah. So we've got the experience. 8 players suspended, duration 7 days. 2 players suspended stayed at their station in the same server and said Griefernet victory in global chat and did not actually participate in the event. Ooh. The Miners Lament event here, 28 players suspended, duration 30 days, even for players who had never received a suspension before. Violation listed stream sniping, harassment, excessive griefing, Griefernet, NW, don't know who the NW is. First ever encounter with the community. NW had 28 players. Oh, wait. Yeah, whoever. NW, right, okay. Had 44, 32.
a lot of people are already aware of the experience stuff.
Yep.
And not as many people got slapped.
See, the only thing with this, right? And this is my take on it. As much as I don't see this as deserving of a ban, because again, it is an organization going after an event that you advertise, and just like say in Avengers with Tony doing his own race course and the guy turning up with the fucking whips to kill him, it's the same story as far as I'm concerned with that sort of stuff. Should you go after a racing team? Probably not. Does it justify as harassment if you're going to break up an event inside an MMO sandbox game, which you're freely allowed to do, to then get a 30-day ban? I don't agree upon at all. That is just like not even policing the game at the point. That's just like, oh, we'll slap 30 days because we can't be bothered to actually do our jobs. That's how it looks to me when you've got it written like that. 7-day suspension. 2 people got suspended and they weren't even doing anything at the event. They only just typed something in chat. That's bad. That's very bad on CIG. If that's the case. Again, it depends on what CIG's information is and what Griefernet's information is, right? Because at the end of the day, you could say I'm a black sheep and you could be a red Lamborghini, you know? There's there's so many things that it would have to weigh up. But the fact that you're getting a 30-day ban for stream sniping, harassment, aggressive griefing, like killing people on a racetrack, I've been doing it PTU and all that stuff. When the racetracks first came out, I was killing players left, right, and center without any requirement. Now, fair enough, I don't know if I was stream sniping, because obviously one could look at it that there could have been a streamer there, and somebody could have been like, oh, TheDarkLaw was watching on another screen, even if I'm not, right? It's one word versus another word. But this is excessive stuff. Like, if you are doing a player event inside the game, it is your responsibility to have security to protect you. You can't keep crying to CIG about your event getting broken up, right? Now, this is something that me and the guys would never target, right? The experience or the racing event. But this is how I look at it for the future of this game. Now, Echo, lovely Echo, who pops into the channel, she organizes all this jazz with the Anzia racing and stuff, does a wonderful job. Now, look at this way. Say Echo, who we all love here and get on with, is racing in a final, and my boy is in the final as well. And I'm like, I got money on the side on this. 20 million UEC that my guy wins this race course, Daymar, whatever. And again, I'm just using names as an example. And I then hire somebody like Griefernet to kill Echo in the game because I don't want her to win. Again, we're just spitting out names off the top of my head, but that is legit gameplay. I'm hiring an organization to make sure that my guy always wins without being a better driver. Am I going to get banned for doing that type of gameplay? No, because it's not doing anything wrong. I'm not wanting to grief or harm Echo, but I want my guy to win, you know? So CIG would have to look at these things as where, how do you determine who gets a 30-day ban? What were they doing? Because obviously, again, you can see it's written here, stream sniping, harassment, excessive griefing, right? Now, if they're just killing the players once or twice and then flying off and doing other things, I look at that as fine. But if you are A2 bombing a race course over and over and over and over and over again, with not actually gaining anything from it, apart from just disrupting the event, then I would say you deserve a ban, right? It all depends on what information does CIG have and what information is Griefernet willing to talk about without making themselves look like tits. That's the way you have to weigh up these sort of things. If you're just going in to attack a person, a player, an organization, a group, and you then fly away and that's the end of it, I think that's perfectly fine for disrupting these events. But if you're constantly going after them a second time, a third time, a fourth time, then that deserves a ban. That is excessive griefing when I look at it. Because you have no other reason apart from a hit, basically. When it comes to moderation, yeah. How do you prove stream sniping though? Wouldn't that be very difficult? See, the problem with stream sniping is most of the time, Kicks, is that somebody will be like, I'm streaming to my 1-2 viewers, you're turning up at my location and killing me random, and you are definitely stream sniping. Yet, I've killed many content creators whilst they've been alive, and I didn't know they were live at the time, and they just ended up turning up at Shubin mining on Daymar, where I low fly and kill people. My hunting ground. Literally have a nickname, the Devil of Daymar. That location is where I hunt when I'm on the server. Most of the time. Maybe Hurston, right? But the point being is, how do you determine if I'm stream sniping somebody when they turn up to the location I've been at for hours, right? You would have to then look through the logs and do all these sort of things. So it's difficult to sort of, is it justified? I would have to literally see the stats myself to be able to back up CIG or be negative towards CIG in this situation.
With a ban that on that time. But
28 players suspended. They had 44, 32 of which were brought on as security. So they've got a security force of 32, but the question is, how do we know that it was 32 security? Just because somebody's in a combat ship doesn't mean they're security. You know what I mean? It's
Have as many players then.
it's interesting.
But it was like 8 players or so were suspended, and the duration was only 7 days.
Yeah, exactly.
And then for the Onzia, it was 28 players, and the
Okay.
duration was 30 days.
Can I like jump on that? So you had 8 players suspended, duration 7 days. 2 players suspended, stayed at their station. So 2 players were suspended that weren't even a part of it, right? And what was the? Am I jumping ahead here? What was the reasoning for suspending you guys for the experience? If we could kind of like to start, like
Excessive griefing.
See, this is another thing, right? Excessive griefing. Now, I'm 100% against griefing in video games, but I'm not against where somebody has an event, I turn up to the event and I kill the event and I get on my merry way. I take your loot. You know what I mean? That is part of the game. Even if you're not a criminal and I turn up to kill you and you're streaming, that's not a stream snipe either. If you're on your Discord and you announce where you're going to be, what you're going to be doing, and it's something that piques my interest to be worthy of killing you, obviously, like, again, the experience in the Anzia is just, like, not even worth my time. No offense to those 2 groups, but it's not. Racers and a fucking 890 cruise boat thing. In the future, if there was like a VIP on that boat and we wanted to have some memes and put them in like handcuffs and stuff, which are meant to be coming this year, then yeah, sure. But right now, no, right? Now, the difference is PvP is obviously player versus player, and it doesn't need to be consensual, and it can be simply as getting ganked or attacked at any time, anywhere, blah, blah, blah. However, griefing for me, especially as somebody that comes from EVE, is like, say, for example, I'm going to use the name Kix, for example. Kix on docks, and I kill Kix. Then 2 other people on dock, and I don't kill them. Then Kix on docks again, and I kill Kix. Kix leaves the server, I follow on the server, and I, again, only kill Kix. That's griefing, in my opinion. Because I'm singling out a player to disrupt their gameplay, and I'm not targeting anyone else. That, to me, is griefing. If you kill the person once, twice, and then you go and do something else, that's not griefing. If you then come back an hour later and kill the same person, but you've also killed other people, that's not griefing either. It's just luck of the draw, right? But if you are only singly targeting somebody or a group and you're not doing anything else, then I would say that's griefing, right? And that's fair. So again, they have been banned for excessive griefing. I would have to either choose one of the... I have to stay neutral in this, sadly. I can't be pro CIG and I can't be pro Griefernet because I don't know the extent of what CIG sees as excessive griefing. Is it what I would see it as griefing, or is it just purely targeting an individual and group and killing them once?
It was when they first pushed out the a new policy, the event disruption policy, where they are now punishing players.
See, again, I don't agree with this policy because in the future, when we go to 1.0, Daymar Rally will be a legit event. And just like I said, because this is a video game, remember, and just like the movie Avengers or Iron Man, where Tony goes to do the racing and the bad guy, Whiplash or whatever his name, disrupts the event and then gets put in prison. I don't see that any other difference than Griefernet turning up and killing the experience in this game, by the way. I see it exactly the same thing. It's a fantasy thing. The question would be, is the guy with the whips constantly whipping Tony at every single event? Then that would be excessive griefing.
For sufficiently disrupting player events.
Okay, but they pushed that policy after they had banned you at the experience.
Right.
Is that correct? That was post the event.
Actually, not quite. They did give us a warning. Can I just fast forward for a second? There's like a timeline.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So here's the experience, right? So there's a bit of a timeline, and there's a bit of confusion as well. So like
So the first attack, agent boarded ship. Yeah, I saw this in the video stuff, and it was also on live streams. And the security force on this event was shit, absolutely shit. They literally flew a Pisces close to the ship, and the dude jumped off the ship. It's like, guys, I think you're getting boarded. No, it's fine. It's obviously somebody part of the event. It was such a shamble, man.
The first attack was on January 13th. We actually
and then they've got Daymar Hit Rally, right?
Crashed 2 events that day, 2 large events that day. And that was the Experience and then TTO's 80-player event. It was like some...
See, I have to now side with CIG. If CIG sent you a message ahead of time saying our policy is changing, I'm sorry, guys. If CIG have gone out their way to tell your group that they're changing the policy, and you then go against that policy, there's nothing you can really say then. You are breaching a TOS at that point. And if CIG put that TOS out, you have to comply to it. You can't start going or dictating the narrative of being like, well, you know, it's fine if we do this and this way, and it's fine if we do it in that way. It's like, no, CIG have told you, you know, this is how it's going to be.
OM around ArcCorp, and we just came in with like 20 people.
Because it says here, a couple days later, we received a warning from SIG. A couple of days later, after killing between the 30th to the 20th, a couple of days later, we received a warning from CIG to no longer attack large events. I can't say any more fair than that on CIG's part, to be fair. If they've given you a warning, advance of time, and you like, just ignore it, yeah, you deserve to be banned at that point.
And then I think like a week later, let me back up for a second. So the Experience had 3 cruises. We crashed 2 of them, and then one of them.
I say with GrieferNet, it's more of a community thing.
One of them,
CIG know what
the one that they did on January 21st
was
the one that they
rescheduled
after we hit the first one on the January.
Again, like for me, I don't agree with what GrieferNet does. Like I see it as a waste of time. But also I know from my EVE experience that it also is resume farming, where it's like, we can get this done in the future. You know what I mean? This is what we can provide as a service, because a lot of groups will actually like use it and stuff like that. But also right now is like, no, you know? So I see it as, I personally wouldn't do it, and I think it's kind of like a douchey thing to do, but on the same end of the scales is, it's legit fine gameplay to me. The problem is, though, is when you split it down the middle, a couple of days later, we received a warning from CIG to no longer attack large events. That is your message saying, don't do it. So if you go against that cog, then, yeah, I kind of feel like you deserve to be banned then.
January 13th. And they did that one successfully. And I think one of your previous guests was on that. What was her name?
Oh, Expat Brat. Okay, yeah.
Expat Brat was there for the 21st relaunch of their event, pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
But then on the 20th, we hit the Daymar Rally. We say quote unquote hit. They run like 10 servers at the same time. We hit one of the servers.
Wait, how many servers? Like they so they have multiple servers that are being used.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Eventually they'll be on one server. See, this is the thing. When Daymar Rally, when we get to the ability to have like 1,000 people in the game, which will happen, you know, maybe 5-10 years from now. What are these what are they gonna do when a group wants to turn up and kill you? This is why for me, I'm pro you should just let player versus player happen. But then I'm also pro if you are constantly ruining somebody's gameplay for laughs, then yeah, you should be banned.
Like they just do like 10,
but you have to find
a
good tipping point on the scales for that to mean
like 6 or
you know,
7 or 8
like
hours trying to hit the Daymar event or one of the
all right, but when you look at
so
the
they hit
Daymar
the
Rally, we're looking
event,
at
they get
something
told
that's,
by
like, way in the
CIG
past,
to
right? That's
not
like-
attack. The Experience
on
did redid their
January-
maiden voyage on the 21st. Leveraging knowledge of their route beforehand, we intercept them. Stuff. Again, I just don't see the experience as a classed as a large event, so I don't see that. Like, again, what happens if Mythologist? You remember when Mythologist had all those people on the 890? I still don't even see that as a world, like, you know, a large event. It's just a group of people on a ship. What happens if you've got your whole org? Say you got a 50-man org and you've got them on a Polaris and I kill your Polaris. Am I going to get banned for that because I disrupted your event when you're on side a fucking ship? You know? This is the scales you have to weigh up. In which way CIG are going to ban people for actually being disruptive or ban people from actually playing the game. Yeah, but again, I can prepare a sandwich 2 months in advance in my head, Stefan, and if somebody steals it, it's the same thing, you know, as making it the day before. Random meetup versus... Yeah, but again, if you're disclosing a location in the game, that's on you for OPSEC, dude. If I say I'm going to be low-flying on Daymar later on server 160 and people turn up to kill me, that's my own fault for announcing that. You can't hide behind, they had 2 months to prepare. You had 2 months to fucking, you know, they just rammed the ship. Ramming outside of an armistice zone is completely legit tactic though, dude. Like, it's legit. If you're going to, like, when people come out with their Polarises, you're just going to ram them with certain things. Again, we have to weigh up, is it legit gameplay or is it excessive griefing in what they have done? If you're ramming a ship outside of an armistice zone, that's just a tactical gameplay loop. It's not something that everyone enjoys. I personally don't go out of my way to ram people at all. But accidents can happen. Take, for example, Paul Walker. He couldn't out-throttle a tree. They also removed the landing pads in space due to ramming? Well, no, that's not necessarily why they removed it. They removed it because they were going to do the persistent hangar stuff anyway, and we still have the pads for landing and dropping off and refueling and stuff. They're all in action still. Anyway, let's skip this part on because I don't need to hear this. I just need to see the information myself. So we got Cloud Imperium then goes, thanks for reaching out. I'm aware of the events of the weekend, as well as the influx of conversation and reports surrounding what transpired. I've been chatting with members of our community team, devs, and leadership about the general state of piracy in Star Citizen and the impact that your organization, targeting the whole org, and its activities has on the community and the game at large. That is literally CIG saying, look, you know, we are watching your whole organization, be it brand new players, be it brand new accounts, and we're noticing that you're doing some crazy ass shit that maybe is a bit like, you know? We're aware of it. If CIG says that to you, that's where you've got to start taking notice. As you know, we've talked many times about pushing things to the limits. So CIG have been in talk with GrieferNet about pushing limits, yet GrieferNet keep wanting to push the limit higher. See, this is where I have to side CIG at this point with this information. You're being told something, you're being warned, and you what's the word? Not disagreed to it, but like ignored it basically, right? If you choose to ignore a warning from the company saying, look, I think we found the limit of what you guys should be doing and not doing, this is where you stop. If you ignore that, that's on you and you get banned. I completely agree with CIG at that point. So it says here, pushing things to the limit. The various gray areas associated with piracy at this stage of development and overall vision of Star Citizen as a sandbox. It is true that piracy plays a big role in our shared universe. True. But at the current level stage of development, much of the activities taking place are crossing the line and creating unpleasant experience for the greater community. Now, I would agree with on CIG on that point, but also at the same time is, when does CIG say it's fine to do so in 1.0 and it's not fine to do in alpha beta stage? That's a very dangerous thing. Because CIG might go down the line and start banning people from now until 1.0, and then they go, well, it's just natural gameplay in 1.0, we're not going to ban you. The community then have this idea that they can report bomb and be very toxic to PvPers by just simply crying wolf or baiting PvPers into a fight and then reporting it. You know what I mean? It goes very, very dangerous down the line. So CIG needs to have a set standard and stick to that standard all the way through development up until release. If you're going to clamp down on it, but don't be like taking place or crossing the line and creating unpleasant experience for the greater community just because we're in development. It needs to be foolproof setup now. And then players agree to a TOS like any other game. And if you agree to it, and you disagree, fuck, what is the word I'm trying to think of? I'll just go with, you choose to ignore, it's on that. If you get banned after that, that's on you. 100% on you. Simple as that. TOSs and rules and regulations are put in place because this is how they want the game to be. If you disregard, thank you so much. Fuck me. I couldn't, trying to figure that out. Disregard, that's it. Breach of agreement, maybe. Yeah, it's 100% a breach of an agreement. Now, the agreement you might not like, but if you apply it and, accept it, it's just like when Kyle got turned into a centipede by Microsoft or Apple in South Park. He didn't read the terms of services, pressed yes to accept, and what he didn't read was that they could come and take his ass and centipede him up, you know? It's the same thing with Star Citizen. You gotta read these terms and conditions, you know? Some are basic stuff, right? Not really drama, just, again, sort of trying to determine right and wrongs, right? Our long-term, so CIG continue off saying, our long-term goal is for a game mechanics, law and reputation systems to manage these types of scenarios and to properly introduce risk versus reward. That's fine for lawless players. Completely agree. These planned systems are obviously not available today as a result. Okay, so CIG are now stating we're trying to design stuff which makes it legit gameplay for long term, but right now it's not available. This time and effort to take to disrupt an event far outweigh by the time it takes to plan and organize one. I disagree with that. It all depends on the level of somebody's organization. You know, somebody might take a month to organize to go to the toilet, and I can do it in 30 seconds. It just depends on who's smarter. Sorry, that's just how it is. It's important to note that many of the player-driven events encourage PvP scenarios, and we do love to see that type of emergent gameplay when it arises, but there's another layer that is often labeled as piracy, when in reality it's just a relentless pursuit to disrupt other players' fun. Completely agree on that. Again, I don't see the point in attacking the experience, and I don't see the point in attacking a racetrack. I just don't. But people do. And that's something you got to look at. With that in mind, it is now time to give things a rest. I'm asking you as the leader of GrieferNet to rein in your organization. Major disruption to large... So again, see, this is where now I side with CIG, right? Bashneer, thank you very much for the raid. I side with CIG at this point. Literally, you have a CIG employee talking to the leader of GrieferNet saying, I'm asking you as the leader of GrieferNet to rein in your organization. Major disruptions to large-scale events will need to stop. We are at the point where we deem this behavior of your organization as excessive griefing, and we would like for you to consider as your organization, consider this your organization's initial warning. Right, with this information, then whatever GrieferNet does after deserves a ban 100%. Now, GrieferNet might not enjoy that. They might see that what they're doing is out of this thing, but CIG have literally, out of their own way, said to you, in the nicest way possible, I'm asking you, as the leader of GrieferNet, to rein in your organization. We are at the point where we deem the behavior of your organization as excessive griefing. So, as far as I'm concerned, the next time GrieferNet hits something, permaban. Because of what CIG have written to you. That's the way I look at it now. Because if you're going after, like, somebody that's got a bounty, or something like that. That doesn't deserve a ban. But if you're targeting an event that has no justification to be attacked upon and is deemed as a major event by CIG and their apology, that's just it. That's the sad reality. They've given you the warning, you have to comply. Like everyone else has to.
Okay. Policy and that. So we got that warning after the Daymar rally hit.
So
right?
after the Daymar rally hit,
So if I go back to the timeline, we got that after the.
and then they decide to attack another event after getting the warning. Well, I'm sorry. There you go. You know?
The Daymar rally. The issue is.
Can
They
you
didn't give us
actually?
any-
I'm sorry.
Thank you,
to cut
Bash.
Can you jump
The
back
game
to
is
that
getting
last
so much
screen?
fun. Hopefully,
I just want to read a couple of the highlights there. All right. So the
Right, so
layout
let's
we
skip
have.
on here.
Yeah. God. What do you mean by disruption? Like at
Yeah.
what point does something? At what point does PvP become
Major
a disruption?
PvP is a disruption. If you're attacking racers that are there to race, you're disrupting the race course itself. That's the way I look at it. Now, if you were only attacking the PvPers, the security force, that's not a disruption. But I guarantee you went and killed the racers as well.
At what point does an event become a large event?
Except for with that one, they've already given you the information. It's just, I'm going to have to be rude here and say you're too clueless to understand it.
You know?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
you
the
guys.
time and-
Okay, so Sphere, you're really intelligent on this, and I feel like
Well, I would have to disagree on that dead fact. Because again, if CIG are pointing this out to you well in advance, a major disruption to large-scale event will need to stop. If you're turning up to, and we can go back to here where they said, and quote, by them, where is it here? All the way back. That 28 players were suspended. NW had 28 players. Anzia had 44, 32 of which were brought in as security. Right? So, we've got 28 people from whatever the NW is. I don't know what that is. Like Griefernet and NW, right? So you got 28 players, you're going against the security. If you were just killing the security force and then walking away, that's completely fine. If you are then killing the racers, there you are disrupting the event. See, that's how CIG will look at it. Now, if you butchered everyone, you are disrupting a large event by CIG's policy. But if you went and killed only the security force and left the racers, I would have to side with Griefernet, saying that the ban is not justified. But it kind of looks like you went and disrupted a large event. We'll go back to you.
About letting us know that they have updated their policy and that now there is
Oh,
they're going
okay.
to punish people for disrupting large
Yeah,
events.
so again, I side with CIG at this point. You've been warned. And CIG have gone out of their way to actually give you more than a fucking automated script. They're actually saying, we are asking you. That's like a plea. Please stop. All right? They don't have to say please. They're like, I'm asking you, as the leader of Griefernet, to rein in your organization. It needs to stop. You're now going over the limit that we see fit in our video game. Our policy has changed. TOS has changed. If you do anything after this that we see as excessive griefing or disrupting large events, you're fucked. I'm sorry, Griefernet. As much as I like the guys and most of the time I'll go after it, but you've been warned. Now, I've never been told this, that they've been warned. All I know is that they were just ganking people left, right, and center, but I have to side with CIG at this point. If you've been asked kindly, you have to rein it in. It's TOS, it's policy, it's rules of the company.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got that warning after the Daymar rally hit, right?
Right, and they didn't get banned.
So if I go back to the timeline...
So it says that they didn't get any banned on the Daymar. They only got banned when doing the experience, and they got banned doing this race course, right?
We got that after the Daymar rally. The issue is...
Can
they
you
didn't give us
actually?
any-
I'm sorry to cut you
Why
off. Can
weren't
you
the
jump back to
experience
that
a
la-
large event? Well, they got 7 or 8 people banned on it, but the policy, you know what I mean? Like, you've got to look at it this way. If you've been warned, right, Stefan, you've been warned to not attack the experience, and you attack the experience, whoever's present gets banned. And then if you attack another event, you get banned again. Because again, I want to point this out. The CIG are going to the leader of the organization to rein in your organization. That means it doesn't matter if they're alts or brand new players to whatever you're doing in Griefernet. You rein it in, or we're gonna punish all of you. And anybody within the like, I can't remember what the term is, where you're a part of it. Like you know what I mean. You're in cahoots, or you play with Griefernet occasionally and stuff like that. I'm trying to remember the fucking word.
So if I go back to the timeline,
like you've got to.
All right, so it's
guilty
important to
by
note
association.
that
That's
many
it.
of the
Yeah.
player-driven events encourage PvP scenarios. In reality, that's them like officially saying you guys can't be disrupting major
You've
player
got to
events.
stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the
And
issue
now-
with this.
Yeah, it's vague.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It's not vague at all, guys. It's not. When you look in a TOS, it doesn't tell you you're only allowed to use fucking missiles in PvP. It's a fucking term of service, guys. It doesn't have to be fucking detailed as fuck. It can be vague. Major distributions to large-scale events will need to stop. Simple as that. That means any event, be it one person or 20 people, stop the shit you're doing. That's what it says. And by law, that's all they need to say.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's super vague, and that's the core issue we've been having.
It's guys. Right, this is where I'll lose it here. It does not need to be in detail. A TOS does not need to. We can look at the Star Citizen TOS right now, right? So we go to Star Citizen website, Robert Space Industries, and we'll quickly look at the TOS. Wait, we'll do Star Citizen TOS. Terms of service have got all your details here, but it's also 100% vague because that's how it goes up in a court of law. Let's do here. We're looking for rules and conduct. Post, transmit, promote, or distribution of UGC as defined in SEC that is legal. We go down to harass, threaten, or directly inappropriate activity in any user of RSI service or any employee partner. So basically, if you're rude, like doxing or doing anything like that to CIG employees, you get fucked. Then it goes further down here. Upload files that contain viruses to like Spectrum. You get fucked. It doesn't say that it's got to be a virus created in 2024 or a virus that was created in 2012. This is where, again, TOS and law is vague to begin with. So if CIG tell you to not do something, they don't have to fucking write an essay on everything that you're planning to fucking do. You just don't. Exploit errors in design, features, bugs that would otherwise be not available to obtain. This is where, like for me, I would be banning everyone that steals an Idris by exploiting. But CIG don't. They're like, well, it's not that big of a deal right now. Me, I would punish everyone that exploits. Reverse engineer, you know what I mean? And then it goes down to here to like harassment on other things, right? So where are we going? Blah, 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 blah. Virtual goods, fundraisers, store credit. It gives you all the information, right? Merchandising charges. We're going to go to personal and fan site. You know what I mean? Yeah, here we go. Gameplay streaming. All right. So for example, there's rules that streamers have to take into account where they're not allowed to make super amounts of money making out that they're the owners of the content and stuff. You've got to incorporate CIG into it. Then we go down to, where is it here? Termination of RSI and accounts, right? RSI may immediately suspend or terminate your RSI account and access to all related entitlements or any subscription for the RSI service after notifying you of your breach of these TOS or any illegal and improper use of any of your RSI account. With that in mind, it is now time to give things a rest. I'm asking you as the leader of Griefernet to rein in your organization. Major disruption to large events will need to stop. We are at the point where we deem this behavior of your organization, not fucking Boxy, but your organization, as excessive griefing. And we would like for you to consider this your organization's initial warning. Organization. Everyone in GrieferNet is now warned. They don't need to individually send out this email because this email is already going over above what CIG needs to do to begin with. They're now telling you your account can be terminated by TOS contract. And it's literally written here in fucking blue. I was going to say black and white, but it's blue. Of what can happen to you. You have been warned. They don't need to go into any more details. Stop. Simple as that. You've been warned. You've been given that stuff.
With CIG, this like, for God, since January, since they started being more draconian with
Yeah,
putting
the
out
email was a
punishments
courtesy,
for
100%.
hitting events, right? So,
Hey Joe, how you doing,
like,
dude?
what do you mean by disruption?
Again, this is where like I'm done with this video, right? Again, I love the stuff that GrieferNet does, but this is where it really is showing you how fucking stupid you are. The same with these two clowns as well in the stream. If you can't understand this, there's nothing CIG needs to do more. They don't need to be any more detailed. They've asked you nicely, a courtesy email, you're breaking the TOS. If you break the TOS, get banned. Get fucked. Lose your accounts. Waste all that money. You are now able to control this. After you're banned, stop doing the shit you're doing. Simple as that.
Like, at what point does something? At what point does PvP become
Major
a disruption?
disruptions,
At what
though. I
point
mean,
does an event become
again,
a large?
If you are just PvPing somebody, CIG will look on that differently. But it's the fact that you are going to just purposely kill somebody for no reason, right?
Event.
They
You
don't
know?
need to do any more information, guys.
Okay, so Sphere, you're really intelligent on this, and I feel like you guys do a lot of your homework, right? So
Oh, shit.
knowing that
Sorry, guys.
the experience is going to be like a large scale event, it has a ton of streamers on it. You
I'm gonna
kind
move
of,
myself over, yeah.
I feel like this is kind of one of those like fuck around and find out equations, you know?
That's all CIG needs to tell you. Like, you wouldn't. A smart person would go, I've had CIG send an email to me warning that they're changing a policy and that they've now deemed it where you're going to start getting banned if you do things. That's it. That's where you go, right, okay. Awesome, CIG. Thank you very much. You don't push that limit. You don't fucking try and find the loopholes in the terms and conditions. You go, all right, we accept it. We're going to do something better. The difference is, though, is that most of the people that in GrieferNet won't go and do other things because they can't do other things. If they go up against any PvP organization that knows how to PvP, they get fucking schooled.
It feels like that, right? Like you guys did a lot of homework on this. Is it a large scale event? I don't know. That's a good question. What defines?
You don't need to have a definition on it.
Well, yeah, that's the question.
The definition is that they've said it as a scale, major. So even if it's small, it still counts under that major. Come on, guys. You can't be this fucking thick.
Right? Because it's
Right.
it's so vague. It's like, oh, well, it's left open for interpretation. How
Yeah, and
does
I'm
CIG
not gonna
interpret that?
stop. Yeah, I'm not going to stop the entire premise of my org. I'm like, okay, guys, guess we can't play anymore. Guess we can't do the thing we're all here to do anymore.
But you're doing a different thing than other organizations did. Like, this is where the crybaby sort of situation comes in here, right? CIG have told you a limitation of what they seem, and it's like, no, dude, no. This is where you do normal gameplay. You are going out of your way to target an individual group that doesn't need to be targeted. As much as, yes, it should be allowed in the game, but they have warned you to not do it. If you do it after that, that's on your own head. You can't cry on a fucking podcast about it.
Anymore. Like, they've given us nothing. They've given us nothing to work with.
They've given you plenty.
we had that cast, I don't know how long ago now, with Sil that kind of addressed that, because we had the Spectrum post, right? Well, Sil wrote up a Spectrum post because it was concerned about what qualifies, because this is too vague for us, and we want.
No game is going to give you a fucking detail, dude. Like, again, there's a limit on what you're allowed to do, and that should be just common sense.
Want to make sure that the PvP community as a whole is safe, right? Because can somebody...
The PvP community are going to be completely safe because none of the PvPers are doing this shit. right? They're in Arena Commander fighting or doing their own tournaments or fight or flight and stuff like that. I've never once heard of a fucking PvP organization going and fucking attacking a racetrack, you know?
Just stand up and scream, "Oh, it was an event," and then stop mass reporting. And well, we'll get into all that, but yeah, we had a whole
I
thing
want
about
to. Yeah, I want to go back to that timeline too.
Let's go to
and
the
I want to.
timeline,
I
yeah.
want to kind of illustrate as to why we didn't feel like we still felt it was okay to hit the experience.
Come on, guys. Holy shit, man. See, this is the kind of stuff that you start seeing how fucking stupid people are. You have been warned. You've been warned in between the 20th and 24th of January, and then you attack a group on the 27th of January. I'm sorry, guys. Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be? Why don't you just pull your pants down and let CIG fuck you? I mean, it's the same thing. I would have gone fucking dark for a couple of months and just got out of that fucking bad rate. Like, again, you're attacking in January the 13th. You're then attacking in the 20th. You're then doing the 27th. Fucking hell, man. Not even the SES attack like this hard. You should have gone fucking covert for a bit.
It's the second time because they give us the warning on the 24th after we hit the Daymar rally. The Daymar rally.
And then you attack on the 27th after the warning.
Is like magnitudes larger of an event.
But again, that's the thing where you're not understanding. They say the major event. Major qualifies under from small non-existence all the way up to major. They're literally saying don't fucking do shit. That's all they're saying. And you guys are not listening to it.
And the experiences.
Well, yeah, and I would argue
because you
too,
want
the
it to
Daymar
be
rally,
fucking
if it's taken
drafted
down
in
that many
100
servers,
page
it'd
of
be
what you're not meant to do and what you are allowed to do. Just don't do what the fuck you're doing. Simple.
hard to avoid, like you don't even have to server hop to probably end up on one of the servers, right? I mean,
So did the warning come after the Daymar rally event or before? Just
after.
to avoid
After. So
okay.
again, did you get banned at the DMR rally? No. CIG said and gave you a warning. And you just chose to ignore it. I'm sorry, I'm still on CIG's side right now, because all I'm hearing is free idiots.
Daymar rally hit. But after
All
the
right.
Daymar rally and before the second experience hit was when the warning came out.
Okay.
So,
do you think it's
we had no idea as to
because-
what that warning was referencing. We thought it was the Daymar rally.
Okay. Do you think because I know
They thought it was the. So wait. You get the email that and quote says, with that in mind, it is now time to give things a rest. I'm asking you as the leader of the organization to rein in your organization. Or get rid of them, kick them out the org. You have all that power, right? But you chose to then attack on the 27th. I see that as
a
again the
complicated
CIG are right.
situation because they
I mean, maybe, but they don't really we had like, I guess we'll look at it later in the stream, but I have communications from Dracadius explicitly telling us that it has nothing whether or not you get punished for disrupting an event has nothing to do of whether the event is sponsored by CIG or not.
Yeah, of course. You're literally going out of your way to fuck with people's gameplay in a game that has no gameplay. Like, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it's your own fault.
So like, we literally do not have anything to work with, and like, if CIG doesn't want us to hit an event, they need to clearly define what kind of events they don't want to be hit that they're.
Fresh. Obviously not to give away too much OPSEC of Shadow Moses. When was the last time you turned up to a race course and killed all the racers in Shadow Moses? Right? When was the last time you went and killed Avenger 1 and his group? Probably multiple times, right? There's your definition of difference. Like, again, PvPing players and fighting each other is fine in CIG's eyes. If you're going to a race course and only targeting the racers and avoiding the security, which will most likely have happened, I would imagine. If you're outnumbered, you're going to kill the racers, then that to me is excessive griefing. Because there's no reason right now in the game to do this. And after a warning, you should be fucking buckling up your pants and playing another video game, basically.
They're using
Until
for like
it
grassroots
quietens
marketing.
down.
That way
Mhm.
we know and can make an informed decision. Like there's just so many screenshots later in the stream that I'll show you. But one of them in that they says, Xylo and Dracadius they both tell us, oh, use your best judgment. Use your best judgment when deciding to hit an event, and that way you won't get banned. And I'm like, well, we can't use our best judgment if you don't tell us anything about any criteria about what events are prohibited.
Dude, that is CIG in so many words saying to you, stop. Just stop. Use your better judgment. We're going to fucking ban you. We're going to permanently ban you because it's just too much. You are attacking. In the month, you did 3 attacks. You see what I'm getting at? January the 13th, you kill. January the 20th to the 24th, you kill. January the 27th, you kill an event. There's your fucking assessment, dude. Stop doing so much, and maybe CIG will let it slide.
So what you're asking for is
CIG needs to clarify those things. No, they don't, dude. You are breaking the TOS, and the TOS says not harassing people. Simple as that. There is no reason to attack an event like a race course, Cornhoyle. There isn't, dude. Now, if they're attacking and stealing loot and then selling the loot, that's 100% fine, right? But they're literally targeting a racing group that are doing nothing but racing in the game. Why would CIG have to fucking determine that, right? How am I breaking the TOS if I'm playing the game? Again, I just gave you 2 scenarios, dude. Because again, dude, there's a difference of you turning up by yourself, Cornholio, right? And attacking this group, and that's fine. We're talking about an organization, dude. An organization doesn't turn up at a race course at a random time and just fucking obliterate everyone, right? Because you type griefing in the channel, Contagion, and you're not allowed to type griefing in my channel. I know it's a bit of a troll bait stuff, you know what I mean? You can say grief, you just can't say griefing, you know? Attacking a race in modern day terms is we're talking about a video game. Let's not go too high and calling GrieferNet terrorists, like, you know what I mean? They're just playing a game. The difference is I see it from CIG's point of view, and I also see it from GrieferNet's point of view. Because I played EVE Online, but I always kept in the boundaries of TOS. Now, when CIG in between these 2 events tell you to stop, well, again, that's up to them, Contagion. I'm not going to call a group of gamers terrorists, dude, right? Okay? If they want to highlight themselves as that, that's up to them, but not on my channel, okay? Because then people will take it the wrong way, right? And that's some of the things that I will side with GrieferNet on, and I will also side with CIG, is that, again, this is a video game. They have a TOS. They've warned you. You chose to not or ignore the warning, and you got banned because of it. That's on you.
Sounds more or less like CIG needs to step up and define what those events need to look like. Whether it be like a criteria with like numbers, or if it's a certain audience. I don't know how that would even work. That's
they need to define that, or they need to facilitate a safe space for these unique events.
No, they don't.
Like a private server.
They don't, because again, what reason do you have to attack a race course or these events? There's nothing to gain from it in the game right now. Nothing.
For instance.
Okay.
I mean, I have a bit of fear with how they might define that, because at this point, although I know we're basing this,
but that still doesn't mean that you break a TOS, Cornholio. I'm sorry, dude. Like, there's no reason. You've been warned. It is your prerogative to acknowledge that, right? It doesn't matter if, the reason is lack of gameplay. There's no reason to do it, dude. Even with lack of gameplay. Go and play another fucking video game. Like Puppeteer said, best option. Go touch some grass. Come back and gank whenever you want without being vocal about it. Simple as that, yeah? So this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at, before the timeline, the first attack, cool beans. It's gameplay, right? Anyone that actually PvPs and does it's gameplay. Daymar Rally hit. Cool, it's gameplay. But after Daymar Rally, there has been an official warning saying stop. And that's when it needs to be stopped, right? Zephyr is the vocal one. Let me skip on this, because...
Much higher.
I mean, we could talk about... let's go to Mercs and let's real quick second.
So where we go here, right?
The chances of that being a thing where we run across that is going to be much higher.
I mean, we could talk about... let's talk about security first. So they had...
So again here, 28 players banned at the minors event. 8 players banned after the experience. These are all suspensions after the warning, by the way. Just to put that out there. They have been warned and they targeted 2 events and got banned because of it. I'm sorry, but that's just your own fault.
Vex Obscurum, Spectre Security Contracting. They had Earth Squadron, Nightingale, Ragtag Mercs, and this little org called Vertin and Intergalactic, okay? They had like 5 different security orgs. What is the point of hiring security orgs if you're going to mass report the people that you hired the security orgs?
Well, see, here's the thing, right? This is where, for me, the mass reporting is cancerous, right? It shouldn't be done that way. That's for CIG to sort of deal upon instead of people just, cancel culture and all that shit. But my point with this event is, if you just turned up and you killed all the security force, got your laugh out of it, and flew away, I would say that's just normal gameplay, right? But if you are turning up to the event and you're just targeting the racers and killing the racers over and over again, that's excessive griefing. The problem is we don't have the information on which is the right way and which is the other way.
Just to deal with anyway. Because that's the only way I see this.
Well, what was it you were saying that the security org was saying how they should treat the security was, if you see Griffin on the server, we all have to switch servers. That's the security.
Yeah. So.
I mean, that is a countermeasure, though, regardless, right?
I did tell
if you really think about it.
I did tell you we have audio of like their security debriefing.
We're not going to share that, though. Yeah, we won't share that, though.
Yeah, I'm not going to share. We're not going to share that, but.
Okay.
Yeah, and then one of the people in that
there's only
meeting
so
was
far
like,
you
well,
can
the
be a
best way to
cunt
deal with
and then
grief
take it
is
too
just to
cunty,
hop service.
you know what I mean?
That's fine. I don't really care if people do that. It's just using the game to, using what's available, right?
Yeah, again, I like, if somebody's got audio, somebody's got images, somebody's got an event counter, it's metagaming, and metagaming's been out for fucking 30 years in video games, right? So it's like, who cares at this point? You can't go, oh, well, we had a private information on our Discord and stuff. Well, you shouldn't have let everyone on your Discord then.
Hop servers, there's different
Yeah,
servers,
because
whatever.
we are playing like an unpolished alpha. There are so many options to avoid said situations.
Yeah.
And that makes sense. I get.
See, this is the other thing they're probably going to talk about is where CIG are like, if you target a group and then follow them onto another server, it's a bannable thing. And I don't agree upon that because, again, I could target a group and then I swap server and then suddenly I'm banned because they're on the same server. They join the server I'm on. Who's in the right and the wrong, right? So it's CIG needs to sort of clamp down on those sort of like threats a bit.
Yeah, it's the mass reporting that I have contention with. Why are you hiring? Is this like for the guys that are running the security out there? And if you guys are in the stream chat right now, like, is this what you are now? You're like, are you there to pew?
Well, again, this is where now we're getting fucking who's got a bigger dick, right? Like, at a point of being is like, don't derail it and start belittling people by saying, oh, your class is a security organization or a group of security organizations. Are you now mass reporting because you can't win fights? Like, that's when you start getting to the little schoolboy fucking childhood shit. Like, at the end of the day, they reported you for whatever reason, it's up to CIG to determine if it's right or
You
wrong.
pew the bad guys, or are you just there to do the paperwork
See,
and
wait,
just
this
write
is
down the
pointless.
name
Like,
and then submit to CIG a mass report?
I mean, think about the number of people that you attacked in the first place, though. You're attacking what, 44 people? That's 44 reports potentially there. And that's a
Yeah.
lot of like spam into the same system. If they're all struck, I mean, that, I don't know. That's like saying mass reporting with the experience doesn't make any sense when there was what, like 30, 40, I don't know how many people were actually involved in that, but
Oh, the
it
experience
seems like
had
those numbers
had a
would,
similar amount of people. I think there was like 30 something,
Yeah.
30, 40
Well,
people
well-
involved in it too.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. CIG's aware that they have weaponized the reporting system. Like, it's not like a secret. Like, they know that's a thing that they're doing, right? They have, what was it you were saying? They have like keywords, right? That they have to make sure is on the reports, right?
Oh yeah,
Like,
let's hold on. Let's
We can
stop
bring
there
that
for a
up
second.
really
Put a
quick.
pin in that. I want to show
Yep,
you.
let's do that.
So you're referencing that, right? So the experience, the people who organized the experience,
yeah.
after that had happened, they sent out an announcement to the rest of their community.
yeah, see, this is where now I side with Griefernet. Obviously, we've got to look at it from every angle and stay as neutral as we can within a topic like this. Them getting banned is justified, right? Because I look at it that CIG let them attack 2 events and then gave them a warning after the second event, and then they attacked a 3rd and 4th event whilst getting banned on the 3rd and 4th. I look at it that's Griefernet's, they fucked up, right? Now we're talking about where the experience or mass reporting by literally telling their players who were involved to send in a message of basically it's just toxicity to get people banned instead of letting CIG sort of work out. They're mass reporting on it using keywords and stuff,
Like
which is
giving them,
really
like, a
bad.
template of a
Oh,
report.
buzzwords. There it is. Yeah.
And then someone who I don't know who the someone was, but someone told them to include a bunch of buzzwords to make it to where the report is taken more seriously.
Mhm.
So, like,
Yeah, because
clearly the report
DDoS
system
and
is being abused,
stream
man.
swatting
Okay.
should be
And that's
completely
kind of
illegal.
why I wanted to jump on that,
This.
because I don't know if CIG is aware of this, but if there's no repercussion, you're encouraging
Not true.
this,
I'm part of
right?
the org.
So it's going to get worse because it's
So
going to continue
you're
spreading
saying
throughout.
that you didn't see any of these messages where it's on a Discord saying evidence zip, blah 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 blah. They just wrote out that we should report it. Well, again, that's the same thing, dude. What you wanting a link for, or hyperlink? You want the link for the video, dude? Here you go. Yeah. All good, dude. Sorry, just always at me if you're wanting something, dude. So you're saying this was on the website, right? It doesn't matter though, Stefan. This is called weaponizing, by the way, right? If you have anything like this, even if you try to justify it that you're a tiny organization, this is called weaponizing. Weaponizing being is that you're trying to gaslight people into do something that they may not. Brigading, yeah. Gaslighting, brigading, weaponizing. This is dangerous shit because you're not letting people go out of their own way to do it. You're putting the thought in their head. Witch hunting, yeah. So you go, oh, the experience was done in my org. They just wrote that we should report it, right? Which I understand, right? That message must have been from a private message. We are a Danish org, writing in Danish to each other. Well, again, I'm not going to point up saying, to the organizations involved, dude, right? The point being is, if this is actually true, and that's what we have to look on it, on the information, as some people staying out of this, staying neutral, but also trying to side on what is right or wrong within the game, something like this is very dangerous. Any written on a Discord, on a Spectrum, or anything like that, send an email to support CIG. In the subject, type harassment and bullying. After describe the scenario with your own words, English, use Google Translate or ChatGPT. Under this, buzzwords, which we got told to use. Harassment, bullying. This is brigading, dude. You've never seen that message. Well, again, I have to go on the information I have in front of me, dude. This could be created by GrieferNet. This could be created by CIG. This could be created by your group of people. We don't know the truth, right? We have to assume that this was somewhere, even if it has been faked, right? Oh, I know, Lasonia. I know. Hey, Comanche. But this is brigading. This is
PvE
very
community,
dangerous.
And they're going to say, all we have to do is A, B, and C. Use these buzzwords, blah, 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 right? Get enough reports. Yeah.
It creates like a sense of entitlement almost.
Yeah, and
That's
it's
just search the Discord, no results, because it could have been deleted. Again, dude, Stefan, even if the information is faked, even if it was never on the Discord, I didn't see it, I'm not going to get involved in it, I don't care. And if anybody starts to have a moan about these things in the channel, right? Yes, I know, Stefan, but I could also say I'm a pretty fucking Brazilian girl from Ireland, right? You see where I'm going with it? Like, again, what you say, what is written in front of me might not be there or the truth or whatever. But it's information to go on that this stuff shouldn't happen anyway, right? It shouldn't happen anyway. Even if this part is fake, even if what you're saying is true, the topic is it shouldn't happen, right? More Jamaican, yeah.
Encouraging people to continue doing this, and what that does is it further
brigading,
floods their
gaslighting,
reporting
and
system.
cancel culture
that's going
is
to create
super
more issues
dangerous
for
right now.
CIG. Like something like this needs to be discouraged, and if there's
What's the proof
evidence
that
of
it
it
did
happening,
happen?
and it's brought
Well, what's
to
written here?
CIG,
Again, we're not talking about if this is real or not, guys. Like, I'm not purposely targeting the experienced team and going, they're all cunts. I'm saying in general, this is a cunty thing to do. It shouldn't happen at all. It doesn't matter if they did it or GrieferNet did it, Deadfrag or the G42. I don't give a shit who did it. All I'm saying is this should not happen. There should not be a way to start brigading your fucking opinions to people because they don't have the fucking intellect to do it themselves.
There should be some repercussion for it.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. Like we're talking about how this is wrong. The CAG, it's not. Here, let me just fast forward. Okay, I got some more evidence for you. Give me 1 second. So, where is it? Right here. Okay.
Alright, so we go through, before he even says, communications with Will CIG. Rationalizes people getting suspended for saying GrieferNet victory with guilt by associating with them. Yeah, I completely agree on that one, right? It's the same thing as if your organization has been told that they're on the firing line of some things. The last thing you do, even if you're not a part of it, is go, hey, I'm part of fucking GrieferNet. Because CIG will just go fucking, we can't be bothered to look for all the logs and stuff, right? Does this get saved in the VOD? It does, yeah. It does. It goes onto YouTube, guys. On Twitch, it won't be, but we have our YouTube channel, !VODS. GrieferNet with guilt by associating when emotions run high. Insinuates that CIG would rather go into people's private discords rather than boasting in global chat, confirms the spam, reporting brigading is not against TOS. It should be 100% against TOS. Xylo then goes to Sefer at 2:37 p.m. One last thing. It's something my community really wanted me to address. This is Sefer asking Xylo. During the latest wave of suspensions, there were accounts that were penalized for simply typing in GrieferNet victory in global chat without actually having precipitated in the action. Is chanting in that way in global chat something that would continue to be enforced on? Yes, by the way. Because again, and let's bring it up to where we have it here. They can terminate your account here, but also it says in the TOS, just an FYI, that we have, where is the fucking rules of conduct, right? Right, yeah. So harass, threaten, or directly inappropriate activity at any user of RSI service or any employee, partner, contractor, blah, blah, blah. This includes, for example, making personal attacks or threats of physical violence, spamming, or sending unwanted messages. So even though the message, and I will be openly here, isn't exactly fucking life-threatening, but it's the fact that you are chanting. You are chanting towards something that's happened. So it's like basically killing a group of people and fucking chest beating about it. So even though you have not actually done anything with it, because you've got involved by chanting, you are at liability as somebody who is causing harm to somebody else of the event. Now, I know, for example, it's just sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. But in the court of law, this is how it fucking goes down. If you are chanting GrieferNet victory in chat, you are actually breaking one of the rules of conduct by being associated with the attack that CIG have deemed as not allowed to happen. They've warned you in advance to not do it. So again, yeah, I agree. People should be fucking banned. Simple as that. You are breaking terms and conditions, right? Just say Medrunner victory instead. Yeah, exactly. But again, you have to, this is where you have to know how a TOS works. And the fact that CIG went out of their way to send you an email saying that, you know, blah, blah, blah and such, you know. Good thing I don't live in the UK. Why, caveman? What has it got to do with the UK, dude? This is a fucking global TOS, dude. Medrunner's victory, yeah, exactly. Is chanting in any way in global chat something that would continue to be enforced on? Again, this is a special situation where you've got to understand, guys. CIG said to not attack, and let me go back to where it is. I should really take screenshots. Here. They said your whole organization is up for the fucking chopping block in so many words. I'm asking you as the leader of GrieferNet to rein in your organization major distributions to large-scale events which can scale from, again, large-scale events. This scales from small to large, by the way. Not just large. It scales on everything because they've given you the final mark of major, large-scale events. So unless you're going to extra large, that's the only way of getting out of this nonsense here. They've given you the scale limit, which is large. That's from basically nothing to large scale. We are at the point where we deem this behavior of your organization excessive griefing and would like for you to consider this as your organization's initial warning. This means, wherever it was here, it's going back to, that applies to everyone in GrieferNet. Everyone. Even if it's alts or found out alts with IP and all that stuff, everyone is up for the chopping block because of this. I think I found the message on our Discord that we have translated and changed a little. Well, again, I don't care. Brigading is brigading, right? I'm not here to target GrieferNet. I'm not here to target Dead Frag or G42. We are literally looking at information that's in front of us and making an assessment as a neutral group. You know, where should CIG go with this? And also, where should GrieferNet maybe, you know, go covert for a little bit, you know, to die down on this? Because again, we've had four attacks within a month and a bit, and 2 have been after a warning.
Okay. So this is fast forward past the experience.
They've done loads of terrible stuff in real life, and it's not a group that we need around the game. Again, that's not for us to make that assessment, caveman caving, right? That's for CIG to do. As the company who owns this game, that is not for us to brigade in saying what is right or wrong. No, dude. No. This is where, again, like, come on, guys. Use some fucking, you know, intelligence. It's not up to you as a customer. You are not the fucking chief of command in CIG. You are just a consumer. If I go into a shop, I'm not allowed to pull my dick out and start sliding across the face of somebody, right? Just because I'm a customer. Again, it's CIG to make this assessment, not us. We pay to play, we don't call the shots. Exactly. So it's not the community, dude. You have to stop that. So afterwards then, Will replies to Sefer. I can answer that one. So they're obviously on a private Discord where all the CIG can see on it. That's cool beans. You know, there's many Discords that CIG do for this. So Will chimes in and goes, for this event, yeah, it was a bit on piling on rather a traumatic event for the lack of better words. Guilt by association is a thing when emotions run high. That's very true. And especially after such an extraordinary event. There's a time and place for all that, usually in the opponent's Discord. Exactly. Not in game. So here we go, guys. CIG are saying go and fucking chant and all that other stuff. We don't care if you're doing that in other people's Discords because that's for them to police it. But whilst we are literally on CIG's time, TOS and stuff, it is literally where, yeah, you will get fucking banned for being a part of it. You know? There's a time and a place for all that, usually in the opponent's Discord. Smack talk. Again, it's completely healthy in video games. But CIG are stating that no, we don't want you where you're fucking spamming a channel because again, that is breaching a TOS, which is under the TOS says not to spam. If you're spamming one or two words that are similar, again, here we are. We've got a break in TOS. You know? We will celebrate when they're going. If you think Griefernet are going to go, dude, I'm sorry, Caveman. You're completely wrong. CIG are not going to turn down brand new $45 accounts. I hate to tell you that. You can't stop this. You can't police it. You're not meant to. That's for CIG to deal with. You're meant to adapt and get on with things. Yeah. I'm not defending them, dude. See, you're turning my words around trying to gaslight me into your opinion. And I hate to tell you, dude, in my channel, I'm the law. You're wrong right now. And it's not me defending them. It's basically just having common sense. Well, lost a follow then? Dude, I don't give a shit, man. You're just a name on the internet. Who fucking cares about you? Who cares about me? You know what I mean? But I don't give a shit if you don't come back, dude. You're a fucking freeloader. And that's a joke, by the way. All right. If you don't want to come back, dude, that's fine. You're welcome back at any time, but come back with common sense, please. Stay for the discussion, yeah. So here we go. We go further on with that. We'll move on from this now. There's a time and a place for all that. On the opponent's Discord, the smack talking that you'll get in video games, blah, 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 blah. CIG are aware of it. I get it, but I just wouldn't recommend it when tempers are flaring. Again, CIG are being very fair, right? Very fair. The conflict itself is enough. The byproduct is a toxic atmosphere when one doesn't need to exist. Again, to all the Griefernet guys, I agree with CIG on this point. You can do the shit. You don't need to fucking run around with your pants hanging down and fucking chest beating, right? And I completely agree with CIG. There's just no need for it. You've already done the damage. Enjoy that damage and smack talk on other people's Discords about it. Or Twitter or anything like that that hasn't got anything to do with CIG. So I think that's fair. As far as flooding the ticket queue, no, it's not a TOS violation. Sadly. But again, Will has brought up TOS here, and I'm pretty sure I could go through it and it wouldn't be in there as spamming support tickets and stuff like that. Maybe if you were one person spamming it 20 times, yeah, it would be a consideration. But if it's like 40 different people sending in a message, well, I mean, at the end of the day, we want support to be working and we want it to be working right, you know? We can handle it as it established a healthy counter perspective, not blowing smoke here. There have been some very intelligent conversations here. To be frank, it may be marginally discouraging to any junior staff who get assigned to deal with the frontline queue duties, but ultimately work its way up to the senior staff who, again, it's the same as like any call center. It's like, you know, you've got a guy trying to fucking scam you and you're like, can I speak to your supervisor? And the guy just goes like that. Supervisor here. So you know what I mean? It's like, who is senior? Who, you know, is it just somebody doing junior stuff and then logging into their senior account, right? It's always with these things that it could just be completely different. But they're saying like basically they can handle the spamming, not to worry about it. It's for them to make an assessment on this by not being biased. And I think that's the biggest thing that we want to take from this, is that we don't ever want CIG to be biased. We don't want them to be against Griefernet or for Griefernet, if you know what I mean. We want it to be where it's logical that they're banning because they deem it really unhealthy, or they're like, oh, these guys are just fucking crying about Griefernet again. We'll just fucking bin it off, right? That's what we want from it. And I think Griefernet would be the same on this, or anyone. We want it where if you are doing something really fucking wrong, then yeah, you should be banned from it, especially after a warning. You are breaking TOS at that point. The most recent video on YouTube is from 2 years ago. What do you mean? In the case, I can see that CIG have asked, making reports, they had told what they should highlight. Well, again, that's the brigading stuff on it. Do you know what I mean? Like, if CIG are telling you this is how you want to get the hot words across, that's fair enough. What I dislike is that somebody is writing down something on a Discord, be it true or false, and they're brigading the idea into somebody's head, right? Only thing that don't bring TOS should be allowed. Yeah, as long as you don't break the TOS, it's completely fine. But this is where, again, we come back to where Deadfrag and G42, who's present just now, were like, CIG are vague. They don't need to be anything more than vague. Because that's how TOSs and companies work, guys. They don't need to give you a script on what you can and can't do. You have to basically deem it yourself. Should I do this? Is it worth my time breaking a TOS for? And that's what it is. When it's written down in blue and cyan, whatever the fuck, you've got the rules of conduct here. It's literally written down for you. It needs to be open to interpretation. Exactly. But also, CIGs shouldn't have to spend hours trying to go through it with you and be like, look, did you really need to attack the experience? Was it really important? Because that's what you would have to weigh up, right? What are you actually gaining out of killing the experience? What are you actually gaining out of killing the racing, right? That's the way that CIG are determining it too, Griefernet, by saying, look, did you really have to do that? What do you gain from shooting another player? Again, this is not shooting another player, Heavy Bob. If you think this is just your ordinary PvP, that's where you need to start being educated on what PvP is. It's player versus player. But why did you, or no, I shouldn't target you in essentially. Why is your group, or a group that you may be a part of, I don't fucking care, personally. Why are they going after the experience, right? Is that actually PvP? And I would say, yes, it is PvP, but also on the other thing is it PvP that needs to be happening in the game right now? No. You gain nothing from it. You don't get money. You don't get items that are worth, because we're going to be wiped until 1.0 and all that stuff, you know? It doesn't matter about why most ships have guns. Guys, again, logical thinking on this point. There is no reason to go after this event, apart from chest beating. And that's what CIG deemed worth of being banned for. PvP trolling, whatever you want to call it, right? At the end of the day, I look at it as not a big thing, but CIG does. When CIG gives you a warning, this is where, again, you should follow that, because you are breaching it. But again, what you get from it, Griefernet, right? What you get from it as an enjoyment is not other people's enjoyment. And you have to understand that, dude. And that's why TOSs are created. Now, if you are doing it over and over and again, but we're watching the data here, and clearly you have been warned by CIG that you've got to the limit of where, you know, it's getting too much. And in this information that's shown in this video, the attack was 4 times within the space of a month, right? Oh, of course, I'm not here to dictate on that. I'm saying that you had 2 events previously and then a warning. After that warning, that's where you should have nipped in the bud for a while, dude. That's where I agree with CIG. Beforehand, I agree with like attacking these events, day morale. That's not ban worthy. But it's the fact that at the point CIG said and gave you a warning as an organization, everyone present, to nip it in the bud, because look, we are getting spammed by shit and it's now like on the top of our fucking list, and maybe CIG have had enough of it. They gave you a courtesy warning, which we've seen in this video, and that's where you should have gone, right, we understand. But TheDarkLaw, they need a CV. Again, but after the first two, Carl, if you attack two events, day morale included, there's your CV. You don't need to go and fucking slaughter everyone in the fucking game to prove a point, right? And that's the way I look at it, is that until CIG got involved with a warning, it's fair game, guys. But after CIG warn you and are actually giving you valid details on this stuff, that you should be logically going, right, okay, maybe we're going a little too far now. Let's cool it off for a bit. That's on your prerogative to decide which is right and wrong. CIG have given you that limit, you went over the limit, it's fair game as far as I'm concerned. Is it right? No, I'm not going to be like, for me, I wouldn't give a shit, right? If I was CIG and I was the head of support and stuff, I wouldn't give a shit. If anybody sent in a moan about GrieferNet attacking me, I'd be like, it's a fucking sandbox video game, get fucked. But CIG are not TheDarkLaw, who's played EVE Online or done things in games, you know, that there's a way of looking at griefing and there's a way of not looking at griefing, right? But we're talking about CIG's rules on TOS, not TheDarkLaw's one, right? And that's a big thing. Maybe attack another PvP org and see who the winner and the losers are? Well, again, we don't want it to be like where, you know what I mean? Like, we don't want it where you have to do a certain thing, right? Let me just relaunch my chat here. What's that, guys? Seems that this thing doesn't like to fucking be spammed too much. Or maybe it's died. Actually, it looks like it's just died in general. No, as players, we were given, they have given us nothing to make an informed decision on what the fuck we can and can't do. Yeah, they did. They did, dude. What are you talking about? They literally did. They gave you, look, guys, I don't want to have to go back through this. You can watch the VODs. They gave you all the information that you ever needed, right? They went through clear and cut, like what's happening. And then here, it's important to note that many of the player-driven events encourage PvP scenarios, and we do love to see that type of emerging gameplay when it arises, but there are a lot of other layer that is often labeled as piracy, when in reality it's relentless pursuit to disrupt other players' fun. There is no reason for you to attack, and again, this is the way that CIG looks at it. There's no reason for you right now in the game to attack the experience or a racing track with PvPers. There just isn't. There's no reason. Now, do I care about it? No, I don't give a shit. I'm looking at it from the point of CIG and the point of you guys. The point is that you have been given a courtesy warning, something that most people wouldn't get, by the way, in a game. A courtesy warning saying, we deemed the behavior of your organization excessive griefing. We're at asking you as leader to rein it in, because we're now at the point where it's like, it's getting too much. You're doing it too often, yada, 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 right? And that's the way I look at it. You were given all the information, and then you continued to attack two things after. The fucking event on the 27th, and then this racing one, where you can see where you guys got banned. 8 players in the experience. 2 players were suspended because you were chanting, which is a breach of TOS, by the way. So that's clear as daylight in the TOS that you shouldn't be doing that. And then here you get 28 players suspended. You have done this after being warned. Like, what? Why do you need any more information than that? And that's to the GrieferNet guys, right? No, Snowy, right. There's no need to start fucking chanting shit in channel like that, okay, guys? Come on, grow the fuck up. And then don't even come in with that stuff as well, Snow. You guys will be fucking walked out the door here if you can't comply. There's no need to start fucking calling people dicks and start being little fucking children, right? Why not suspend for 1 year? Well, again, that would be up to CIG to determine that. The Enza thing was in August. Yeah, but again, you've had that sort of, again, I am only going on the information here that I have in front of me, Heavy Bob. I don't know the ins and outs, the Discords talked about stuff. You've got messages from fucking Xylo and all that shit. But when you have got a warning stating to cull it back, you cull it back, dude. Simple as that. Let me catch up here. It's all, again, 7 months, dude. It could be 10 years, Griefernet. CIG have not stated any otherwise. You have to go on the information that they give you, and you have to comply. If CIG turn around saying this is only for the next 2 months, then it's only for the next 2 months. But CIG don't need to give you in depth. They're literally stating things to you. The biggest one was giving you a scale all the way up to large, and that's from small to large, and the fact that it's getting too much. You're doing too much. Nip it in the bud. CIG warned you. A lot of 30-day blend players were never warned. Well, again, that's down to CIG for incorrect procedures, right? That's something I would then back the people who have been banned for 30 days without a warning. That's very bad. But that's a different thing on a different topic we're coming to. We'll eventually get to these things, right? Did anybody got PM'd or just suspension? Again, that's down for CIG and the people. But if there are people that were banned for 30 days without any warning, then that's bad on CIG. Suspension literally just means a 40 filler. Yeah, if it's the same thing with cheaters when you're talking it when people are like, oh, Griefernet or whoever will stop doing it because they're going to get their accounts banned. It's the same thing when you talk about cheaters in like Call of Duty. Do any of these people, and again, I'm not wanting to singly target a group, but obviously they are in question. Does anybody give a shit about a $45 account? You know what I mean? There's some people that have spent 150 grand on Star Citizen. You know? I don't think anyone gives a shit at that point. They'll just get more accounts, right? DarkLaw, I got hit for killing 2 people at the racing thing. Both of them were security. I was flying an A2 bomber and shot them. Did you kill any other people? And be truthful, Heavy Bob. Did you kill one of the racers? No, then you shouldn't be banned. As far as I'm concerned. But again, this is me talking. And what CIG deems is, like, again, I would be looking at logs. This is, again, I would... But does CIG want to go to this level, right? If they see, say, I'm going to use Dead Frag. Dead Frag's a racer. And Eldrick is a fucking PvPer in a security ship. And Heavy Bob only kills this ship, or Heavy Bob kills this ship. This one should be allowed because it's a security force versus... a PvP group, but this racer is collateral damage. But if you purposely avoid this one and go for that one, that's excessive griefing in the game. There's no reason for it. But if it's collateral damage where you drop an A2 bomb and it does it, because CIG have all these stats, then again, nobody should be banned for that. It's just collateral damage at that point. But if you have it where the data shows you got shot by other people and just went straight for the racer and ganked the racer and then flew away or died, that I would say is excessive griefing. Or griefing in general. But this is for CIG to determine like where they want to go with these things. For me as somebody that's an EVE player, it should be high detail before you start throwing out the fucking ban hammer. If Heavy Bob engages a security force and the A2 bomb kills a racer in the process, that's just collateral gameplay as far as I'm concerned. And doesn't deserve a 30-day ban. But again, we're pointing this out from being a neutral point of view, not DarkLaw's take on it, is that this is CIG's ruling. And to be fair, with the information I've got so far, it kind of feels like you went over what CIG was willing to let you get away with. Only stream sniping? Again, Jonas, stream sniping, like, Burks, right? Burks has come after, especially with his fucking Summit account at the time. Summit 1G killed me, and it was Burks, right? Came after my bounty. Burks is streaming, I'm streaming. How do you determine Burks doesn't have a fucking monitor open knowing where I am, right? You know? You can't Craig stream sniper. Like, it's just like, if you are streaming, you wait, like, you are literally given a portal to free intel at that point. You're playing an open game, right? You choose to stream, exactly. And I kind of feel like at that point, it's on you to like police it a bit better. Occupational hazard, exactly, yeah. I kind of feel like when you're like, streamer bro, back off. It's very much like just crying wolf. And I think if you can't handle being a streamer and people coming after you, then don't stream. Just make a YouTube video. Guys, how many, right, so hear me out on Griefernet, right? Because Griefernet have got their connections and stuff. Tell me, Griefernet, if somebody didn't stream it and you didn't find out about the event on a Discord and stuff like that, which is just metagaming, how many events would you actually be able to take out right now? You know what I mean? You wouldn't. So you're just, there's tools that are happening. If these guys just did video recordings and, you know, didn't openly invite people to come and watch and do stuff, I don't think you would kill any of them. So it's fair game. If you are willing to spread the word, right? Also breaking Twitch TOS. Again, you can't, again, guys, there is a blatant way of stream sniping where, like, if you're in Call of Duty, knowing where somebody is exactly, right? But if, again, I'll use it, if Burks is streaming and I'm streaming and Burks kills me, how do I know Burks doesn't have a fucking monitor open? Or if I kill Burks, how does Burks know I'm not got a fucking monitor open? Or somebody's on Discord whispering me fucking sweet nothings, right? See what I mean? Like, it's a cry wolf scenario to start going, I'm a streamer, you shouldn't affect me when I'm streaming at all, you know? It's just not healthy for the game if you're using it as a defense mechanism. Just stop streaming. It's very impossible to police, and it shouldn't be where, oh, I'm a streamer, somebody's attacking me. No, because this game is an open world sandbox MMO where PvP can happen at any time. CIG literally advertised this on their fucking website before you buy the game. They call it combat, but combat is literally PvP. PvE, PvP, PvX, whatever. But you gotta stop the crying streamer stuff, you know what I mean? Like, if you're getting ganked and, you know, it goes to the extent of where, like, people are crying about stream sniper in Arena Commander these days, and that's like, holy fuck, dude, you know? You gotta stop with it. Because again, how do you determine where I get my mother to turn on the stream, and she is streaming, playing Star Citizen, and somebody kills my mother while she's streaming in the game, and she goes, all right, time to fucking report bomb that person for attack. You know what I mean? Like, where does that rule lie? I'm a streamer, I shouldn't be touched, kind of thing. It's so silly. Like, I think people just need to sort of stiffen up and just get used to it. Do we suggest we contact Sieg to tell them our sources? Well, let's get back on topic, guys, okay? That we're, again, whoever's chiming in on this, we're at the stage where CIG has warned Griefernet to not get involved in anything. And again, if you haven't worked it out when they said major scale or large scale, that literally gives you the scale from 0 to large. It doesn't go large to small, by the way. Or if it was extra large on top of that, or you could justify it as extra large, you could get away with them saying these things. Again, they are literally giving you a scale not to get involved in stuff, be it that it's 7 months apart, which, again, I would count that as a bit crazy. Like, from my opinion, yeah, I would agree with Griefernet on that 7 months apart or 8 months, that's where I deemed, again, I'm very interested to see how many warnings CIG were doing. and how many attacks were in between? Because obviously, I don't know what GrieferNet gets up to. I've been very busy this summer. But is GrieferNet killing 1 or 2 players and then a month later attacking an event and then 7 months later attacking another event? I don't see that as ban worthy personally. I kind of feel like that's just trying to sweep it under the floor at that stage. But let's dive into it more.
Is intentionally flooding your ticket queue for a single issue against the TOS, and as you can see out here outlined in red, I will. It is not against the TOS.
Yeah, because again, we
Flooding
want
the
support
ticket
tickets to
queue
come
is
in.
not against the TOS.
If they're
So it
toxic
just seems
support
like
tickets, you can't do anything about that. But I would rather have support, like toxic support tickets, come in to CIG where they can make an assessment on it than people not reporting and we end up with fucking cheaters left, right, and center, right? I don't want people to be scared to report, but I also don't want it to be like, yo, I just got ganked. Report them for me, you know?
I mean, why not?
Well, again, I just
Good question.
I just brought that up. Like, if they're still in the chat, you can't have it one way. I would rather support tickets come in, be it negative support tickets, then you have to look at it. If it's 40 negative support tickets, that's not bannable. If it's 40 negative support tickets from one person, that could be classed as TOS breaching. And yeah, they could be banned. That's the way you've got to sort of weigh it up. Is it 40 support tickets that are negative towards GrieferNet, report bombing because they're report bombing, or is it one individual spamming the shit out of CIG? If it's one person spamming that at CIG, then yeah, they should be totally banned. But we don't want to tell people not to report because other issues down the line can happen from that. CIG have to determine, is it a toxic little shit or is it somebody that's actually being legit? That's for the company to decide.
Is that wrong? To think that
no, because
purposely
it does feel
abusing
like,
the system is wrong.
I was going to say it feels like an abuse of like a dedicated system
again,
that could be
you
used
got to
for
look at it
something
two
else.
ways. Is it a
In
group
fact,
of
I'm a
people
little bit
abusing,
surprised
or is
that,
it
like,
one
CIG
individual?
hasn't created like an integrated
abusing it?
report system. Like,
now, I agree, the one individual should be punished, but I'm not going to punish a group of people who are reporting support tickets, be it that it's toxic. You know, I would rather they come in and CIG have to weigh up the odds.
we're still relying on what, Spectrum at this point? I think that's an issue, right?
No, I completely agree. They're not ready to deal with it. But this is where, again, I am not shit talking GrieferNet. I am not siding GrieferNet. I'm not siding with the people who are doing this podcast or shitting on those people in the podcast. You know, at the end of the day, this is all information that makes this game better, right? It's not about telling people not to report. It's telling people not to abuse. Dude, mankind is abusive in all ways where they use alcohol and other things to fucking get through their life, dude. You know what I mean? How are you going to stop people from abusing when we're a race of abusers to begin with? You know? We're all sinners. Yeah, exactly. Like, how are you going to do that, dude? How do you stop people? Like, again, this is where you would see somebody constantly report bombing one individual and be like, right, well, this guy's a little cunt. He's just fucking telling tales all the time, right? But if it's a group of people, 40 random people report bombing is healthier than one person spamming 40 times, in my opinion. Oh yeah, Blamsmith, I completely agree. But this is where, again, this is where CIG really needs to start thinking about, especially when there's always the talks of 1.0 and other things like that. This is where CIG needs to have a guideline. Now, obviously with these gentlemen, they don't need to have the descriptive, massively unvague TOS. No TOS has what these guys are asking for, by the way. Again, you can go and look at the TOS on the website or look at any other game company TOS. They don't have to have it in high detailed description of what you do and can't do. You've got to make your own assessment on that. And if you feel that you're going too far, or CIG or any company warns you about this, that you're going too far, that's when you need to nip it in the bud. That's just my way of looking at things. Should it even be in that stage to begin with? No. But again, I'm not CIG.
It doesn't make any
here's my
sense.
fear about an embedded report
CIG is like a
system,
special
too.
need person. Well, we don't need to go that far in an assault, right? They're not. It's a company that's learning its way as it's in development. As far as I'm concerned, 90s, you shouldn't be playing this game at all right now. In any other game company that's in development, you would not be playing this apart from Q&A or a select group that get to go in, right? So that's on CIG for doing it this way. And it's open. And because of it's open, they've got to sort of change the rules on the fly when needs assess, right? And you can't blame CIG for that. You can only blame who designed the original way of doing this game, which is open development. So when stuff like this happens, not to target GrieferNet, but when you have a group of individuals that are playing on the line boundary that CIG deems okay, and CIG are like, shit, are we being cunts, or we actually should let them get away with it and just tell all these other fuckers to shut up? They're trying to assess where they want it to go. Because again, this game eventually is going to have thousands of players attacking thousands of players at any given time. Do I have to get a fucking, consent form signed before I play this game from every player kind of thing? And CIG don't need to do that. They just need to have a vague TOS which you agree upon, and that's you signing that shit. But whilst we're in this stage, CIG are trying to see where they fucking want to go with it before it becomes an issue, right? Which I don't see as an issue personally, but I'm not CIG. So CIG have warned, saying it is now getting a bit of an issue. That's where I look at it, that I would agree with CIG, where you should have nipped in the bud and cooled off for a bit, But again, that's my take on it.
Like, what are they gonna? We want to cut down on manpower to deal with these reports, right? But so what are they gonna do? They're gonna put an automated system in.
Yeah, completely nick and night. That's the logical way of looking at it. That even if something you disagree with, at the end of the day, if CIG have said enough is enough, that's where you have to go as a human being. Enough is enough, right? And we'll come back, we'll speak to CIG, maybe discuss and be like, look guys, DarkLaw says it's not a big deal and he does a lot of killing. Other content creators are like this. Maybe be like, well, there's just an individual group of people are like the anti-GrieferNet, right? You've got GrieferNet who are just trying to play the game and have fun and have the laughs, at the expense of others. Who fucking cares? It's the same thing we do in real life, right? But at the same point, you've got the anti-GrieferNet who are just full-blown wanting to get these guys out of the game. Which is worse at that stage? A group that are just playing the game to try and have fun and find the boundaries that they're allowed to play the game, or the group that are targeting the group to get them out the game for just being the group that plays the game to begin with whilst playing the game? See where we go with it? It starts to get a really rocky road of who's right and who's wrong. At the end of the day, if CIG tells you to jump 10 and you don't want to jump 10, then you go elsewhere.
Penalties are dished out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what could be done to prevent a mass report?
Yeah, that's actually a good way of looking at it so far. You can splash your sister at the pool, and once dad says that's enough, you stop or you get smacked. Yeah. You know what I mean? And again, CIG have been really courtesy of doing a lot more than even I get the advantage of. Again, with Sepher message here and Will replying, they've got Xylo and Will in talks, and they get a fucking nice email sent. I'm sorry guys, I am team CIG at this point, because they've done more than you deserve as far as I'm concerned. But on the same case, it should be, if you've overstepped the boundary, it should be a fucking written warning. If you do it again, it's a written warning. If you do it again, it's a fucking 3-day ban. If you do it again, it's a 7-day ban. If you do it again, it's a 30-day ban. And if you do it again, it's a permaban. That's how it works. I used to work at Jolt back in the day for a games mastering Saga Risem, and we had a 10-point system before banning somebody permanently. And I kind of feel like CIG sometimes maybe skip a few steps. And especially if you guys agree for now are saying it was 7 months in between these events, that kind of justifies that it shouldn't go straight to a perma ban, in my opinion. It should have been where it's a warning. But again, I don't know the information between you and CIG. That's the hardest point to take on this.
Reports.
I think
it would have to
ideally-
be part of code of conduct at that point, right?
Well, I would think that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But again, how
Sorry,
do you deal with a situation where you guys strike an event and then everybody maybe there was stream sniping. I don't know. That's one of those weird things that's really hard
Yeah,
to
again,
prove
like
in like
I
reports
think
unless someone
everyone who actually does PvP and not cry about PvP, I don't think any streamer goes, fucking streamer will break off, right? Like I look at it as just content or these sort of things happening. It's such a weird thing to like use stream sniping
is
as a weapon in a game like
continuously
Star
like
Citizen.
following someone on
If
the
it was like
server
Call
or
of
I
Duty
don't
super
think
and
it's
stuff
that
like
hard to
that, it's
prove. I
different.
think like one of the things is that if the reports all follow a specific pattern and they all come in all at the same time, I think that's pretty obvious.
Well, here,
Right?
let me.
It is and it isn't. Because again, see, this is where like brigading is a really dangerous thing. This to me does feel like brigading at a point, but also again, were all the emails coming in on the same day, the same hour, the same week? You know what I mean? Or was it just individuals sort of like spreading out? Now, if it was 40 emails within the same day of it happening, I would have to call brigade at that point, because the common like average of this whole group having the exact same time to send near exact same email and stuff like that, you know what I mean? That would be where CIG would have to go through and be like, whoa, this seems awfully sketchy. Too many emails coming in at the same time. But should you be punished for that? No, I would have to disagree. If you're an individual spamming 40 times, or that should be a TOS violation. But if you're somebody out of a group of 40, no. Because it could be their first time. You know what I mean? This is where everyone should have a warning at least. The point of me being on the podcast was to be critically on the way of them handling the situation. I'm aware that they can do whatever they want on a whim. If you, Darklaw, think that in the sandbox game blanket, preventing attacking player events is rightly bannable. No, I don't. I don't think it's rightly bannable. But what I'm saying is you were warned. But then afterwards, you should be banned. But if you're saying that the events took place between 7 months, then I would have to counter what I said previously and say they should have warned you again within that limit, right? If that's the true information. So you did two things as a group and then you were warned. You did the event and then Daymar Rally, then you were warned and then you attacked afterwards and you had some banning, right? That I feel is fair for CIG to do so. But for CIG to openly ban you 7 months later without warning, if this is the truth of it, seen different things from it, then I disagree on CIG on that take. And I'll just call you Sapphire because, you know, you were on the podcast. So that's the way I look at it. I don't think anyone should have been banned, personally. I think there should have been warnings. And not just, we're warning you, the next time you do it, full fucking ban. No, it should be assessed on what you're actually doing, what's involved at the time, how many individuals are you affecting, and that's the way it should be looked on upon it. But again, if if it is true, it was 7 months in between, you should have had a first and second warning as protocol within all games, and then you go to a 3-day ban. Straight to 30 days is fucking nuts. Absolutely fucking nuts. So I don't agree upon CIG doing that with the one we saw here, with the racing one straight to 30 day. I do agree you should have had a warning or a mild ban, like 3 days or something like that. But if it's 7 months apart, straight to 30 days, no, that's very unhealthy for CIG to do it that way. But again, it's up to them if they want to do it that way. I can't change that opinion.
Let me bite back on that a bit, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
So here's what Xylo said.
Well, that's also a very big thing, right, Jonas? So, for example, in the UK, when you pass your driving test, if you get 12 points, I don't know what it's like in other countries, but if you get 12 points, you lose your driver's license. You then can reapply for your driver's license and it wipes your clean slate gone. You don't have 12 points remaining on your account after you've lost your license and you've regained the license. So the way I look at it, if CIG had banned these individuals and they didn't have any banning between 7 months, they should have not got a 30-day ban. That is excessive banning, if you want to call it that way. It should have been warnings beforehand, but we'll get into see if there were warnings or not. No one is trigger happy in banning people, and if group punished it too far, or if any group pushed it too far, they would be engaged with discussion, not just an outright kick to the curb. So again, this is what I would have to ask, especially Cypher, is when you were banned, or the group banned, and it was 7 months, was there any information between that? Before we get on within the video, was there any information that said you've done, you know, such and such? Or was it straight to a 30-day ban, without word, without mess, you know? Yeah, but I thought that was before, like, again, it's a little vague with this timeline, because we've seen the warning before. Is this chat after the warning or before the warning? SE mods are indeed trigger happy. That's a straight light. Again, that's up for you to have that opinion, Cornholio. I am not getting involved in that. We're just having a friendly discussion on where I would like to see CIG improve on things, but also agree on CIG's method in some ways. So if they were in discussion, then I kind of feel like CIG should have been not giving full details on things, but being outright as time limits and stuff like that. So Silo says, just outright kick to the curb, infiltration, espionage, can't speak, are fully intended, you can read the fucking word there, guys, intended to be viable playstyles in Star Citizen. And guess what? There's a lot of people who are going to be upset when they realize this, because there's a lot of folk out there claiming griefing when it's not. Right, that seems fair to me.
Said in y'all's stream chat during that episode with Still,
I remember.
I outlined.
Did Elder
you know,
get a Pat Sharp? Yeah, we've already said it's very George Michael 80s.
Infiltration, and this is the first time they said this to us.
Yeah.
Infiltration is a viable playstyle. In fact, they have infiltration as one of the categories you can select as like something that you can label a new
Stupid
org
brain.
when you create an org. It's like a list of categories that you can select, kind of label your org. Infiltration is one of them.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, metagaming, in my opinion, is completely fine. If you are the racing team on an open Discord, or the the experience team, and you openly say, look, we are going to be playing the game at such and such time, doing certain such and such things, please don't come and catch us. That, I'm sorry, but you would have to, like, you need to have better OPSEC at that point. You're openly inviting a ganking, as far as I'm concerned, as an ex-EVE player. And somebody who plays Star Citizen. Now, should you? That's something that CIG are obviously, like, thinking upon. Should you kind of weigh up? But they don't really have that written in any rules. So as far as I'm concerned, this is where, instead of a 7-day ban, there should have been written warnings.
Yeah, and
is this okay? So
yeah,
is
metagaming
this
will
on
always be a
the,
part
like,
of it.
Robert Space Industries like web pages. Is it under like an official document? Where would that be? That would be.
See, this is where we start getting crazy, right? The fact that there's a private conversation going on outside of CIG's spectrum is already a very worrying thing for me. Now, I think it's cool. Before I shit talk, I think it's cool that Xylo and Will are in discussions with GrieferNet on a Discord and stuff like that. That's cool. Should it be done that way? No, I don't think any CIG employee should be on anyone's Discord having private discussions about things instead of it being on a recorded system at the company, right? So I appreciate that Xylo's going overboard and, you know, having a discussion with people. That's really cool. Do I agree upon it? No. It should be an official thing on an official fucking Discord where it's logged and every motherfucker can read it so that they understand these things, right? It should be on a website. Completely agree. And this is where I would like, not to, again, shit on Xylo, but this is where I would like CIG to change their ways. They have to, if you do not want people having cloak and dagger shit, or people as community going, well, they're metagaming, it's breaking the rules and stuff, then CIG should also not be doing the same thing. Because I look at a conversation like this, as harmless as it is classed as metagaming. They have inside information that we don't get. Now, we can always go, well, this is how it's going to be, right? But it's the fact that literally Xylo has said infiltration espionage are fully intended to be viable playstyles in Star Citizen. Where the fuck is that written on the website that says it's allowed, right? So I love how Xylo is doing this. I wish it was just done a different way where everyone knew about this information, right? If CIG want us to never attack a player again, just tell us to no uncertain terms and I will quit the game. I would completely agree with you on that, right? But you also have to look at this way, that in the time right now is that CIG doesn't, right, this is a really bad way of it. CIG doesn't want you guys to do it right now because it can affect marketing and stuff like that. But when the game goes 1.0, they'll probably go the same way as EVE Online and not give a shit. That's what you have to sort of assess on it, is that whilst they're building their terms and conditions, they're building on what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable. They're kind of like throwing the white flag out to you guys saying, look, can you just cool it off for a bit until we figure out how we're going to do this, because we like what you're doing, but obviously there's a lot of fucking crybabies going on this, right? So I would agree with you that, yeah, a little bit more information would be nice, but it doesn't need to be any more descriptive than what they've said. Dude, I completely agree with you. It's very sad, but that's the world we live in now, dude. And unfortunately, as I make out with all these things, I personally think what this is not me defending Griefernet. This is somebody with 9 years experience in EVE Online killing every motherfucker I came across and taking their corpse and putting it into a fucking can and getting death threat emails in games saying they're gonna come and kill me and my fucking partner and stuff like that. I've had to deal with all that shit and it's never fazed me. Unfortunately, nowadays, people don't remember it's a video game. And that they are literally what we like to call on this channel the Patrick Swayze baby syndrome. That they are waiting for Patrick Swayze to come in, aka CIG, and ask them to dance instead of dancing themselves. And that's the best terminology I can ever come up with the Star Citizen community. Is that they are baby sitting in the corner waiting for Patrick Swayze to come and get you. And I hate to tell you guys, Patrick Swayze's dead. So start doing it your fucking self. But that's my take on it. That's not me backing Griefernet, but that's just literally how the fucking game is. Stop waiting for somebody to ask you to dance and dance your fucking self, right? But how CIG go with that is a different story, right?
Is that
It's when you're creating your org.
Oh, you're talking about the subsection. But they should.
But here's the thing too: is they can't be like.
To be honest, I think Xylo was actually talking about metagaming in this point. That didn't come across as org creation for me. That came across as CIG saying metagaming is intended for this game.
Oh well, we mean infiltration. That's not through metagaming because there's no internal like mechanics.
There's no system to.
There's no system.
Yeah, there's no system to monitor it. And you did have a message saying where. Like smack talking, where was it here? They literally stated, there is a time and a place for all of that, usually in opponent's Discord, aka smack talking and chest beating. CIG want you to chest beat, just not in the game, right? They want you to do shit and sort of covert disappear kind of shit. But they don't want you to be like spamming the channel like Goons used to do it in EVE Online, spamming the fucking stuff. And CCP didn't like that shit, right? So they're literally openly saying, do it in your opponent's Discord, do it in your own Discord, because it's got fucking nothing to do with us. And then this part here is stating infiltration and espionage are fully intended to be viable because we don't give a shit what people do on their own Discords. It's got nothing to do with CIG at that point. But if you do it in game, then it's a CIG problem, right?
They use for the game,
and that
now,
would be
right?
the chanting, basically, which is again a breach of TOS. When you look at it here, harassment, threaten, or directly inappropriate activity, that would call spamming here, because they literally say repeated spamming or sending unwanted messages. The unwanted messages doesn't need to be my dick's bigger than yours, or you've got a gaping. Okay, I'll stop with there, right? Brain's going overload. But the point being is, if you're chanting something that affects somebody after something happens, as in grief or net, you know, whatever, that does breach the TOS, by the way, in law.
All accustomed to this whole Discord, like we
Asshole,
have
yeah.
PFPs
Everyone's got an
designed
asshole.
for the org
Giving asshole.
through Discord, right? It's so you're not going to be able to just tear everybody away from Discord completely
Yeah.
anyway, right?
Yeah, that's
The people
that's
are going to
good
continue doing their event planning through it and stuff like
You
that.
can't
So
stop it.
it's not
CIG
as
can't
if
stop it,
that
and they
would
should never
suddenly
be
change
enforced
overnight.
to stop it.
Yeah, but like,
Okay.
so if you guys want to talk about reputation, I'm like, oh well, Griefernet has a reputation of stream sniping. We have a reputation of infiltrating as well.
Yeah, exactly. See, this is where it's like my take would be is what Griefernet does is not wrong, but on the same time, there was a warning. They got banned, and then it should follow into well, after a period of time, it should be back to the fucking 6 rule. Warning, 3-day, 7-day, 30-day permaban. But if you have like 2 or 3 months in between that, and you've not done anything to anyone, then it's just, well, it should go back to a fucking reset as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
But that's
like
Well,
CIG
you have a
sadly
reputation
to
of
set
pissing
up.
people off.
Does Griefernet
well,
stream
that's just the
snipe?
result of
maybe my
PvPing
question
people
for you
who
is
don't
for-
want to be PvP'd.
Dead Frag goes, does Griefernet stream snipe? Oh yeah, we openly stream snipe. Yeah, guys, we do it, What a fucking
But
question
does
is that?
does Griefernet stream snipe as like a method of like tactic for like espionage?
Yeah, guys, we totally stream snipe. Shit, guys, quickly, delete the VOD.
For operations, no, there have
for
been
operations?
individuals who have stream sniped. Yes.
Yeah, again, that's you are not Griefernet. Sefer cannot police his organization to not watch a stream whilst they're playing a video game. That's on for the individual, not a target towards Griefernet. That if CIG deem a stream sniper breaching TOS, whatever, right? That's on them. But there's no way, look at this way, right? What happens if the whole of, this is an insane scenario, but it's how it could happen. You have a LAN party, which is kind of a WAN party, if there's such a thing. And every single person of Griefernet is inside a fucking room, all on their PCs connected to one internet. And only one of them is playing, but the 20 other people in the room, let's just say it's 21, are watching a stream and not playing the video game. Is that individual playing the game surrounded by 20 other stream monitors stream sniping? Or are they just distracted by information that's coming out? This is where stream sniping, crying about stream sniping in a game like Star Citizen is very sketchy. Now, if it was Call of Duty where it's 6v6 and they knew exactly where you were around the corner and they're not using a cheat system, that's stream sniping. But if you're in a game of 100 people and they're moving around and they've got the intel of your location, yeah, streamer bro, back off, then it's not stream sniping. It's literally like, all right, we're watching Salty Mike. Yeah, he's left there. Am I stream sniping? No, I'm watching the phone, looking at dog pictures. You don't know that, do you? But if I was like, yeah, he's there. Go. And it's a fucking cat video that I'm watching. What is the truth behind it? Unless CIG are literally behind the shoulder of somebody, how can you cry stream sniping? It's either they're doing it or they're not doing it, but you can't enforce a way where it's like, oh, we definitely know they're stream sniping. You have no fucking clue. There's coincidences and stuff like that. What if I'm watching... Yeah, that's anti-stream sniping, Scarlet, right? Streamer bro, back off. Exactly. Guys, I think I might get a t-shirt made with streamer bro, back off for CitizenCon and walk around with it. I'm very tempted at this point now. It's starting to become a worthy meme, almost on the same scale as Harambe. It's that good. But yeah, going back to it, like, crying about stream sniping is just like, it's impossible to dictate. Because again, to bring in some names, Puppeteer was in Arena Commander, killing players. Avenger 1 came into his lobby, and then got killed by Puppeteer, and Avenger 1 cried stream sniper to Puppeteer whilst he's live. And we have images and logs of him joining the lobby after we had been in the lobby or Puppeteer had been in the lobby for like an hour plus. So again, it's like, this is where it's like you could maybe come across as legit, but most of the time you're just crying for no fucking reason. And that's where it can be very, very dangerous.
So how can we rely on that as like a viable playstyle if that's also against TOS? Because stream sniping has been listed under what that the excessive griefing post. It's not like the most. It's just as vague as everything else they posted, but it's
under also the TOS guys. Just an FYI.
I'll post it there.
If somebody's caught, if they have evidence of stream sniping, like an individual stream sniping, we don't contest that at all. So
yeah, I gotcha.
How? one minute. How would you ever be able to fucking know, right? Okay, let me get this up here. Where am I? Let's see. Who am I following? Right? There's Salty Miker playing Star Trucker. Okay? Listen, guys. I'm stream sniping. So unless a streamer goes like this, he's over there, guys, on stream. How the fuck do you get evidence? Guys, I'm totally stream sniping Salty Mike right now. Look, you can see. I'm watching Salty Mike. Like, unless somebody actually does that, how the fuck would you ever be able to get information saying that this person was stream sniping?
In terms of infiltration and espionage, which is allowed,
people need inspiration, Chad.
Like,
you know
what happens when you infiltrate?
Winter's coming.
And how similar it can look like to stream sniping. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
when you're infiltrating, you know where they're gonna be.
Yeah.
What time it's gonna happen?
Exactly.
What server? When they're. The exact moment that they go.
Because everyone gives the information, right? Let's prove this, right? Let me quickly fucking go to this screen. Bring up here. Let's go to Twitter. Let's fucking just a quick thing. So hashtag #StarCitizen, right? So here we go. Hopefully this won't get me fucking obliterated by cheekiness. Go back to here. So here's the latest from hashtag #StarCitizen, right? Let's go down here. Let's quickly look to see if there's any events being reported on Twitter. Look, there we go. This is a streamer giving you the schedule of when they're going to be playing #StarCitizen. #StarCitizen, I'm literally playing on Wednesday at 4 p.m. EST. Right, well now I know you're going to be in the game roughly between 4 p.m., right? So am I stream sniping or premeditative stream sniping? Because I literally use a tool like Twitter to find out somebody's fucking information, right? Experience today, Soul Voices. If you missed the latest podcast, you know what I mean, right? People put down information. Look, here we go. There's a podcast, a YouTube, Twitter stats, all that stuff. Everyone always puts information out. Let's see if we can actually find somebody making an event. To prove that it's not difficult to find. Oh god, Greasy Khaleesi. Greasy Khaleesi's in a really bad mood, by the way. Different topic. Greasy Khaleesi is going off on one. Like, absolutely lost the pot this time. Doesn't look like they're too happy. Let's see. This might actually be a channel. Look, streamer going live. Hankin, wonderful Hankin, going live. When they're going live, when they'll be in the game, what game they're gonna play. You see what I mean? It's not so much where you're streaming and people use your stream to find you. It's not difficult to get information. And I'm only using quick tool for Twitter, right? Imagine what you've got in your Discord or what you have planned. You know what I mean? Obviously videos. We're looking for like an event, but again, this is where trying to find something where maybe people are like Daymar Rally, right? I should really actually look at Daymar Rally. Or another example here would be, let me just fucking go to here. We're gonna look at Atmo Esports, right? Atmo Esports. The wonderful Atmo Esports. So again, even though this is a completely different thing and it's not going to be in game, but look, they have their fight to fight. They're literally showing all their tournaments. And it goes down to the part, look, you know, 20th of October, but also Daymar Rally, right? I doubt we'll see anything recently. Let me just fucking Scribble down, scribble down, scribble down, scribble down, scribble down. Like, we're gonna have to go back a few fucking months, I think. Like here, right? There's the event with the Avengers stuff, right? For Fight for the Kids. Look, all the content creators that are announced, and they're going to be doing an event. Now imagine if they had been in game and not in Arena Commander. They're literally advertising intel to groups of people what to do. Again, this is a very sort of vague example, but if this shit is plastered on Twitter, people don't need to literally watch your stream to find out information. They just need to know what server you're on, where you're going to be, what time you're at on it. They don't even need to watch your fucking stream, man. It's just so fucking cringy that people use streaming as like a weapon where it's like, yeah, I'm streaming, so obviously they're watching my stream. Look, dude, when you're sitting with fucking 2 viewers, only your mum and dog are watching you. Calm the fuck down.
To the server, okay? You know everything. You don't need to stream tonight. You don't need to leverage streams.
Exactly.
We
Okay.
like.
Can tell. I don't know. From what I can tell, it's just not okay with you guys doing any if you're.
I would agree with that. I would agree. It kind of feels like CIG are sort of like, we want this sort of gameplay to happen, but maybe GrieferNet takes it too far. It comes across to like somebody at TheDarkLaw that doesn't see it as harmful. It's just part of the game. Where do we set up the rules for it? You know what I mean? And then obviously Sepher is like, I would like to be told if I can't do this shit, I'll just quit the game. Which, to be honest, is a very reasonable request. I enjoy Star Citizen. I enjoy playing with GrieferNet. I enjoy doing what we do as a group. And obviously these are words from Sepher, right? But I don't enjoy not knowing where I stand within the game because there are, aka, too many people who cry about things that are just not worth crying about right now, in my opinion. Like, it would be more important about cheaters or something like that. And I think that's very fair to have for CIG to be like, right, you know what? We're going to give you like a 5-point guide. This is to everyone, not just GrieferNet. If you're caught doing this sort of gameplay more than once a month, we're going to start looking into things. And I think that would be really fair if they did it that way. They might not do it that way. They might change it out or whatever. But that would be a nice guideline for players to know in general. They don't have to do it, but it would be nice if CIG are going to this extent of DMing people and talking to people on Discords and in really nice emails. Again, the one that was sent to Boxy or Boxer, that's a really nice email from the CIG. You know?
I mean,
but on the website
like,
would be cooler, right?
Just stop.
I mean, they just want you guys to
Just don't play the
stop
game is what they're
doing
trying
it.
to say.
And
I don't think they're wanting. No. See, I would disagree with you guys on this. Where I don't think CIG are openly saying GrieferNet, we want you to completely stop. I think they're trying to make it where you sort of like go cold for a bit until they can work out what the fuck to do with it. I generally think they're just in a bubble right now where they need to either drop the law down on the game and all players, not just GrieferNet, or be like, right guys, all the people who are crying, you need to sort of shut the fuck up now.
You know what? I would be willing to bet that part of the reason why they're so tough on you guys is partially because of the flood of reports they're getting.
I would agree.
And I think that problem comes from encouraging that.
I personally don't think it's actually what GrieferNet are doing. I'm openly say this. I don't think it is. I think it's the fact that they need to try and figure out how to fucking make people rip off the fucking band-aid of this game that CIG have caused. If you go back to when we started to lose modules, we lost, like, you had to spend 65k a torp on an Eclipse and stuff like that. We actually had a risk versus reward, and then for some reason, CIG covered this game in bubble wrap, and everyone who buys the game right now is in this mindset of a bubble wrap world. And I think that's where CIG needs to assess it. And unfortunately, just to bring in the name, GrieferNet cause more than other groups, and they're not sure how to do this yet. They're not sure how to remove the band-aid and tell people to simmer the fuck down, or also on the other hand say, right, you guys are too extreme, this is not what we want from the game. You either have a choice to play it with our rules, or we're going to, you know, permanently ban you, or you walk away. And I think that would be fair for CIG to start really nailing this down, especially with 4.0, especially with Pyro, especially with way more content creators coming in, with more people running events, which, to be honest, if you're running an event in Pyro and you don't want to be attacked, I kind of want to say, well, that's your own fucking fault at that point. You know what I mean? Well, I know they have to do that dog patty, but also at the same point is eventually the money will run out, and eventually we'll be in this bubble where we don't know how to play the game because everyone who does PvP is too scared to do anything because there's no actual guide to how it should be. They don't have to have a super restrictive, like as I said throughout this react on it, is they don't need to be super like detailed on it. That's for us to make an assessment on the TOS, but also none of this stuff is written on a website, and that would be cool.
Through just, I mean, it's like,
A
oh, it's
5-point
okay that you
guideline
guys
is all
are
that players need.
abusing that system,
And it doesn't
so
need to be like
making
full
it worse,
description.
and they're blaming you for that. Now, yeah, I don't know. So I mean, I think that's part of the problem.
I mean, when you say that, does that not seem just so wrong? Like, oh, you're breaking
Yeah,
the rules.
I would agree with you on that
when
one, yeah.
people are complain about you enough.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's why the vagueness concerned all of us, because at some point, like I said,
they're vague.
We're
Dispatch
going to
says on
attack
YouTube, they're
people
vague
or
on
events
purpose.
or
They
whatever's
are, yeah.
happening on server meshing, because
Exactly.
that's where there's something to do. And then on top of that, if more of the game is put together, what does that mean? You have
The latest ban wave, we hit a group we have never hit before. We simply stayed at the racetrack and let their security come to us until they left the server, and that was it. No hanging campaign, 30 day. Yeah, see, I that is where I would side with Griefernet, because that's not acceptable as far as I'm concerned. Especially if you are telling the truth, where it was 7 months in between the sort of warning and stuff like that. That should be a warning, 3-day, 7-day, 30-day, and if you continue, permaban at 0.6. That's a basic way of doing report systems and stuff. Especially, again, I was part of Jolt, literally, I think it was like, what, 20 years ago, doing GM stuff, you know? And that's where, again, it needs to be where it needs to be set in stone. And if you get banned for 7 days, because it said that you had that in the screenshot where you had a group of people banned for 7 days, and then you're saying it was 7 months apart, it shouldn't just go straight to 30 days. It should be a reset. If you are good players for 6 months, you know what I mean? Well, I'm not going to chant reverse the bans. That's up to CIG at the end of the day, right? But from my personal opinion, I think it's too excessive. That is literally, we're going to give you 30 days because we don't really know how to do this. That's how it comes across to me. The same people were not in all. Well, again, you have to look back on the information, Heavy Bob, that CIG did say a very courtesy email saying, we are now addressing this as the whole of Griefernet. Now, the question would be, and this is a bit of a little twist on it, if everyone in Griefernet left Griefernet and did it individually, what would then happen, right? Because I think when you start targeting an organization that could be alts and stuff like that, that's when it could get really sketchy. This is going back to where I don't think that people should be punished for sending in 40 people sending in a report bomb, basically, should not be punished. But somebody individually sending in 30 reports, 40 reports should be, because they're wasting time. Hey Roy, how you doing, dude? It's so sketchy, and this is where, like, again, they don't need to be descriptive with their information. They just need a guideline.
You have a server with a ton of people in one location. We go in and hit them, and we have a ton of loot and stuff we can sell.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's more encouraging.
Yeah.
So who's to say we're not going to get mass reported when we don't do...
See, this is where I completely agree with this. The experience, for example, in my mindset, is literally killing a group of rich players on an experience that they spent, what, 20 million to get on the fucking ship or something daft like that? So we've got lots of money in asset going on the thing. I look at in the future that you would infiltrate the experience, capture them, and ransom them, and all that stuff, right? Now, that's how I look at it in the game. However, I also go back to the point of, is it necessarily required for you to do that gameplay now? No. And I think that's what CIG look upon. But I would also want them to address it is this fine for 1.0 or is this not fine? You know what I mean? Like, is it fine for or is it not fine for the development of the game, which they have said in some of these messages? And is it going to be fine in 1.0? Because if it's going to be fine in 1.0, this is where you have to remove the band-aid mentality now and start telling people to fucking spine up. Because again, saying infiltration, espionage, and again, as Elric says, with the loot and stuff like that, that is all part of the game.
On our side, in a lot of PvP orgs, we don't do infiltration. We don't plan for event disruption.
The experience would just pay
right?
off not
but
to be attacked.
Are we just going to end up in the wrong
Exactly,
place
dude.
at the wrong
Exactly.
time? And then is CIG going to be like, oh, mass reports?
You can't do an event in this game, even with security, and think nobody's going to attack you. And then you can't. If you've got security, that should instantly. Again, this is just my take, not to back up GrieferNet. If you have an event and you have a security force that are there to protect you, that should void any fucking report bombs of griefing or anything like that, or stream sniping, as far as I'm concerned. If you have a security force that you have hired to do a job and they can't do the fucking job, that's on you. It should not be, that should avoid all like things to do with report bombing. Because that just shows you that you're just shit at the game. And that's the biggest thing. We go back to the baby Patrick Swayze scenario. Is that nobody came to fucking rescue them whilst they're sitting in the corner waiting for that last dirty dance. Because Patrick Swayze has fucking copped it, right? And they should have done it themselves instead of waiting for that. That's why we always go back to this sort of mentality within Star Citizen backers. They're waiting for somebody else to save them, and it shouldn't be like that.
And where's the buzzwords? The buzzwords are there. We need to ban them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Cornelia. Yeah.
So I mean, I'm
And,
concerned.
you know,
Yeah.
ideally, they need to be more hands off.
I agree.
I don't actually disagree
Like,
with
period.
Well, that's the thing, Blamsmith. It's impossible to protect. If, say, for example, you have Dead Frag in Vanguard, and you've got 20 people protecting that Vanguard, and I have 20 people who solely just want to kill that Vanguard dies before any of your security force stops anyone. That's unfortunately just how Star Citizen is. That you cannot protect an individual person. You can protect a group, basically. But at the same point, if the group is hanging around whilst the slaughtering is happening, that's down to security not saying, look, one of our biggest protocols is if we're overwhelmed by numbers that we can't handle, we're going to fucking flare and you're going to fucking run. But I bet you they're saying like that, oh, somebody's going to fucking protect me. Oh, look, oh, I died. You know what I mean? And that's down to just certain gameplay. Disagree, Blam. There are better security groups. Again, there's no security group in this game, Ginger, that can stop 20 people from killing one individual in this game. You're like, if you got 50 people, you will not stop that one individual dying in the game if they're on the field. You just won't. Because everyone will just beeline and ram straight through and they're dead. But if it's a group, like you're trying to protect a group, it's the same thing as like anything else with like deer and stuff. You know, survival of the fittest if you've got like multiple people or multiple like what are they called? We'll just call meat shield at that point. You know, you're not going to protect everyone. That's impossible to do. But you will protect a majority of people. There's more to security than peeling off active shooters off your client. Yeah, exactly. Security as in knowing that an attack's going to happen. Not just going, oh, we're a security force. They might come. They might not. But it'd be like, as soon as it happens, guys are on the server. All right, let's pack up the racers and set up security force ready to go. No, like, oh, let's fucking go back to the menu and switch server. No, just get the racers out of there, protect them, get them off the field, and then see if you can handle the attack. Just saying. But if you leave the racers or you jump server, then you're not learning anything. So if you turn up to event and the event is disrupted, then leave and follow them to a new server. See, this is the thing, is eventually down the line, Blamsmith, you're not going to be able to jump server, right? CIG have stated that the only time you can, like, say for example, 50 people are on a server and you decide to leave that server, you're coming back to that server, right? That the only way to transfer off to another server is if somebody's on another shard and you follow them in some mechanic or like different thing. Now, can you imagine how many people are going to have to literally start swapping servers and stuff like that, right? We don't follow cross servers. Well, again, that's you're fine to put that down. But the point being is, I don't think it's a bad thing right now, Blamsmith, because CIG designed the game to be like this, where we're on dedicated servers. Now, when we're on a server meshing, and say the guys warp, right? Say, for example, Griefernet are attacking a Daymar rally, and Daymar rally guys warp off Daymar rally, or off Daymar, warp and leave the server, and then they come back on another server. Griefernet can't follow unless somebody is on the friends list, right? They can't leave the server and come through the lobby that way. That all changes when server meshing is fully implemented. But right now, I look at it, if you leave server and somebody follows you across the server, it's no more than server meshing right now, in my opinion. So the best thing to do is just get used to it. Start working out scenarios to protect yourselves better, gaining intel. If they're gaining intel on you, you should be gaining intel on them. I think that's fair. But in the future, there will be consequences for bad behavior. Well, I'm going to have to say, and this is not to be negative towards CIG, but it is CIG. When they're like, oh, there'll be a reputation and consequences and all these other things, I'll believe it when I see it. You know what I mean? Right now, it's down to the player to deal with other players in a fashion that is not brigading report bombing, but also on the side of Griefernet, not over targeting people. Which, to be honest, it doesn't sound like they are. It kind of feels like just people are really upset for no reason. And then CIG are having to deal with this shit. That's how it looks like at this stage. I agree with a lot of things that CIG have mentioned, where, for example, being warned, shouldn't have done it a few days later. That deserves a ban, in my opinion. But to be banned 7 months later for 30 days, I don't agree with that. That should have been back to where you guys have been good, you know, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Coming from like other sandbox games.
In real terms, though, all you're doing is preventing a bunch of gamer dads with limited time from having a fun event, rightly or wrong. Dude, when I'm stuck in the traffic and it's an old lady who's a gamer old lady and she's playing her fucking phone instead of driving, you know what I mean? Is that right or wrong? You know what I mean? Like, again, what I find fun in life isn't what you find fun in life. And what you find in life isn't what I find fine. But whose fun is right and which fun is wrong? That's what the rules of a game need to be. If I'm killing somebody who is a gamer dad who doesn't have much time for a fun event, but I'm allowed to do so, that's tough shit. That's literally tough shit. But if CIG say these are the rules that you're not allowed to do it, then I have to apply and comply to a TOS or comply to their rules. And that's fair as well. You see what I mean? It needs to get to the stage where CIG have a standard. And it seems that they don't have a standard. They are not doing a point banning system. They're not doing stuff openly. They're talking to people in DM, sending emails that the public doesn't get to see on what is right and what is wrong. And it's very much of like, well, Griefernet, we don't mind what you do, but long as you don't do too much. And if you do too much, we have to ban you instantly instead of trying to work out for ourselves if it was justified. That's how all this information is coming across. CIG have good points, Griefernet have good points. Is CIG right? Is Griefernet right? Right now, this is why I sit in the middle of it. Because I don't think both teams are doing a good enough job. And that's not to disrespect them, it's because both teams are not getting enough information that will help not just them, not just CIG, but all of us in the future, when there are more Griefernet organizations that will pop up. If this game is successful, you think Griefernet are going to be any threat to people? You are fucking mistaken. If Pandemonic Legion from Eve decided to bring all their members to here, you are fucked. No Shadow Moses A1 team are going to stop the swarm of fucking bees and shit happening in this game. You know? Both teams are not equal. CIG makes the rules. That's true, but they haven't made the rules though, too. They're literally making... It's not a standard. They've got an ifs and an ahs, right? Number one PvP org? I don't know. Let's get in a fucking tournament and see how good their PvP is, right? We'll do 5v5. 5 Griefernet versus 5 Shadow Moses. Let's see how it goes, right? These Evorgs have nothing. I'm a streamer, bro. Back off. Yeah, exactly. But you see what I mean, right? They did. They sent them a request to stop. Yes. But also, too, if you go with the information, again, I've only got to go on the information that I see in front of me and the information that Sefer is saying as well, is that there was 7 months period between the 7-day ban and the 30-day ban. That is not excusable for CIG to do that shit, dude. No matter what Griefernet are doing. You can't just have a 7-month period and the same rule applies. There has to be diminishing returns where if they are good, they don't get punished by making one mistake. You can't have a game like that where you've got... What's the point of Griefernet playing the game then if they're always on... You do one bad thing, after 20 good things, you're going to be punished for that one bad thing. That's fucked up, dude. Yeah, but this is where I'm saying too, is there should be, dude. There should be. It's not a question of didn't put a time right now. It should be. This is what we're assessing. Is that what CIG does right now and what Griefernet do right now will not matter in 2 to 5 years when we have 1.0 out, if it comes out. It's making a standard for that future. Who fucking gives a shit about the current state of the game right now? Everyone's crying about green backgrounds and fucking, you know, promises that CIG have to change because they're a company with schedules and different things like that. Who fucking cares about this shit? I'm only caring about that there's a standard by the time that more people play this game. And that we all know where we stand. Be it that you're on the side of Crybaby or you're on the side of people who do what Griefernet are doing. That's what needs to be assessed from all of this. Is that we need the standard now.
The less activity that the devs have involved, more or less, most of the time it's better. You want to keep gameplay as organic as possible.
Yeah.
When possible, right? Beyond the cases of say something happening in global chat or someone spamming Griefernet victory a few 100,000 times, right?
Yeah. See,
or,
again, this is where
basic things like hacking, glitching, things that are game breaking, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I look at it, if you attacked an event, for example, and then you got report bombed by a group of people, and CIG said, can you please stop? And you didn't attack for a month, and then you attack somebody 3 months later, I think CIG should be instead of going straight to ban, they'd be like, look guys, we got massive reports again, can you cull it back a bit for now, until we actually have things in written on how to address these things? That's how I feel CIG should be addressing it, personally. And that would be completely fair. Alright guys, you've gone a bit too much again, cool it down a bit, to handle these things. Well, again, CIG have already said that they're working on in-game mechanics. It was in the start of this contagion that they're working on things to sort of change this up, like law, reward, risk versus reward, they said. So, yeah, until that sort of stuff is in place, it's kind of weird that they don't set a standard now, in my opinion. Again, it's up to them how they want to do it. I feel like there should be a standard now. That just incentivizes people to mass report every PvP instance. Well, again, it's not about the mass reporting, dude. It's about CIG having the ability to look through it instead of it going, oh, it's just people fucking crying, or no, it's actually legit. Like if, say, for example, you're going to use names. Heavy Bob kills 5 people, the same 5 people 10 times, doesn't play the game for 2 months, and then kills the same 10 people again. Is that justifying a ban? I don't think it is. So how do you weigh up? Is it okay to kill those 10 people with that space, or kill an 890 within that space, or a group of racers? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many details involved in it. It shouldn't be where, for example, we're worried about people mass reporting. It should be like, right, you know, are you doing too much of the same thing? Or are you just fucking attacking players randomly, you know? The nuisance was attacking players in a PvP-enabled game. That's how I look at it, Griefernet, or Sever. But again, we're trying to look at it from CIG's terms, is they want PvP, but also they don't want to deal with the report bombs, and they just haven't got anything in place when they're constantly talking about 1.0, and we're about to move into 4.0, which brings a PvP solo system and more ways to kill players. But you know what I mean? It's like, right now, I just want them to make a standard. That's it. Just a standard guideline. And if people don't uphold to it, then ban, right? Start doing the fucking nonsense. The 6 points. But it needs to be a 6-point system. It can't be where you're banned for 7 days and 7 months later you get a 30-day ban. There has to be diminishing returns where it starts to lower down. It can't be where you do one bad thing, you're punished for life in this game. That's bad. That's really bad. If you're constantly doing bad things back to back to back to back to back, then of course punish. But if you're being bad and you go, oh shit, you know what I mean? And then 7 months later you get a 30-day ban, that's not good for CIG to do it that way. No game does it this way.
But it makes you wonder.
Yeah,
what are
we've
you up to?
never gotten a suspension. We've never got suspensions.
1 month is kind of short duration to have your warning wiped.
Yeah.
Well, again, like,
Oh yeah,
this
well, make
is where
sure you yell
we need to know
victory
what happens
over global chats, not an all.
Again, what happens if, for example, like the other day there, diffs, right? I couldn't launch up the game, and when I launched up the game, it said that I was caught cheating by Easy Cheat. I reinstalled Easy Cheat and I got into the game without doing anything on screen, right? How, if I got a 7-day ban for that, and then, for example, the same bug happened 6 months ago, down the line, and I get a 30-day ban for it? Where's the right and wrong in that? Well, I mean, it's a lot of wrong, but where's the right in it? Why am I being punished for something that's nothing to do with me? It's because the game's coded wrong, or you know what I mean?
Caps, because that can be considered that I think that's against terms of service, if I remember correctly, using all caps.
So here we go, communication timeline. The experience subvention went out and CIG created the event distribution policy. Policy update. Xylo's reply. From PAX created a large spectrum thread blowing up called for clarification policy that Xylo responded to. Xylo's second reply. Okay, a previous episode. Blah, blah, blah. CIG joins Discord. Xylo, Drac, and Will join Grim42 and discussion communities. Then what happens after that?
To blot out the global chat. All right.
To be honest, I will say this. If you guys continue to do stuff that CIG were telling you that they didn't like you doing, after all that, I kind of feel like it's on you.
But
right?
I mean, you see so many other groups do that. It's not just Griefernet that did it. It was it ITC a long time ago used to do that shit? Like ITC Victory, it was like a whole meme for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, they're bothered by it though too. They're bothered by the whole boasting and chat thing that we do. Look, Will says that he would rather us go into other people's Discords to boast instead of just doing it in global chat.
Yes, because again, you're breaking the TOS of the game by doing it. It's literally written in the TOS, right? I want to bring this back up for everyone. Written in terms of service, repeated spamming or sending unwanted messages. It does not need to be like like GrieferNet victory, some people would be like, oh, it's not a bad thing to say. It's literally here under fucking section 4. You're not to spam, you know? But again, that's down to CIG, Heavy Bob, right? I can't help you in how CIG go through things, but again, kind of feels like also CIG should read their own TOS at the same time. What are you two up to, you fucking crazies?
Yeah, like I don't know about you, but that seems a little bit more toxic than what we're doing currently.
Yeah, but again, that's what you're doing outside of CIG. They don't give a shit. No company.
Yeah, because
would.
you're going directly to like the person's personal
Yeah.
area and specifically
I don't know.
targeting them with comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
If
about
they
that
can't
take
handle
there,
that or
Will,
ban you on
to be
their own
honest.
stuff, then that's them on
Before
them,
before
right?
we move on to like the mass reporting and talking about that,
What was wrong with that message? In what way?
something that I noticed.
I
With,
think we all
especially-
agree that the only an issue because CIG haven't finished the game or handled it badly. Don't be surprised if your griefing isn't possible later, guys. Again, it just depends on which way they go with it, Blam. The point being is that GrieferNet, even though they call themselves GrieferNet and they call themselves a terrorist, they're not actually griefing people. If you look at the nitty gritty on it, griefing is a term where you're constantly like sending abuse to an individual or a group continuously. If GrieferNet attack Daymar Rally and then they don't attack Daymar Rally the next year, was the first attack griefing or was it just organic gameplay? If they attack the prototype expanse and then they actually killed the experience, sorry, where's the next grief, basically? You know what I mean? It's not griefing. It's literally just playing the game. The problem is people class this as griefing when it's not. If I log into the game and Heavy Bob kills me, sees 2 other people leave the station and doesn't kill them, I spawn a ship and leave the station and I get killed by Heavy Bob again. I go to a different server and there's Heavy Bob again, and nobody else dies in that process. That is griefing. But if Heavy Bob kills me, kills another 2 people, kills another 3 people, I spawn the ship, get killed again at the station, that's not grieving, guys. That's just fucking cause and effect. Nobody is actually targeting, harassing like people in this game. That's the sad reality of it, is people use the term griefing too forward. Stream sniping, griefing, harassment. Like, really? Really? You're getting harassed? I kind of think there's more things to worry about than somebody randomly killing you in a game or a target attack because you told them where to fucking be at what time. You know what I mean? Now, if they're doing it to you every single event, every fucking day, every week, that, yes, would be a griefing, right? Wasn't the targeting of an event the issue, not random encounters? Yeah. But that's what I'm trying to come across, Blam, is how do you determine, as it targeting an event or is it you just having the information of the event? Are they purposely going out of their way to just target that own event? But they're not. They're targeting all events. So it's not harassment in my opinion because everyone is being equally ganked fairly. If they were only going after the experience and only that group, that would be griefing. But they're spreading all the love between everyone. That's how I see it. And I don't see that as griefing. Again, if you are purposely targeting an individual group and only going after that group, that is griefing, and yes, punish them all the fucking way. But all they are is an org that their gameplay isn't your fun and your fun isn't their fun, so they want to kill your fun. And it's down to you to have to do things to retaliate to that. Spamming CIG with fucking report bombs that you got fucked up is a bit like weird in my take. But again, everyone's open to their own opinions in this channel. It's just it looks like trying to put out the fire when there isn't a fire to begin with.
Actually, this title is there seems to be a lack of anonymity for players that are on certain servers. Every time you hop into the server, the first thing you can do is open up a Movie Glass, and your tools are all right there.
Yeah,
There's no
completely
option to
agree.
go like redacted or offline for your like character,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
there's no way to like mask that. And I wonder if there, like, you
Well,
know,
that's
there's
down to
other games. I'm
CIG for having
thinking
a very
New
bad
World. I'm
report
thinking
system that's not in game, Blamsmith. Every game that has a report system is you can like right click on a player and be like report or ban, block, whatever the fuck. CIG just for some reason don't want to have that.
of Tarkov that allow you to redact that information to prevent players from finding you. Do you think that would be potentially like a way
I would love.
to
I
get
would
around that?
absolutely love more anonymity tools. Like we would love the member list to just be nuked.
Yeah, completely agree. This is one thing that CIG could literally prevent this shit from happening is get rid of local chat. Make it where it's what's the word? Proximity chat. So you don't see who's in the solar system. You only see them if they're on a list if they're like within 50 fucking meters of you or something like that. So anybody doing this event can be like, guys, we've just had 20 people's names spike in. Prepare for fight, right? You know? In-game reporting would make it way too easy to spam reports though, but that's the thing, like, you're always going to have Cancel Cartual try and do this, Winkle, right? But also, if I spot somebody legit cheating and I've got footage of it and stuff like that, I should be able to get CIG on the case like that. I shouldn't have to go to a fucking website to start writing down these things, you know? I like Global, it's cinema, but they're... Again, if you look at... EVE Online does a really cool thing, right? When you go into a wormhole, I don't know if it's still the case, it was when I finished playing the game in 2012. When you went into a wormhole, you didn't have a list of who's in the system unless they typed in the system. You didn't know who was in there unless they actually typed something in chat, and then they were added to the list. And that was a tactical advantage for people making mistakes. And I think CIG should incorporate it completely into the game. If you make a mistake in typing, you've just alerted everyone on the comms system, basically, right? Or if you're not in comms, you don't see the chat. You only see it as local. They could do so many things with it, right? No more GrieferNet victory then? Well, the thing is, though, is kind of CIG have made it a point, and it's in the TOS, that you shouldn't be shouting that in chat anyway. That is a bannable offense. I've gone through this like 5 times now. With spamming GrieferNet victory, you are breaking TOS, by the way. It's sad, but it's their TOS, not my design, right? I personally don't see the harm in it. But it's their TOS at the end of the day. And you have to apply or comply to that TOS. See, TheDarkLaw victory. That'd be funny. No, I think it's like, it doesn't matter that you're typing GrieferNet victory. I think it's the spamming. You know what I mean? You can get around this TOS, by the way, and I shouldn't be telling you this. If one of you guys types GrieferNet victory and then afterwards somebody types victory and then somebody says, I love victory, and then GrieferNet victory again, that does actually break the TOS in spam. Because you're not spamming the same thing. It's the same thing as on Twitch, for example. You can't type yes and then instantly type yes again unless you're a moderator of the channel or VIP or something. They literally have it where you have to type yes and then yes one, right? That gets around the spamming of a TOS to a certain degree. Long as it's not the same individual, right? That thing saying one thing times 10 would get you, I know. Again, as much as I agree that that is a load of nonsense, that is CIG's rules. So for me, as somebody that likes to keep within the TOS, I have to go, well, that's what they want. If I want to play the game, I have to accept that. If I was in charge of the rules, it wouldn't be fucking there to begin with, you know? They are breaking their own rules, so I doubt they honor that. Probably. Again, You just got to sort of weigh up, see it, what CIG
And
Yeah, but it
only
information
doesn't-
gives.
go up on the member list if
It doesn't.
if,
I think
under
the
certain circumstances.
You got to
I
sort of
think the
make that
reason why they don't
assessment.
necessarily do something like that is because they intend on us all pretty much being meshed together anyway. So that's like a temporary solution, but long term, we're supposed to be all together anyway.
See, this is where once we're in that situation, I don't think there should be a local chat. I don't think there should be, guys. I think it should only be in the vicinity. So, if, for example, you have the experience getting ganked by Griefernet, and Griefernet in that area type the Griefernet victory, that should be fine as far as I'm concerned. Because nobody else in the game is getting to see it. So get rid of local chat and get rid of server chat, get rid of server listing, and just make it where you only see people who type locally to you within like 100 meters or something like that. That would be amazing. Group spam chat and global, and no one gives a shit either. Can't stop blaming the game and start blaming the player base. It's just such a weird thing to punish for me. Like I don't agree with CIG on this, but also I have to be like neutral and say, right, well, if that's what they want, you know? We should remove global chat period, only local 100 kilometers. Yeah, sorry, not 100 meters, 100 kilometers. Wide chat, merge. I think they should, because again, that way, if somebody is spamming get fucked and only the group who lost see get fucked, then why would it affect other players? You know what I mean? Again, smack talk is something that I grew up in other games where, you know, you beat somebody in PvP and you teabag them. I saw a content creator for Dungeonborn, right? This sort of Tarkov sort of medieval game that I've been playing. Literally crouch, right? I'm talking like he literally went down and crouched to pick up loot. And the cunt who he killed was a creator who was recording at the time, reported him for teabagging. And the dude got a fucking ban. And I'm like, you fucking what? He's literally just crouching down and you're calling that as a teabag, you know? Oh no, of course we shouldn't be afraid to tell CIG that they're wrong. No, of course not. But then you also have to look at it from that point of view, where if they then say, no, this is how it's going to be, you've got to sort of go, right, well, that's your TOS. I can tell you you're wrong, but I also have no fucking, like, official take on it, kind of, if that's the way to sort of word it, basically. Because I tell CIG they're wrong all the time. Is it true? Well, it's just my opinion at the end of the day. They have a teabag counter? See, I think all games should have a teabag counter. It's just healthy. Smack talk is healthy. I don't see them chanting Griefernet victory as unhealthy gameplay. But it is breaching the TOS, or breaking the TOS, and CIG have said not to do it. Or, as far as flooding the ticket queue, it's not to. Oh no, that's not one. There's a time and place for all of that, usually a thing. Again, this is where, again, just get rid of the global chat, make it local within a vicinity, and then if you get offended by that, boo fucking who. Simple. Solved all the problems. Teabagging deserves bans? I don't know, man. I kind of feel like it's proper old school PvP to teabag your victim. They're in UK and that country doesn't have free speech. I got free speech, dude. If they add a teabag counter, I'm making a script for my mouse. Yeah.
Right? So, like,
all right, let's skip on a bit of
for
this,
a
okay?
that should be
First one's
more
where you're at by listening to that chatter. If there was a way to localize it to even like systems or like, you know, parts of the star system, like, you know, one for Microtech, one for Area T, and just kind of, you know, localize it like that. That
someone
might help. I don't
teabagged
know.
a teammate.
Just trying to think of like some
banned in
ideas
some tournament.
instead of, you know,
yeah, there's a lot of that happening.
just getting
right
stuck
now.
on it. But we were moving on to the mass reporting. Let's
Heavy Bob, don't skip it. Dude, we are 36 minutes in, and this 36 minutes has caused a fucking nearly 3-hour conversation. I would like to leave at some point, or we're gonna have to make this a part 2. I got fucking... yeah, this is a long stream.
So let's talk more about that, yeah?
Yeah, so the mass reports, Why is it reasonable to give first-time offenders 30 days? Let's talk about that first. Let's talk about that for a
Yeah,
second.
I don't agree with that.
Okay. The
Like if
Onzia
CIG gonna ban, it needs to be a warning, but straight to 30
Incident.
days.
So you're
is
talking about the
crazy.
first time offenders in your org that got banned this time, and it's like their first time being a part of something like this.
Without
Well-
saying names, how many first-time offenders actually were struck with the 30 days? Like a rough estimate.
I would say, shoot, I didn't really do a count on that. Maybe like between 15, like probably around 15 people.
So
Okay.
15 people.
Damn. So this is where, for example, CIG are targeting an organization and not individual people. Which means, what would CIG do if everyone in GrieferNet left GrieferNet and did the same thing as a group, but just not under a name, right? See, going straight to 30 days just because you're part of an organization seems really extreme to me.
Okay.
Are they all okay? So just for keeping some kind of like order here, were they all listed as GrieferNet organization personnel, or was it multiple parties from like
No, we're part of we're part of an alliance. and not
alliance?
everybody-
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Whoa,
Okay.
so not even
can
an
I just
organization.
jump on,
Okay, so now you're getting banned for just being part of it. See, that's. I would agree if some like a 30-day ban if somebody a part of that group has been on previous warnings, right? But for fresh blood to be instantly punished just because they're part of the same group, that's extreme.
So one of the comments said there's an assumption that Enzia was a mass report event, but I can attest there was never any such call to mass report. Now, I don't think anybody mentioned that this specifically was a mass report, though, right? I mean, we talked about mass reporting.
I said it was a mass report
You
because
s-
they have
yep,
an
it's Furhead.
unlisted video that I have access to where they're sharing screenshots.
I've got a video of when their mother had fucking suspenders on when she was 21 years old.
Shots of all the people
Fucking
on the
crazy,
server,
man.
and then saying, "Okay, gonna submit this for evidence."
I see. Okay. So it was.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it was. Maybe
And then
maybe that individual wasn't aware of it.
And do we have a way of? Yeah, maybe they weren't. And do they have?
Lightspeed?
Do we have
Yeah,
a way of
Scorcher,
knowing
yeah.
like how many or roughly how many would have been a part of that mass report?
I have no idea. I know one player individually who was responsible for compiling the quote unquote evidence. I don't
see.
know. I don't know if I want to just out him right here, but
No, don't do that. Don't do it. I don't
And what
think
was
that's necessary.
and what was the evidence? Like, what was it they were bringing as evidence? Was it evidence for
just our presence,
stream sniping or?
just us being there. Just us being there was quote unquote evidence. They're like, "Oh, GrieferNet's here. Let's take a screenshot of the names," and then that's enough. That
Jesus Christ. Remind me every fucking server I join now to go low flying. I'm gonna have to check out to make sure Heavy Bob is not on Daymar whilst I'm low flying. Because I'll be low flying. Oh look, they're killing each other. Oh, 30D ban.
that was enough for them to report.
Oh my
But what were
god,
they
we saw
reporting specifically?
TheDarkLaw.
Like, what was
He
the
was just
report
low
for?
flying, but we don't know if he
I don't
attacked or really
exactly
know
what they
this.
put
That's
in their
sketchy.
report.
Yeah.
But we got hit with basically everything under the book, under the sun. We got hit with stream sniping,
happens so much,
harassment,
I would
and
imagine,
excessive
yeah.
griefing. That was what was on every single one of our bans.
No chat spam this time.
Well, what the hell
We've never
qualifies?
gotten attacked.
All right, what qualifies as excessive griefing? Because did
I
you
don't know.
guys
I guess
kill them?
I guess
See, this is one thing where I think CIG uses this term and the player base uses it too much. I've pointed out how I feel on griefing, where if it's one individual or a group of people targeting one person or a group of people over and over and over and over and over again, that is excessive griefing. If you are turning up to an event that you've never targeted before and you kill players, and there so happens to be one or two players that got attacked in the previous event kill, that's still not excessive griefing, guys. That's just getting ganked. Simple as that. Like, excessive and griefing are very strong words that people are overplaying far too much, right? I excessively grief them with my A2 bomber against their fighters, bruise their security ego.
Multiple
one time.
times?
No, I guess one time is enough. One time is excessive because we've only hit Anzia once ever.
But that's not excessive. That you can't like excessive is a big word to use. Like first time we attacked Anzia, right?
And all we did was just sit at Miner's Lament and then let their security come to us. That was all we did. And you can double check that with any security that's in the chat right now. Not a single one of us went to Grimhex where you guys were stationed for most of the fight.
Okay, so you didn't go like spawn.
But even that
camp,
wouldn't be
basically,
griefing.
Nope.
right? If you want to.
Nope, we just stayed at
Okay.
Miner's Lament and let them come to us.
Yeah, I'm still.
See, that's not even like again, if it's true on this, that's not even griefing to begin with. Let it alone be excessive griefing. This is just organic gameplay that didn't go right towards this team, and they report bomb because of it. Like, if it's true that you've never attacked Anzia before, then this is like a first term attack. It's not even griefing. It's not even killing them again the second time in the same days. It's so weird that everyone keeps using these big words for something so small.
Still curious why they didn't just server hop and reform.
A trap they knew was there. Yeah, I know. That's a weird thing to fucking report on. Guys, we couldn't be bothered to send somebody in a Peregrine Falcon, one of the fastest ships in atmosphere, to check our location to make it safe. We sent everyone to the slaughterhouse. Fucking with it's just so weird. Or like hiding at Grim Hex. Guys, they'll leave eventually, you know?
That would have been the best solution there.
Yeah,
The
they were-
instance
well,
that they saw you, that
They were
should have
having
been
some
the first
they were
move.
having some skill issue with communication. So
I mean,
Streamer bro, back off!
if you're
They sent that dude in first. He flew in and he's fucking outside the window of his ship going, Streamer bro, back off! And then Griefernet should have fled away at that point, you know? Like, what the fuck?
you're
This just sounds like it's just a
multiple
normal
security orgs,
gang
here's your
king
first issue.
that the
Just
other
get
team
a
didn't
large
enjoy.
security like group that has a good amount of like personnel to actually, you know, cover security. You know, like good example, PAX would be a great one to like get in touch with if you need someone that
Okay, hold
puts
on.
up a good fight. Just saying,
Yeah,
just saying.
hold on though.
Get
Wait
some-
See, the thing is, this is where, Ginger, I think the moment you have a security force that is attacking the other team, you void yourself of report bombing at that stage. Or where that event, CIG, this is how I would review a CIG. If you have a security force that attacks the attacking forces, that is legit gameplay, no matter how it transcended, and you can't be report or banned because of it. Now, if they were just racers and Griefernet came and just killed the racers, there we go, right? That's a different story. And then they killed them again. They killed them again. And they did it 2 or 3 times. And they only killed the racers. Then I would say that's griefing. Not excessive, but griefing. Ask CIG and it seems like their answer is yes, considering the ban. The answer is the ban. But no, that's not correct, dude. You can always, like, just because CIG say it's so, doesn't mean that we can't say it's incorrectly done. To try and educate CIG to not be so aggressive with their banning. Because again, what happens if this event is not officially streamed? If this event wasn't streamed and they didn't announce it and they're just doing it and Griefernet just so happily randomly turned up and killed them, should that be banned then afterwards? It's very weird to start having one rule for one way and a rule for another. The 3-minute ads are killing me, man? Well, then use your Prime on the channel and stop being a fucking cheap boy. Like, literally, it says here, I work 3 jobs to get by in life. If you don't want to fucking support the channel, then you will support me through ad revenue. One way or the other. Or use an ad blocker or get Twitch Prime. No one forces you to sit here and watch the ads, guys, but if you're gonna be on my channel, I'm gonna fucking milk the shit out of you so I can pay my fucking bills. Or Twitch Turbo, sorry, yeah. Like, again, you get fucking 10 minutes of free content for a few minutes of helping me out. It's simple. Griefernet don't attack any official events, and if you join an org called Griefernet, don't be surprised if you get a ban. It's like they punish people for those big Harley Davidson club. Yeah, again, I look on it that a bit like that as well, Swedish, where it's like, again, with the information that's been said, I don't think this justifies a banning at all. Because again, you've got a security force that are meant to do a job, and they're fighting the people who are attacking the event. As far as I'm concerned, that's organic gameplay. No matter how they found out about the event or how they got on the server, because everyone has everyone on their contacts list. But if you announce the event and you've got somebody from Griefernet on your friends list and you're at the event and they turn up and your security force attacks Griefernet, I kind of feel like it's just a fair PvP event at that point. And getting a 30-day ban for that is extreme as fuck. And that's bad on CIG's point. Now, obviously CIG will ban and they're doing it that way, but I will call them out for saying that is an insane way to ban people. I'm on Twitch, terrible, milk me harder.
Like proper PvPers, if that's the case. You know what I mean?
Can I make sure that we're clear on this? Griefernet is a part of Neighborhood Watch.
Yes.
Is it possible for them to...
Do Griefernet take care of all the security? Well, as they were saying in this video here, and also Cephas in chat, dude, they said that they were at the location before the event members turned up, and the security force started attacking, and Griefernet started attacking. It sounds like if any racer was killed, it's called collateral damage. The racer shouldn't have been on the field until security had the area secured. I don't go to a fucking Miley Cyrus concert and wait for the security to arrive after the fucking event has started. So it just seems weird that you would then start like claiming aggressive griefing or harassment when you got involved, you know? You shot at Griefernet. Griefernet shot at you. Your event got cancelled, but again, it just doesn't sound like it's anything to justify griefing. It just sounds like you fucked up and you need somebody to blame.
Hire Neighborhood Watch as security? Is that something that
you can Griefernet doesn't do security. We can do you can pay us off to for peace of mind.
Okay.
If you want to run your event.
It's like mob stuff. It's like protection.
But you can
honestly,
communicate with the other orgs that are part of Neighborhoods Watch and
Neighborhood Watch. Oh man, that's how you should have an alliance. Oh, wait, is that what NW means? Wait. Is the NW actually called Neighborhood Watch? Pay us not to show up. Yeah. TDL at Miley. I'd go to a Miley Cyrus concert. No problem. It is actually called, so it's Griefernet and Neighborhood Watch. That's fucking awesome.
And they have their own internal policies about what they would do and what they wouldn't.
Okay, fair point. So the reason why I'm asking that, right, is because one thing that we've continuously emphasized, right, was why are these people going to these random orgs that call themselves security orgs that are basically just RPing as PvP security players or something?
This is so true. This is so true. There are so many orgs out there that roleplay as security, and the moment they see PvP, they self-destruct because they don't know what the fuck to do.
I don't know if their intention is to secure from PvE NPCs that may show up red, but like, why have we not seen once, I don't believe once, any of them inquire about security from a PvP org? Like an org that specifically...
Because the truth is, any real PvP org would say, get fucked. I'm not standing around for 2 hours to protect your shit ass. Like, that's it. Like, no PvP org, real PvP org, is gonna put its fucking members for 30 minutes to however long protecting people that are never going to get protected. It's just fucking, it's a waste of time right now.
PvPs, like exclusively. Right?
I'll shout out one org that's done it before, and that was Paladins.
Yeah.
They
A lot of
they
PvP orgs
hired
would do that,
they
the
hired
Price is Right.
AVS, and that was
Yeah, but we're talking about, well, actually, wait,
that was
talking
that was a nasty fight. That was a tough fight.
Okay, so
there we
was
go.
it?
So
Would you
there's
say
one
it was
situation.
probably a lot better than what you've been seeing?
Yeah.
In these
Okay.
more recent
Right. Well, there we go. We've got some proof on that.
Yeah, I
Griefernet
think we haven't had
Neighborhood
a
Watch
tough
having to
fight
fight.
of that magnitude since then, and that was sometime last year.
So was it effective?
I mean, we still won our objective, but I would say it's a lot more effective than
what they're
than
doing
the
now.
circumstance of Nanzia.
Yeah, they couldn't stop us from fucking getting the objective done.
Because
No.
that's okay. So it shows that there's some possibility to do that, right? Because from what
Look, we're
Okay.
kind of look. I don't want to get into the weeds about like how good a security team they have.
Yeah,
Just
skip a
submitting
bit.
reports.
it's a security org.
You don't
They're
hire
not.
a
They're
group
not.
for
You guys
PvP
like they're not
and then
playing the
report
game.
after the fact.
They're not playing
right?
the game.
If you're hiring a PvP org, you should just accept the fact that if you didn't do your job properly as a security org, you don't report. You just say good fight and move, the hell on at that point. That's honestly the move. Just
Yeah,
play the
it's-
damn
I
game.
think it's wrong. It's wrong what these communities are doing, making people lose access to the game just because
Yeah, very true.
we're just playing the game. We're
With
just
the
PvP.
torpedo.
Is this like to CIG? Is this a sandbox game or isn't it?
Sometimes you just gotta take the L. Yeah, exactly. It kind of feels like anytime. And again, I don't want to side with Griefernet on this, but it feels like anytime Griefernet is involved, and the people they're attacking lose, they're crying griefing. When it just feels like you lost a fight that you were never meant to be in there to begin with because you didn't set up things correctly, or you just assumed that you could deal with it, That's how it comes across to me. It just feels like you're crying for an L when you should just accept it and adapt on it.
All right, I have another question. If you were to go there, mess with the event, right? It breaks up the event, and then they
completely
reset
agree,
and
Jason.
start the event
Completely
over.
agree.
Would you show up again?
Our tip, no.
Like some
no,
of the
we don't-
best fights in Eve were
once we
where
achieve
the
complete-
company
once we
just
achieve
were like, get
objective-
fucked
objective
whenever
complete, then
somebody
we
cried
just,
about
that's
it.
it for
Oh,
the
I'm
night.
losing
Okay,
my
if that's the case,
outpost. The
the
company would just say, get
experience,
fucked.
you had a completed
many words.
objective the first time. Why strike it a second time?
'Cause it was a
When they
separate
win, they'll
event
make a
2 weeks
victory
later.
video.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
It's always
just
that
wondering
weird
if it was like
EP
this-
stuff where you always see montages of people winning. You never see a montage of people losing, do you? Just want to point that out. When somebody puts a PvP video out, you never see like the snippets of them dying in the process. It's always about them 100% winning. It's fucking cringe, man. Like, show your losses.
Same group doing the same thing again, or if it was
It was the
completely
same
separate?
org
Okay,
running
gotcha.
the type of event again,
This
but
just
it was
sounds
like
like an
different
org
players.
wanting to have some
who-
fights and
like, there was
going
a-
after a
they-
security
They had
force
different passengers.
and getting a 30-day
Yeah, I gotcha.
ban for organic
So it's not
gameplay.
quite the same experience. It's one had a torp, and how did the other one die? I forget.
Torp.
Was it both torps?
He
never
just
mind then.
runs
Okay.
away.
Both torps. Yeah. one was a little bit better fired at minimum loss.
In the Anzia battle, I did die. See, again, how can you get banned for a security force preventing you? You know what I mean? Well, not preventing you, but trying to disarm the situation, and then you get a 30-day ban because they killed you. It seems so weird. Does nobody else feel that, right? You turn up to an event, they attack first, or you attack first. They know you're there on the server, but they still attack, or hide at Grimhex and attack. People in Griefernet are dying. People in the opposite force are dying. Yet Griefernet get banned. It's so weird. This just sounds like an organic fight. It doesn't have to be where you're a criminal and CIG, like, you know what I mean? Like, if they know where you're going to be and they're on the server, they don't need to snipe you. or stream snipe you because they already know your location. And if you turned up, right? Did Buddy say that this had been planned for 2 months? I don't know. What you mean, like what GrieferNet had or planning this? Yeah, Fogus, I would agree with you. It does show you how unattached. Like, I mean, we all know that CIG at times can be really like out of touch when it comes to their own game. But for me, I can justify, like, I can get the experience, right? The experience, they were asked to not to do stuff, and then a few days later, they killed the experience and they got a 7-day ban, right? But then to have a stretch until where they did this Anzio thing and then get 30-day, like this whole Anzio thing just doesn't even justify even a warning. It feels like just gameplay.
Block range. The other one was
2 weeks before the event. There you go. It's just good intel.
Expat actually said
They had 2 weeks to gain intel on you. See, that's the way that people won't look at it. If it's okay for a security force to die to GrieferNet and then report and get GrieferNet banned, but on the same time, GrieferNet go out of their way to gain intel, then why doesn't the security force spend 2 weeks gaining intel on the attack? And maybe changing up plans on the fly to fuck up GrieferNet. You know what I mean? It's just, it feels like one side is prepped to do stuff, and just purely because it's streamers and not a PvP organized event. But the moment you bring a security force to protect you, I kind of feel like it's, you don't need 40 fucking people to protect you from NPCs, right? So if you're bringing that amount of people, you're expecting PvP. So why did they get a ban?
Premature.
No, they didn't.
Premature torp.
Same passengers is what I'm reading in chat. Are you sure about that?
I'm sure there was some overlap.
Okay.
I'm sure. I don't know the entire roster list.
Yeah, I mean, when I meant like mission accomplished and they come back together, I mean
like
within the same,
exactly.
Like they continue their event. All right, because that's what I would assume, right? Now I know, obviously, like if I was creating an event and somebody came in and stomped on it, yeah, I'd be pissed, right? I'd be pissed about the fact that somebody destroyed my event, and I'd also be pissed that I failed to stop it from getting destroyed, right? But I would pick up the pieces and continue again. Now, if you were to continuously,
yeah, I would have to disagree with what you're saying, Track. Again, don't take it as an offense, but if a group is infiltrating another group for 2 months, and I'm going to put a prime example of what I did in EVE Online. In EVE Online, I infiltrated a corporation for 6 months. I was on comms with them, flew with them, fought with them, all that stuff. And then the moment I was given admin roles on their hangars, I stole all their shit. And then left the group and fucking seeded my own group. That's part of the game. That's infiltration 101. Nobody was like, should have given me the roles or anything like that. That was their own choosing to do so. And it's the same thing if you're 2 months ahead prepping, or 2 weeks, or even 2 days prepping for this. Like, this is where the event is. We're going to attack here. They've got security force. We're going to get some fights. We're going to get some organic PvP. And then people are like, oh, no, you got to get reported and banned for 30 days. That's fucking stupid. That's just one side smarter than the other side.
over and over again.
Do we need to tell CIG how we infiltrated every single event? Got a fucking whiteboard and a fucking pointer. Now on CIG, right? You sitting there in CIG. At 12 o'clock, we are going to be attacking from the south port at OM6. We will warp to OM3 at 12:30. We will then attack them in clockwise synchronization. You know what I mean? It's just, it would be insane to like even count as outside gaming or metagaming as anything bad for Star Citizen.
That would be, I would consider excessive griefing, right?
We need general
now it's like you're just completely preventing them from doing
it
within
the same session, right?
Yeah.
Same session.
And
Yeah,
so
Guys, we just warped to where we're meant to be having an event, and GrieferNet guys are at the event location. What should we do? It's a trap! You know what I mean? But no, they probably like, for Gondor. Brr, brr, fucking charging in on the little fucking cups and horses, like they got their coconuts going like this shit as we go down. It just
So
seems
that's
like
why I asked that, because
We're
it's
in
like,
agreement with that.
one side was prepared and the other wasn't.
okay, and then let's say in the situation that you have not fight or flight. What's the I'm sorry, the
Daemon Rally?
Daemon Rally, yes. Okay, so they have multiple servers that they're multiple servers they're on.
Yeah, that's
Would
just
you
a
go,
limitation of the
let's
game.
say, would you destroy one server, jump to another server, and then destroy their event on that server as well? Or would it be a comp?
Now, before they even reply to this, for me, in my own opinion, not CIG's or anyone else present, I see that as just literally server meshing, in my opinion. Because eventually down the line is you warp away from Daymar and go to like Crusader. Eventually you will swap server and then come back to Daymar. It could be a completely different server you arrive on, which could have the same event on it. So it's the same as me leaving to menu and going onto another server and randomly getting on the server, for example. It's the same thing. I don't think it should be punished. But CIG have this as a punishment for some reason.
Accomplished upon or stopping that
You're
event
literally
on
creating
that
a
server.
game that's going to open up this gameplay.
That's a little different, I feel like, because on every server, there's entirely two different pools of players.
Okay. Now, would you feel that that could be
With the amount of races they
classified
could have
as
hosted in Arena Commander in a private
excessive
lobby?
griefing because
Yeah, see, I don't get why they wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? Unless it's some sort of official thing where it needs to be in the PU to count it or something like that. I don't know what they have at the racing team.
if you end up on a separate server and then you go after the event again, you are specifically targeting that event multiple times, even if it's separate servers.
I mean, golly, man. I mean, they occupy 10.
I really hope, Jace, that server meshing gets down to a point where every warp, like say for example, Daymar is a full server with like 1,000 people on it. You warp to Yella, it's a different 1,000 people and stuff like that. Obviously, it's not going to always have 1,000 people, but you know what I mean? I hope that that's what happens. I hope it's not 100 people in Stanton and 100 people in fucking Pyro. I'm so bored of these dedicated server setups.
Hey.
Servers.
Yeah, I know, I get it.
It would have
but
been hard to avoid it anyway.
I want to be able to get chased by players, bounty hunters, and the moment I warp away from Daymar, they lose track of me until the mission updates saying that we've spotted them on this server. But it gives me like 15-20 minutes of ahead of them kind of nonsense, and they've got to track me down. Not just, oh look, we see his marker bouncing everywhere. Oh, he's left the server and stuff like that. Again, it's just an example. It'd be really cool to actually be able to outrun groups and for eventually them to chase after me, not just by warping, but trying to actually, you know, find me in the game.
Anyway.
Gain that
So
information
if we were
and
to,
stuff like that.
like, are we just like, the whole concept of like
Oh, jump
like
time of
killing
1,000
someone
people would
once,
be amazing.
and then that's it. You can't kill them anymore.
Or just stretch your stream.
yeah,
out.
I mean, I'm
in a
not
PvP
saying that it
sandbox
should be
game.
like that, but I get like, I mean, I'm not, yeah. So if I'm out in the, you know, in the verse,
if I
and
wasn't
run into
streaming,
the
for
same
example.
person twice, obviously, and I'm killing them, I'm not gonna stop.
Again,
killing
I
them.
don't
Oh,
mind
I
when
killed you
players
once, so I'm
chase
just
after
gonna
me
leave you
whilst
alone,
I'm
it's fine.
streaming. I just don't
nobody
But I
blinks
feel like
twice
this
when
concept-
They either
when the
kill
same-
me
when
or
you
I
find
kill
the same
them.
person 3 times in the same session and kill them all 3 times. No one blinks twice about that. But then all of a sudden, people throw a big deal.
It's
All right,
different,
let's skip
I
on.
mean, it's two separate occurrences.
It would be, in my eyes, would be excessive griefing. It just if you were to swap servers.
Wait.
I don't know. I mean,
In the case of Daymar Rally, I don't think it would be. In my eyes, would be excessive griefing. It just if you were to swap servers over to like an entirely different place.
Again, like it's not even griefing because again, it's an event that's once every year. Like to call it, I guess, aggressive griefing or excessive griefing would be where GrieferNet target, again, let's use Echo as a name, who does racing. They target Echo. Echo, you know, comes back for Daymar Rally the second time, and they only kill Echo. And then the third year running it, they only kill Echo. That would be griefing. But if they're just killing everyone, and the security are not protecting them, it's not griefing. It's just
Player
organic.
pool.
yeah.
But
Well, the
that's
thing
not what
is-
happened though. like I'll
If
just
servers
hit
are
one
limited to
server and that was
100
it.
people max
Yeah,
in large
okay.
scale gameplay.
I mean,
oh
the thing
yeah.
is too. I mean, still, I kind
But that's the worry we have with this. I'm not siding CIG only on certain things, and I'm not siding with GrieferNet only on certain things. Like, again, I'm wanting to try and stay as neutral as possible. My biggest outcome with watching this video is that where do CIG draw the line when we're attacking? We've got 100-man organization attacking another 100-man organization that has created an event, and they so happen to have a couple of streamers with total of 10 viewers. You know how it goes, right? Like, does that justify banning, or is it just good intel gathering? You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, Cornelio. We need a standard. The only reason I'm watching this is not to choose a side. I want a standard in Star Citizen before it gets too late. CCP and EVE Online had a standard, and that was let players get fucked. Simple that. Get fucked in our game. It offers PvP. You choose to be in a PvP area, or a PvPer finds you, get fucked. Now, if they're constantly abusing you, individually targeting you, then we'll jump in and ban them. That's what EVE CCP does. And that's how I think CIG should deal with it. If you are purposely and harmfully targeting somebody or a group over and over and over again, or you're just randomly turning up or organizing an attack, and you're not attacking the same individuals over and over and over again, you're just doing it because of the event, that is not griefing. That is just gameplay. And CIG have to tell the community to either have a standard of this is how we're going to set it as, or we're going to make it where you're not allowed to PvP at all, right? If you're playing football and Ronaldo scores 7 points onto you, do you call it? Exactly, yeah. It's very weird that the Star Citizen community are very spineless. And again, we're going to go back to it. I call it the Patrick Swayze syndrome. You are baby sitting waiting to dance, and Patrick Swayze is coming to grab you, and you're expecting him to pick you up and save the fucking day. But he's dead. So he ain't coming to save you, so you need to do your own shit and start prepping and go dancing yourself. Go to the cinema by yourself. It's so weird that all these PvP communities or organizing security get so butthurt because their planning fails. And that's all it boils down to is your planning failed, GrieferNet or whoever gets involved had better planning than you. That's how I see it as.
kind of like jumping back on that fact that it's going at some point, hopefully soon, meshing is supposed to be a thing anyway.
I know.
There's no longer, they're no
CIG
longer going to be
telling
able
to
to say,
report
oh, well, you jumped
griefers.
servers.
It's always the same thing, like CIG using the term master modes when master modes isn't anything to do with IFCS, it's to do with toggling from SCM to nav mode. Now everyone's like, oh, the master mode tuning is all wrong. No, it's fucking not. It's just the IFCS. That's what the fucking flight model's called, right? From free 22 to free 23, there's no fucking difference in the flight model. It's just the way the IFCS was tuned. It's the same fucking model we've had all the way back to 3.10. The difference is CIG caused these effects. They're like, oh, you should report griefers. And then everyone's like, oh, every PvP scenario is griefing, or I'm being pirated, or pirates are griefers. And it's like, they've caused their own problems with this shit by using very bad and very vague terminology when they're talking to people in their live shows and stuff. If CIG doesn't want us around anymore, all it takes is one email to... Exactly, dude. But you know what the craziest thing, Sepher, is? They fucking want you in the game because this is the shit we want from the game. The problem is they want it in their terms and not when it's organic. Or they want it to be organic, but they also don't want it to be where people are crying about it right now in development. And I kind of feel this is the part where we need to get that band-aid off. We need a structure of what CIG wants for this fucking game. And we either stick to it or we get banned or we don't play the game full stop. And that's fair on us as the consumer and it's fair on the company like CIG. Make a fucking system and stick to it. No fucking, randomly ban you for 30 days bullshit. Get a 6-point system in, get people in CIG trained on this shit within the next 6 months, and by the time we get to 1.0, you have a structure that everyone can fucking do, right? Read that screen. Well, it's kind of blurry, but okay. And that's all I want from CIG. I'm not pro CIG. I'm not negative CIG. I'm not pro GrieferNet. I'm not negative GrieferNet. I just want a structure in this fucking game that we all stick to it or we all get banned. But also where it's not bias. Because yes, I can say that GrieferNet justified the ban for the experience. They were warned, they attacked the experience, they got a 7-day ban. But everything I'm reading about this racing thing is not ban worthy. It's not griefing. It's just organic PvP that the other group didn't prepare for. But they brought a 40-odd security force. It's weird. It's really weird.
To follow these people around. No, because...
So on the community event front, our pages at Omega Aerosports invites you to celebrate the high octane racing life with their 2954 Summer Festival this year. They've teamed up with a number of orgs to bring... Oh my god, did CIG actually advertise this? Bring with at least 2 racing happening. Wait, so CIG, have you got the fucking link for this? Bob, can you drop a link in chat, dude? Or somebody that's got... or DM it to me. Wait, did CIG actually advertise this shit? DM me the link if you've got it, guys. Thank you, because I want to read that right now. Check out the website for more details. So CIG advertises this event on the dates, right? Anzia knew about the event on the August the 14th, was spotlighted by CIG on the 19th, but we're not aware of that until after the fact. Our infiltration vector was the accompanying security orgs and not aware of any broadcast. Have audio of the security post event debrief that was not publicized. Right. I need to see this, guys, because CIG literally set these guys up for the gank. And you can't ban people for 30 days if you're promoting the gank. Oh, it doesn't... Again, I'm not talking about CIG sponsoring it. I'm talking about CIG give the intel of this event. Not that it's sponsored. We don't give a shit if it's sponsored or like they're giving giveaways and stuff. I'm talking about from an intel point of view. CIG told you where to fucking go to attack or what date it was, right? All it takes is a small group to gain the rest of the intel on that shit. So CIG advertised your event or advertised this event, numerous events, and the event got attacked. That's organic gameplay. You can't ban this. Gentlemen, oh wait, this is super fucking difficult to read. Gentlemen, Oak to Ping, we are being given the opportunity to assist Nightingale in providing security for an Aerosports event next weekend, and we would very much like if we could grab a few people to assist. Can't even fucking read that link, it's just blurred out. Nightingale is being contracted, and we are being subcontracted for the race day as part of Nightingale initiative. It looks like Nightingale is providing somewhat between 10 and 15 personnel. Yeah, you're creating a security force that advertised by CIG. You've like I could have turned up on this server and attacked them. Would I have been banned for it? Sent it in DMs. Thank you, dude. Let's have a look at this shit. Happy Monday, everyone. 17. Games comes running. Let's see what's going on this week. Yeah, look, on the community event front, our friends at Omega Aerosports invite you to celebrate the High Octane Racing Life Festival. This year, we've teamed up with a number of orgs to bring the big festivals yet, with at least 2 races happening each day from the on August the 18th to the 24th. The grand finale is on Saturday, August 24th. Check out their website for more details. Read the rules or just sign up. Who's to say that I don't sign up here as a fake infiltrator to get the intel on when the event's happening and get you on my friends list? You see how dangerous this can be and how open it can be. I can literally, obviously, like it's done, but I could have signed up here, been an infiltrator for GrieferNet, got them on the server, and fucking enjoyed the spoils of war. And I could have won my race. Which is, again, outside of the game, that's completely fair to ban for. Dude, you can't ban for this. You literally can't ban for this. I don't know where you're getting the idea that it's completely fair to ban for this. You're advertising an event inside a game that is open world, and it's classed as a sandbox, which PvP can happen anytime. Look, I'll go to here. Star Citizen, CIG posts. Where is it here? Before you... Oh, wait, fuck. We literally have these kept, right? CIG posts. Before you buy, you literally get this before you purchase the game. From high-speed dogfights to intense FPS warfare, battles can occur anytime, anywhere. So whether you're chasing down ruthless bounties or raiding civilian cargo haulers or fucking up a race course, it's up to you to decide which side of the law you fall on. This is what you get before you even buy the game, by the way. Before you even sign the TOS, they advertise that you can get fucked. And CIG are advertising the race, giving you a link to this. This is metagaming, right? Yeah, once security have been like added, that's fair game, guys. And we literally have it here where Nightingale is providing security for an Aerosports event, which CIG are advertising, Aerosports event, which you can sign up here. I'm sorry, but this is all organic gameplay. If I turn up to this event and kill players, that's on the players to stop me from doing so. This isn't griefing. This is organic gameplay in a game like Star Citizen. And if you think this is griefing, you are playing the wrong fucking game. Sandboxes are 100 players apiece. How many different ways are there to get on the same sandbox? All you have to do is use infiltration, not purposely crash servers. Dude, again, I just told you exactly how I get them all on the server. Next time there's events going, not to say that I would do so, but look at this. I sign up here, a known content creator. I then add Heavy Bob to my friends list, which I don't have right now, but in the future, and then he brings all of GrieferNet on. I've openly invited him to come and fuck this thing up. Is that griefing? No. That's organic gameplay. You literally give people the tools to do this stuff. Yes, it's pretty much the same as Xenothreat and Jumptown. The difference is it's player versus player. And it's not created by CIG. This is not ban-worthy, guys. I'm sorry. Send a better version of that pic? Alright, cool. I hope that there is tons of anti-air so it forces ground combat. Oh, dude, I would love that as well. They banned Korn for talking about keybinds and testing chat. What do you expect? What did you say? The keybinds are shit or something? Think about how many people broke the TOS and used out-game methods during the Platinum Ticket event. It wasn't an issue. I completely agree. Again, but this is not breaking a TOS, guys. If you look for the TOS, there is nothing that says you can't use outside gaming, aka metagaming, to infiltrate. But if the company themselves gives you the metagaming data, who's to blame? The people that use the data or CIG? And in this point, I think it's CIG to blame. They gave you the metadata to be able to attack. Super easy. Now all I need to do is infiltrate and get somebody on a friends list. I know where the event is. I know how to sign up for the event. Now I can go and fuck with it. And that is legit gameplay. Devs were watching everybody. Exactly. See, the thing is, that's where, again, I'm not pro CIG. I'm not pro GrieferNet. I want a standard to this game. If you're happy for everyone to pad ram on a platinum event as Dispatcher is saying, why should GrieferNet get punished for turning up to an event that is the same thing, in my opinion? When you go to Jumptown and you kill players, why are you not getting banned for doing that? Where does it lie? Where is the rule that CIG says you're not allowed to attack Omega Airsports, but you're allowed to go to this event that's fucking two PV orgs versus each other, right? There needs to be a standard. For any of us to move on, for people to stop crying about griefing and all that shit, right? Alright, thanks, dude. Nightingale's been contracted as we've been subcontracted for the race day, blah blah blah. It looks like Nightingale's provided somewhere between 10 and 15 personnel, which means we can either arrive in a single crewed ship or multiple fighters. Since they have a single crewed okay. That seems really odd to even say that, because we all know that 10 people in a fucking single seater ain't gonna do shit, or a single crewed. Since they have requirements, see, that already spells that bad security force. To even consider putting 10, 15 people into a single crewed ship or multiple fighters instantly tells you that they're a bad PvP org. Because any PvP org that knows their shit would not put 15 people into one single ship, you know? Mobile fires. Since then, we have requirements for contracted fully already. We are requesting a minimum 3 people from blah 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 to assist in this endeavor as they can be involved. Shoot me a message. Again, there is anti-combat, and we're going to call it anti-combat. So the event doesn't want combat, but we have the anti-combat force set in place with all the links you're invited to that anyone can find out about it because it's oak to ping, it's open, right? And that's where, again, we boil back to where CIG have advertised this, you can infiltrate it easy, and then they're announcing that people can be, you know, we're looking for this amount of numbers. It just feels very like this is organic gameplay and people just got really butthurt about it. Again, it's different to the experienced one, right? That did justify a ban in my opinion, because you were warned. But this is as organic as it can be.
From my understanding, part of the mechanics that they want is that we can.
So here we go. Oh wait, this is a different one.
Track down people for whatever.
So here we go. Herbiziza, July 30th, 31st, right? So after, was this all the way back in July? Holy fuck. Right, so this is like, what, 3-4 months after the warning? 6 players suspended, 3 to 7 days. Violation, stream sniping, harassment. This dude was in a fucking ship that had a fucking criminal stat and it got fucked, right? Encounters, July the 3rd. Alright, so this more against Herbiza then. July the 3rd, Hurl JT, Grimhex, bounty hunting. During Daymar Jumptown. So he got ganked at Daymar Jumptown and Hurl Jumptown. Alright, so 2 Jumptowns and 2 bounty hunts. So where's the stream snipe? These clowns still claim bounty hunting? Dude, we've seen the video. So I don't know what you're saying, these clowns. It kind of makes you look like the fucking clown. There's literally a video that shows them chasing after somebody that was in a fucking criminal ship. And they go for that criminal ship, and so happens that Herbiziza's on that ship. So where's the clown and claiming it's bounty hunting did? Right? Yo, Segalian, thank you very much for the raid, dude. We've got no notifications on, but appreciate that. Also reformed as well. Thank you for that, dude. Wait, these events were running? What? Which one are you talking about, Blue Manx? The racing one or the other one? Because when I watched that video, Amaro, it showed clear proof that they were bounty hunting on a thing. There's a Redeemer, it has a marker, they've got the bounty, and Herbiziza so happens to be inside the ship at the time. Oh no, I've got how many it was, dude. You never need to, like, if it's a raid between 1 and it's a raid between 1,000,000, a raid is a raid to me, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. For anyone jumping in, we're literally discussing, does CIG have a moderation problem featuring Sefer on GrieferNet's podcast? Or not GrieferNet, sorry, Griefer's Pub by Deadfrag and Eldrick. We're literally leeching content. But also, it's very interesting to see that there's some things that CIG are justified to ban for, but also, in my opinion, not. Like, over-banning, basically. Are these actual telling the full story? I sat through hours in servers being crashed and people claiming it was just organic PvP, so I'm more inclined to call bullshit and defend the people sneaking onto Discords just to figure... Dude, again, that's metagaming. Like, if you think that's new to Star Citizen, I hate to tell you, Cupcake. It's literally been in the go since all the way back in Pong. What they would do back in those days is send a pigeon, and the pigeon would get intercepted. And it would be like, right, there's a Pong tournament going off, let's get involved, right? Like, metagaming is part of every single video game. And for CIG to punish metagaming, or for people to be, like, frowning upon it, is like, again, you can't care about these things. You make the information available to people. And CIG, for example, are a clear example of giving the information. They're advertising the event, telling you the dates, giving you a link to the website where you can read the rules, sign up to the event, right? Griefernet, no, we don't get, only I'm allowed to talk smack about people in here, right? You keep it very civil or everyone gets fucking banned. Only I'm allowed to be the asshat. They sniped him several times before TDL. They sniped him again and used the bounty as an excuse. Look, CIG, it was off. Well, again, I've seen the ramming one if that's what you're talking about, Amaro, and I already said when we first saw that information that I was like, I'm against anybody that does it that way, which is fair. Skellion said he reported me, found him trading randomly whilst hanging with Cutlet, Salty Mike, and Magda once, didn't get banned yet. Yeah, because it's organic gameplay. But the question is, were you watching their streams, Blue Manx? Were you? Did you have it open? We've already shown today how to stream snipe, right? Look, I'm going to open up the Twitch app. Let's see who we have on just now, guys. Right? Let's see. We'll go here. There's Tirada, guys. Tirada's online, right? There's Tirada. You see him? Right, look, I'm proving to you that I'm stream sniping, look. Oh yeah, there he is. I'm after him, guys. I'm after Tirada, right? That's the only way a content creator or anyone could prove that somebody is stream sniping in Star Citizen. And I doubt any content creator brings up the fucking phone and goes, look guys, I'm watching them, right? It's the same thing as I could be streaming right now. And I could go after Tirada for no reason, just because I want to go after Tirada. Maybe he said something about my low flying, right? Again, we're making a scenario here. And then somebody in my ear that you can't hear is watching the stream and tells me where the information is. Now, who's stream sniping? Am I stream sniping or am I just listening to a stream sniper that I don't know whose name it is? You see where the rabbit hole goes when you start crying about stream sniping? Is that you have no fucking proof. If they're purposely ramming, that's a different story. That doesn't come under stream sniping. That comes across as a different harassment term. Because you shouldn't be able to or give priority to fucking streamers just because they got rammed or killed in the game. That priority should be to everyone if they get rammed and done in these sort of ways. There should be no streamer privilege, as far as I'm concerned. It is a juicy topic, yeah. Let's continue on.
Whatever reason, and attack them. I mean, that's like an open mechanic, and I understand the whole in-game mechanics and all this stuff, but I don't know. Yeah. I mean,
again, I have to look at it from this point of view. They only got a 3 to 7 day ban. So, as much as Griefernet can say, we were legit bounty hunting, right? I also have to look at, because of the sort of like the time amount you were banned, there must have been other things that are not showcased. So maybe somebody fucked up and maybe somebody rammed or did certain things and, you know, were out of line and stuff like that. But you can't ban 6 players because of one person. Like, that shouldn't be allowed. I think Shadow Moses protected somebody at Jumptown, goes into the spirit of having security and is fair. Complaining that it was sniped over a month later is silly. Yeah, I would agree with that. Again, you really, like, content creators have to stop using the term stream sniping. Say, for example, I make a brand new account and I don't talk on the stream and I have 1 viewer, or maybe I have 5 viewers and I tell people that secretly I'm that streamer, right? Now I open up that stream and I don't say anything, and say somebody then attacks me, I can then make a VOD of it and go, I was stream sniped. You see where I'm going with it? It gets very dangerous when you start saying I'm harassed as a stream sniper. Because anybody can turn on the stream, have 2 or 3 people who are just their phones and a fucking alt PC as their viewers, and there you go, right? So I think like using the term stream sniping, people need to lay off that shit. Because there's no way of proving it, right? Oh, dude, this is gonna be fucking hours. We're like 4 hours in, and I'm only 48 minutes in. This is a crazy one. Don't defend guilty. Try to defend guilty. What do you mean? We're just players enjoying the game, a guy. It's not that deep. Yeah. I don't see this as like, this is a weird, like, there's a lot of these situations where this does not feel like griefing to me at all. You guys are defending yourself a lot for some lawful bounty hunters. Again, they're justifying what they were doing. They have video footage of what they're doing. If 1 or 2 of them does things out of take, that shouldn't be where you ban the whole fucking group, dude. I'm gonna allow that, Ginger, because obviously, like, you're talking about an organization. But obviously, try and do the full terms and stuff like that, because obviously that word can be representing something else, right? So if you can, guys, it's the same with using the hard R word on Twitch. Not that I'm offended by it, but people might be. So let's keep it PC as possible. There was a guy who was impersonating Mongrel Squadron on servers, which impersonating is allowed, but they mass reported the guy for impersonating them to CIG, and that's a different unrelated topic. So wait, you got somebody impersonating, and that's allowed, but they mass reported the guy, and then that's not allowed. Is that what you said? Evil is freaky liver, yeah. Sounds like when I was playing Battlefield 2042 and a guy comes around the corner and straight towards me, and then I'm hiding, kills me, and I think a cheater. Streamers just think stream sniping. My take anyway. Yeah. It's very difficult to prove stream sniping. I'm sorry, guys. We had a guy called Agent Letty TVD in our squad. All right. So you're using other people's names? Again, I don't see any harm in that personally. You know what I mean? That's just fucking banter. It's not a harmful name. And if people are that stupid to realize that's not the real Letty, then that's on them, right? I'm sorry. Reacts part 2? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Whatever. It's there's just a whole lot of gray. It's like, I think
there are never reports from people who win the fight. True.
With you guys, though, personally, is really just.
All right, let's skip them.
It's been a long time.
Now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming this is like a new trend.
Yeah. And last year we had the same sort of like volume of event crashes as we do this year.
Okay.
So, in terms of like how many per week we do.
I mean,
I just want to read this highlight.
Don't fucking say per week. Do something less harmful for yourself and say every quarterly. Don't say fucking per week. That just gives people fucking fuel to be like, oh, fucking Graven are attacking people daily and weekly. We just don't hear about it. Let's report them for doing that. Fucking just deny everything.
Mismanaged to an extreme. They allowed a person to get on board the ship and took no steps to remove that person from the ship before leaving without some of their passengers.
Oh, is that
the ship?
The experience? Yeah. We were talking about this. Literally, you could see in X-Pac's video or footage, there's like a fucking ship flying in that totally looks sus, and then they're like on comms, roleplay 1 to roleplay 2. There's somebody on board that's not a passenger. What should we do? Launch the ship. What possibly could fucking go wrong, right? It's like, I mean, seriously.
To get torped. I mean, that was misman. That was pretty bad. A torp moves
So
slow.
is that the one time that the C8R was on the side of the
Yeah, there we go.
That was it.
890?
You could see it in multiple streamer views. This little fucking Pisces coming in going, and it looks so out of place, hovering around, and all the security forces are just like that. Do you see anything on radar? No. I'm watching Salty Mike. He's live right now. Yeah, there's Barks. Barks is a handsome fellow on stream. No, we totally don't see the infiltrator. Like, they're so
also a
fucking
game issue,
blind.
because that is the 890 unable to lock. That's a bug. It's not supposed to be like that for the docking ports. Same thing with like the reclaimers.
That torp was launched
Anything
ages
can
before they
access
blew
that
up.
top,
There was
um,
plenty of time for security to take
You
out.
can't lock those doors.
Yeah,
the
but
door-
it depends
oh,
on like
I see what
people's
you're saying.
sync, right?
Those doors, like that is an exploitable thing on that ship, and a few other ships are like that actually.
True.
So any board, like they unlock the whole ship. No,
But I wouldn't call it exploitable because people could cry about that. I would say it's more of a design flaw.
what I'm saying is I have done the same thing multiple times. Like popped into an 890,
Comb the desert.
ran
Yeah,
down the side of like any
yeah,
spaceport.
expat. All you see is an expat's view is like this little fucking Pisces buzzing around. And expat's like, oh yeah, I can't wait to get on board this ship. And then you hear the guy going, roleplay 1 to roleplay 2. They didn't say it that way, but it was like that. This is roleplay 1 to roleplay 2. There's somebody on board the ship. What should we do, roleplay captain? Roleplay captain here. Launch the ship. What possibly could go fucking wrong? R. Maybe not R, and maybe not what possibly could go wrong. But I mean, like, if you've got somebody, could you imagine you're at an airport and there's a fucking terrorist on the plane and the pilot's being told about it, and the pilot goes, nah, you know what, we'll just take off. What possibly could go wrong?
It was locked, and then you can just gain access. There is no lock for those systems.
Yeah.
They
But
need
there
to
wasn't
fix
any
that.
sort of
Right, skip on this.
That led up to that situation.
yeah.
The challenges that I'm sure they face with trying to maintain rules in like an ever-changing environment. And
Like, why didn't they have a guy on every door with a gun, and the moment you came through a wrong hatch, you got fucking blitzed? It wasn't even in an armistice zone, if I remember. Like, you could have freely shot it or something like that.
it's super unpolished. Not everything's gold standard. I know that. And I'm not saying it is GrieferNet's fault by any means. It's just that is a CIG issue. They need to fix
Yeah.
their shit.
That's true.
And that's the thing too. Like, it's CIG's issue. Like the amount of damage a torpedo does, it's CIG's issue.
Mhm.
The amount of devastation that an A2 can incur.
Yep.
That's a CIG issue. Why is that a player problem? In fact, let me go forward a bit.
Is it exploiting a bug though if someone knows that the door is unlocked and uses that opportunity?
No, because you're opening it through a mechanic. If the door couldn't open and you were like doing the old way of like saluting to merge through the door, that would be classed as an exploit. But if you're going up to the door and pressing the mechanic, it's a CIG fault. It's not an exploit.
To gain access to a ship? That's what I'm wondering.
Because it is a working
Stretch in my
mechanic
eyes,
in
man.
far as the player
I mean,
player interaction.
I
It's just
gotta
that the
say,
ship's parameters
I
allow
definitely
everyone
do
to
agree
do it.
that CIG's issue, like a lot of this is, because
Mhm.
it's not. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's
So what we've got here, we've got Xylo's first reply. Claims to support organic PvP and wishes to use as little intervention as possible. Makes assumptions about player motivations and intentions. Apparently ways like using A2s and creating certain... Oh, okay. Somebody's at the door! Alright, it's just Amazon. Good. They can just wait, chat. Apparently ways in like using A2s to create certain YouTube content that determine blah blah blah. Everything is fine, guys. These new policies only applies to these certain people. Right, so that's pretty fucking like blurred out to fuck with how it is, right? We can find that information, but it's like, let's go through the keynotes here. We still believe and encourage PvP solutions in game conflict. Not engaged to police PvP. We prefer players to engage in organic PvP without intervention. Again, it comes across as organic gameplay to me. Making disruption their primary purpose of playing. Well, see, the thing is, though, Griefernet don't go out of their way to purposely disrupt players. And this is what we all have to come back to. That griefing is basically if you purposely target somebody and affect their gameplay. Not, oh, look, there's a random person, or, oh, there's somebody I recognize the name, and you do stuff like that, right? Also, did we have any internet drop there? Or are you guys good? One of my chat boxes just reset. We good? Internet good? We good? All right. It's just weirding out then. Sorry. So again, you have I lost train of thought. Plane, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Griefernet are not purposely going out of their way to target an individual group and grief them, even though they use the term griefing, even though they use the term terrorist, right? It's literally them turning up to an event and attacking it and then moving on to the next thrill ride, if you want to look at it. It's no more than somebody bouncing between roller coasters, right? That's the way I see it is. If they were purposely targeting the guys that were doing the 890, and then next time the 890 goes live, 890, and they weren't targeting any other people, that, again, is literally just people purposely playing and not making distribution or disruption to people's gameplay. It just so happens that you're the flavor of the month to their organization attack pattern. That's it. Regular PvP and piracy leading activities are not only accepted but encouraged. Again, if I don't play as a pirate, for example, anytime I come across a player and I'm doing certain things, I will kill them. Sometimes, like today, for example, we had that Charlie in a fucking C1 was hovering around me as I've got a crime stat. I flew away from Charlie, and Charlie fired missiles at me. Charlie then nearly died as they crashed into the fucking outpost, right? Who's griefing who at that point? I flew away as the criminal, and I got attacked by Charlie. But what happens if Charlie was a streamer? And then what happens if Charlie then reported me to CIG? You see where it goes with, is that even though I'm doing harmless gameplay, which, again, a lot of the stuff that comes across as Griefernet is harmless gameplay to me. It's not like they're purposely targeting individuals and making it a fucking hellhole for them. But griefing would be is where I always go after Charlie from now on. Only Charlie. I don't kill anyone else, but Charlie is now getting fucked by me every time I see Charlie. That is griefing. That's griefing in a video game. If you are spreading the love around, it's just gameplay,
It's
guys.
not our fault that it's been 12 years and none of these systems are in place to prevent any of this.
True.
And that we're still working on things like a box sitting in the middle of wherever on Daymar for the next 30 years.
But they are purposely targeting. Griefernet does almost nothing actually organically and randomly. They do. They are organically turning up to a location that they've gained intel organically. They haven't fucking tied you down in your bedroom and fucking tickled your toes for the information. It's information that's on people's discords that's open, which is called metagaming, which is completely allowed in games because you can't police it because it's your word against another one's word. And then they're turning up to attack an event. No more than I'm turning up to turning up to Jumptown to attack people. You see what I mean? If Jumptown is allowed and it's classed as organic, then why is it not organic that I turn up to kill people who have announced their event? If someone is out to get you every chance they get, it's grief. Exactly. If I'm just killing a group of people one day and killing another group another day, that's not griefing. I've just received some intel that you have been added to a KOS list. Okay, good luck. Can we get some 07s for Griefernet? They've got me on their KOS list. Oh no. let me quickly stop streaming. Let me quickly hire a security force. Security TM. All right, we'll need our own force. Oh no, let me quickly cry about it. Let me quickly fucking spam CIG with how I feel upset about that information. God damn it. God damn it, you know? Shit, you know? Actually, it wasn't Griefernet, it was somebody else in chat. I knew it, see? I knew it. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions thinking that Griefernet would jump and attack me. I knew that they were good people, that they totally wouldn't stream snipe TheDarkLaw and affect TheDarkLaw, right? See what I mean? See how fucked up it can get, even in meme format. It can get really fucking crazy. And I know it's just a big fucking joke, and I personally wouldn't care about it, but there you go, right? At the end of the day, it's just gameplay. Hey, I'm totally not Griefernet security and I can help you. Exactly. Just make a 100-man party, no stream snipers. Was it fresh? Yeah. It's like school bullying, honestly. In a way, I wouldn't call it school bullying, because bullying, for example, is... Or unless you're meaning griefing is like bullying. If you're saying that Griefernet are bullies, no, they're not. I would say they're seal clubbers, that's it. But if you're talking about that when people cry griefing, it's like how it would be bullying at school, then I would agree with you. But I wouldn't say Griefernet are bullies, no. They're just seal clubbing people. Security is a whole problem unto itself. Security that's good enough to handle attacks is unreliable because they get bored and leave. Security that actually sticks around and stays with people the way it should suck. It's going to feed back into the problem. Well, this is where, again, like, security forces should have a rating system. So when everyone shits on Griefernet, again, I feel like you should shit on bad security forces or bad organizations that don't provide a service that they claim to be able to do. But the thing is, though, that would then come across as toxic and hateful, but it's also fine for you to be toxic and hateful towards Griefernet. Where does the line lie, you know? Normally, when it comes to PvP or any of this situation, is just very upset egos. Normally.
Just for persistence sake, right? I mean, not to be super critical, but like, where are we at here? Like, you guys have had ample amount of time to set up some of these damn systems. Where they at? Like, what's going on? Like,
Yeah,
because a lot of us are waiting to play the
Oh.
damn game.
This is where, again, for me, I feel like CIG should only be keeping these big bans for proper exploiting and cheaters. For somebody just playing the game, which doesn't have a structured boundary and is still in development, you shouldn't be banning people for like 30 days. They should get written warnings, and if they don't do so, then you know what I mean. Like, it should be a written warning every time. They do it a second time, ban. If they do it again, you repeat, you keep adding the bans on it. But if it's like months apart and stuff like that, or completely different individuals, first timers and all that stuff, it needs to go through a structurized system.
Let me say this for a second, okay? Look at where Xylo says in his response to Sill's post. They have issues where they weigh how many, like, if you bring too many A2s, it could potentially be bannable. How are we supposed to make...
What? Have you got the image of this one, Bob? Is that here? No. Oh, yeah. Look at this, guys. Look. This is Caveman in Ark's org. TheDarkLaw's org is now KOS for me. I consider him allied with Griefernet. Cool. Nobody in your org can beat me anyway, so it's not much of a threat. I'm alright with that. Up to you if you want to fucking go that route. You know? Jeez. That's when you can't fucking handle the game, man. Shouldn't be playing Star Citizen. Shouldn't be playing like that. That's
make
fucking
a sound
stupid.
judgment when you don't like specify anything. Like, what do you mean how many how many A2s does it take
Again, makes
for
for good
something to
content,
be
yeah.
quote unquote disruptive to the point that you issue out suspensions? It's just crazy to me.
Imagine making a KOS list, man. Fuck's sake. Who's mad at what? Org driver? Dude, I don't give a shit, man. TDL beat him in a Paragon.
Me, man.
Yeah, I mean,
You should report him for harassment. I don't give a shit. Dude.
where's the
It's just
systems? Like, like I don't know. I mean,
And
it's
they're constantly saying, "Oh, we encourage PvP solutions to an in-game conflict. We support organic PvP. We don't want to police PvP." But when Griefernet shows up to crash to PvP these events, suddenly it's a problem. Like, look, here's my conversation with Xylo.
All right, so here we go. Xylo's communication with COGM acknowledges that CIG is responsible to tune criminal consequence to a level that they're comfortable with, blah, 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 blah. Concedes that the method that GN uses and what's available to us. Hey, Zephyr, happy to jump in between meetings and happy to chat more informationally on things. I don't want to sound like a broken record, although I might, because I shared our stances, thoughts, and I operate more at a broader scale, blah, 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 community health. I hope you understand that I seem vague. It's actually because I'm less interested in debating. Fair enough. I'm more so trying to look at things at a micro level. Again, that's fair enough. From my post, this is really the biggest takeaway. We also acknowledge the responsibility for our part to create a universe that self-manages these types of encounters. Fair. Through a robust reputation of law systems along... So again, see, here's the troubling part with this, right? Is that right now, it's not acceptable to do certain things in certain ways. But eventually down the line, when they actually have figured out how to deal with this game and mechanics, that stuff like the experience and stuff like that would be completely allowed in the game, right? Even KOSs and stuff like that. But again, they're saying that right now, obviously, they don't have it in place, so they are a little bit vague on things. Again, it's sort of like, just trying to get things set up. So if we go to appropriate balance, risk versus reward, as you know today, the game is not equipped for a fair balance of player factions, at least not to the degree we intend. And we're currently an event weeks in the marketing can be wiped out with minimal effort. You're right that the torpedo did the intended amount of damage, and you're also right that you're using current mechanics as they are today. So that's Xylos saying that you are right to use the torpedo, and you're also using right mechanics. What I tried to illustrate in my recent post is that we are heavily active in development, and the game is changing rapidly. Fair. Especially this year with everything from Squadron 242 making its way to the PU. Obviously, this was in sometime this year, I imagine. The bonus is true. The bonus is truly on to us to get the game up to speed so we can get better self-regulate. We are constantly working to strike a healthy balance between progress. We want to realize the full version of Star Citizen, yada 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 yada. This is sort of like just whatever chat. These objectives cannot. The reality is that the pendulum is going to often sway into the direction of progress, which means periods where the full potential of a gameplay system is not online yet. CIG have kind of been using that for a lot of years now, you know. We haven't held back ship combat just to wait for a law system reputation. We haven't held back, fair enough, because that would only slow down development in the teams, blah, 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 blah.
He repeats everything that he's saying in that post to the point until it's like, listen, if it was me, just reach out to these communities.
Are you a 12-hour stream? I will probably try and get to halfway, guys. So I'm 6 hours deep just now, but I'm on fiber, so I don't have a bad limit or anything.
And pretty much just ask permission. Ask permission before you do that. That way there's not a problem. That's not an open world PvP sandbox.
Yeah, I hate to. I'm sorry
True.
to interrupt, but
Yeah, that's all good.
it looks like one of the mods banned or locked out Shankers, who was gifting us subs. So can we reverse that? Why would that be a thing? So
Shankers, oh my god.
can we please reverse that?
Not that
Shankers has been
fucking
nothing but
pirate.
supportive. Like, he should not be
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
rejected from
Let
the
me double
chat.
check.
Yeah, like what
Have you ever read like Shanker stuff on Spectrum? It's funny as fuck. That they can trigger so
that
many
about?
viewers.
What
We're
the
here
hell?
talking about moderation issues with CIG. and
I
it's
know,
not
right?
really-
We don't, and we do, and honestly, without bosses,
skip
because I
him.
hate those damn things.
Okay, so it shows that he isn't banned. I don't know what's going
Well,
on.
he's saying
but-
that it just says that he's disconnected from chat and he can't reply at all.
Sub didn't get banned, boost,
So,
yeah.
Yeah. I
See if he
don't-
has the same issue on mobile, and then
freedom of speech. All right.
Anyways, back
Sorry
on
to
subject.
interrupt.
Sorry. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. I forgot what I was gonna say. I had something.
Don't tread on me.
out and ask somebody if I want to PvP their event
Yeah,
or
no,
not.
not at all. And honestly, all of their, like, okay, anytime I get an ad, it will show like cargo runners and then war, right? And people
Guns.
fighting
Like,
for
that's an
cargo.
expectation.
Like, yeah, it's like you go into that game.
Actually, Zyla makes a pretty good point. If you had to use meta means to get into the same server as your target, then you should be using the same means to smooth things over and avoid pushing people past their limits. But again, if I add 90s to my friends list, just random into this one, right? I add 90s to my friends list. How do I control who 90s has friends with, right? That it's not really meta means to do it that way to get onto a server. If you are openly allowing people to sign up for the event and somebody's a known racer on an alt who actually do things over, how can you tell that they're using means that you don't want in the game, right? Everyone has people on their friends list and nobody can control who's on the friends list or who can join, you know, on that certain thing, right? No, dude, I'm literally looking here because, again, the event is advertised by CIG, right? The event is advertised by CIG where they tell you to go to this website where you can sign up as a racer. What happens if GrieferNet has a racer in the race and that's their way in? You see what I mean? You're openly inviting metagaming by having this system. And I know this system is legit and that's how people get on with it, but you can't complain about metagaming if you make it where or just sign up, read the rules, get all the information that you've put down in documents and stuff like that, right? Where it's going to take place, the courses, the brackets, hovering, all these things are in place here. Well fucking made document, awesome stuff. But also you're making it where I can sign up. And that's the biggest thing you have to look on it. If CIG are advertising the event and the event that's advertised allows you to sneak in by friend system, who's to blame? And if you're spamming servers, that's on CIG to allow spamming of servers. There should be a delay, right? And the constant abuse of that has won the... Well, you know how I do it, dude? Look. Look at this. I go to Star Citizen. I go to contact list. And this is my contact list. Look. Ark. By the way. Ark, who I play with occasionally, who's Caveman's org leader, by the way. The guy who's threatening to KOS me. Ark is already on my friends list. Shit. You know? I got Crucian Gaming, Daymar Rally, Fight or Flight. You know? Papa Freedom, Fight or Flight, Daymar Rally. Salty Mike, oh shit. Smashly, Space Cullet. Better not fucking jump on their servers. Archie, Captain Burks, Expat. You know? Some asshole. Henkin, right? But look at my list. It's 22 people. And every one of these people knows that if they're ever doing stuff, I will never jump on the server and fuck them up. But I also don't have randoms on my list, dude. Right? So if I can control my friends list on how I play as a streamer, why can't other people do it? They're too careless. Yeah, exactly. I keep my list very small. Not that whenever somebody wants to play with me in chat and I'm down for that, I get them invited, and the moment I put them on my friends list, I already go, somebody's coming to fucking kill me. That's the thing that I have in the back of my head. The moment I have a random person doing that shit, I already know they're coming to kill me. I've prepared for it mentally. And at then the end of the day, when we're no longer playing together, I remove them from my friends list. So not only can I not join on their server, but they can join on me. Because it makes it perfectly clear that it's purposefully and not organic. It is organic, dude. I think your term on organic is different to mine, which is fair enough. But organic to me is I know where you are. I go to that location on the server I know you are. It's not like I'm just fucking random, like, you know, if you're thinking organic is where it has to be 100% random, I hate to tell you that. There's no game that's 100% random. Even games like Diablo 4 have fucking mechanics in place to make it where it makes it feel like random, but it's not. Organic is basically you're in an area and I turn up to that area and I'm not doing anything like out of the ordinary. If you're thinking because I know your location, I know your server and I'm attacking you, that's not organic, then we just have different ways of looking at it, right? Right. Yeah, I only see Griefernet on scheduled events though, which is why I would have to call bullshit. But again, they're the only ones going after groups, for example. Like this whole summer, I've been fucking doing gazebo work and gardening. I've had no time to do any PvP whatsoever. Most PvP orgs are in Arena Commander fighting it out because there's nothing much to do. Piracy is an all-time low in the game because nobody's playing the game. So if you're purposely going to find an event and organically attack them, which is using a format of metagaming, then that's, in my opinion, completely legit. There's nothing being like any shenanigans and stuff like that, you know? Oh, by the way, CitizenCon Digital Goodie Pack is available now. If anybody gives a shit, you can now buy it. Looks like they're giving you the F8 skin as well. Very nice. Let me see. I'll bring it up a bit later. Anyway, just wanted to drop that in. Yeah, it's an F8 outfit. You know the one the red guys in the F8s wear and stuff. Exactly. So encouraging people to use it incorrectly in the meantime doesn't help. Again, this is where what we both agree on, I'm just going to call you meh, right? Because it's easier for my brain. It's stupid as fuck. If what you think is fun and what I think is fun completely different matches up and stuff like that, this is where CIG needs to make an official post on their guideline. Not will allow this to happen sometimes. Like, again, we go back to where they fully allowed people to pad ram the event to get the Platinum F8, right? And nobody got banned. A clear breach of TOS, and not one of these people got banned in ramming people in Armitage Zone to get this ticket. Where, in my opinion, they should be banned, right? The same as you guys think that Griefernet should be banned, where I go, I don't think they should be banned. It goes to the point where CIG needs to get a standard and stick to the standard. Then it's down to us to stick to that standard or leave. Is it in the goodie pack? No, I was saying the armor. Let me bring it up here, guys. Because you guys are obviously going off fucking topic. Let's quickly bring this up. And then we'll get back into it, right? Get yours today. Close this down. Let me go to here. There we go. There's the F8 armor. It's an F8 flight suit and helmet. And do they have a skin? Scissor Gun Trophy, Challenge Coin, Item Redacted, Theme Storage Chest. Ooh, a storage chest. Yeah. Some, see the Omni Armored Flight Suit, the helmet. That's the one that the F8 pilots fly in, but it's in red. You get a P8 Citizen Con and a P8 Blackguard single fire. Citizen Con themed double bed, kinky. I wonder who I'm going to share that with. Citizen Con theme Spectrum badge, awesome. We might do a few of these as giveaways. It's funny you can buy the challenge coin. What you mean? Because if you buy the pack and stuff, yeah. All right, let me catch up with a bit of chat since we skipped on. I have to cope with this. So if piracy is in an all-time low and the demand for security is so high, why is there all this silly discourse about getting better security if all the PvPers are saying in AC, the PvP community has been constantly not choosing to be part of the solution here? Yeah, another aspect of the problem. Again, that's like multiple things, dude. The top PvPers don't want to get involved in security because fighting people like GrieferNet, no offense to GrieferNet, is not a challenge to some of these orgs, right? So then you start getting the lower tier orgs signing up as security to try and get their fucking name known and all that shit. But they're not capable of fighting GrieferNet, thus why I say you need to get better PvP orgs. But it's a vicious cycle. The top PvPers will not fight for the fucking scrubs in this game. Just, there's no point in it right now. And I say scrubs is just some people that are not able to defend themselves. It's not to be rude or anything like that. It's just how it is in gaming. Like seal clubbing, scrubs, noobs, whatever you want to fucking call it. I witnessed an event where Kamak and the boys held Everest Harbor in hostage, killed everything that left the hangar. Then Bob were held captive for a while and got out word, and Shadow Moses rolled up and cleaned house. It was epic, except for performance, and nobody complained except the Bobs who didn't realize that you can leave the server and reconnect. Exactly, yeah. They're putting the PA. Oh yeah. Hey Tumbarino, how you doing as well, dude? So I'm catching up with everything here. No heart-shaped bed? Yeah, sadly not this time, mums. Maybe in the future. Yeah, because there is no challenge to swiping your card. Yeah, very true, yeah. Definitely gonna have to bring Zephyr back again, yeah. Y'all get all the views. I don't think, well, again, I'm not watching this purely because of Zephyr. I'm very interested that after all these years, CIG still don't have a standard in what they want. And I know Xylo's trying to do it like heartfully and, you know, in a sort of controlled method, but CIG, you gotta fucking get this all locked down. We're getting 4.0 this year, and you want to get 1.0 out within the next 5 years. If you don't have a fucking structure for rules and guidelines for your players, you need to fucking step it up. You can't just blame it on that there's no fucking gameplay, like, reputation stuff. That ain't gonna stop people from fucking ramming. That ain't gonna stop people turning up to events and, you know, killing. You think you give a shit about reputation hits? Oh no, I'll have an alt for that. This is where CIG are very, very, like, blinded in thinking that people will stick to game rules just because you say it so. You need a TOS or a guideline that says, look, PvP can happen in this area, but we're going to be very strict against PvP in this area. If you're caught PvPing in Pyro, we don't give a shit. If you do an event in Pyro, we don't give a shit. If you do an event in Stanton and they're not criminal and they don't have a bounty, we'll give a shit. You know what I mean? And I think GrieferNet and anyone that does PvP would be completely fine with that. Yeah, exactly. But you know what CCP did, Cornholio? They just let people get on with it. And anybody that cried griefing, they told them to get fucked. In so many words. And that's what CIG should just do as well. They learn from the mistakes as well. Yeah, but CIG are leaving this too late, I feel. And again, it's up to CIG how they want to do it. I'm not gonna like shit talk them. I think they just need to start taking this as a more of a serious thing than just trying to ride the wave, if you know what I mean. And that's what it feels like. It feels like they're trying to keep everyone happy. They're trying to keep the PvPers or Griefernet happy. They're trying to keep the people who cry Griefer and, you know, all that stuff. And I just think they should just get it down to where everyone knows where they stand. That's all I'm asking for with this. I'm not pro CIG, I'm not pro Griefernet. I just want a standard where everyone can agree upon. And where even if you don't agree upon it, you can't do anything about it. You can't start being like, oh, we did this, we did that, blah, blah, blah. They literally said you can test a PvP when you click on undock. Yeah, that's what CCP did, yeah. And that's, I've been saying that the moment that we've had Star Citizen. The moment you press undock, you should be ready to be attacked by any player, any NPC. Now, here's the biggest thing, right? Or one of the biggest things. When CIG take away nameplates, when they take away knowing it's a PV player, a player or an NPC, what happens when you get ganked by 5 NPCs at your event? Because the NPCs that spawn are better than your security force to protect you from the PvPers. What happens then? Do we report the NPCs that we don't know are not NPCs? It can get very strange at that point, right? It's too early in the game for any of this, to be honest. Half the stuff that needs implemented will invalidate all this not in the game. Again, I feel differently, I feel there should be a structure. How are you doing as well? Welcome in. I feel that there should be a structure in place right now. Because the more you get more players down the line, say 1.0 is really good expat, and say it's out in 3 years. I know this is a whole of copium, right? But imagine it's that good, and we get an influx of maybe double the amount of numbers we have right now. And CIG don't have rules set in place. We are fucked. Where we could go and do organic PvP and get banned for 30 days because CIG can't determine which is the difference. That's a worrying thing. It's not because of which group is doing it. It's the fact that they've got one rule for one thing. And you're a prime example of this, expat, because you got caught by the example I'm going to use. You were around when that platinum ticket was at Hurston, and I was on that server with Burks, and when I was sitting up watching them ram people in an Armitage zone to get that fucking ticket, and nobody was banned, expat. 100% breaking TOS. And multiple people doing it. CIG did fucking nothing. But they'll happily ban a small organization just because they're fucking doing stuff outside of the play park, basically. And that's where it needs to be a certain thing. If you're going to ban people outside of the play park, you also ban the people who are doing fucking shady shit. More shady shit than what Griefernet provides, as far as I'm concerned. What they do doesn't appeal to everyone. I get that. And again, I'm not pro Griefernet. But also, I don't feel like some of them deserved a 30-day ban for just playing the video game that is uncontrollable by the company who designed it. Also, one guy got killed whilst holding a platinum ticket inside an elevator, and the guy that did that didn't get banned. Yeah, exactly. So see what I mean? This is the thing that I want to address with all of this. Again, it's not to shit talk Griefernet. It's not to shit talk the guys hosting the podcast. It's not to shit talk CIG. We need a structure that they comply to. A 6-point system where you get basically warned, you get warned a second time, 3-day ban, 7-day ban, 30-day ban, permanent ban. But it doesn't mean where if you get a 7-day ban and you do something 7 months later, you get a 30-day ban. It needs to have diminishing returns where if you're a good citizen and you're not doing shady shit, you don't get punished for making a little relapse mistake, right? And that's how it kind of feels with CIG right now. Sorry, guys. I think my power just went. Oh, wait. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, my power. I'm out of juice. I'm out of juice on this one. This is the great thing about being wireless chat. Oh. There we go. Juice me up. I'm juiced. That's it. I'm good. We got power. Fiber, man. Oh, dude, the fiber's insane. Again, we're on YouTube, by the way, if you want to check out !, live. Obviously, when we're low flying and stuff, there's no music on YouTube for certain reasons. And we've got very much into this where we're coming up for a 7-hour stream. But we're only 55 minutes in out of 2 hours. I can agree on the double standards being a problem, but they have to take intervention into account because that typically is a massive predecessor for future shady shit. I would agree if you did. I just think, like, I want to, right, it's, again, not to be pro Griefernet. I like the guys. They seem funny. Do I get involved in anything Griefernet? No, right? I don't really care like about that sort of gameplay. Well, this is more about assessing like banning and people getting wrongfully banned kind of situation, right? I look at it this way, that I'm gonna try and word this correctly. I kind of feel like there's a lot of stuff that goes on in this game that you don't ever know about or you ever hear about because it's like somebody's event that happens that they're not a creator. They've not created like a Discord event, but a lot of stuff goes down. And then people start reporting for the fucking sake of reporting because of stuff like this. And I know for a fact that when we get down the line where there's more and more people, if CIG don't have a double standard, or we get out of this double standard, it's going to be better for this game in the long run. But my biggest worry is with when you hear about these things, is that when we get down the line, it means that anybody who is a streamer with 1 or 2 viewers, their mum and their fucking phone, can get somebody banned just because they go, I'm a streamer, bro, back off, right? We are going to be in a lot of bad situations because no big content creators will come over to this game. No big companies will want to get involved if there's all this shit, right? CIG knows it's a double standard and they double down on their decisions. That's where, again, I definitely think when we get 4.0 and we see how Pyro turns out, CIG need to start putting a structure in. And keeping to that structure. No double standards, no bias. No, this is a content creator with 1,000 views or a content creator with 2 views. You know, kind of bullshit. Just literally, no. This is the ruling. This is the TOS. Stick to it or lose your account. Simple as that. And that everyone has to be accounted for when it happens. Oh, of course, Liam, man. Yeah. Again, like I'm not gonna fault anyone's views on like how they look at with grief or net. Long as that you're civil in my channel, that's all I ask for when we're having these discussions. And if people think, yeah, 1 out of 10 of their bans wasn't justified, that's fine. That's all I want to take from it. 1 out of 10 is better than 0 out of 10, as far as I'm concerned. But I do not want these double standards to fucking keep going. It needs to be set in a rule set that every member applies. If you're caught ramming somebody in an armature zone, even for a platinum ticket, you have to be accounted for and punished in accordingly. The same as somebody attacking a streamer for whatever fucking reasons and CIG see that fate, right? But then you also have to be told as a streamer that you can't just cry wolf and do the streamer bro back off shit. I told him I was a streamer and he didn't back off. Who the fuck cares, man? All right? It's your choice to be a streamer. You can't use these things as weapons. Some of their personal life stuff is horrible, disgusting. Well, again, I'm not gonna get involved in what a group does or doesn't do outside of the game and all that shit. I don't care about it. I'm only wanting a standard. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. That would actually be fine with me, Keith. As a pro PvPer, I like if they made it where Pyro was only PvP and it was only PvE in Stanton, I'd be completely fine with that. At least you would know. At least there would be a standard. The problem is that they've built mechanics around it being always PvP. Sadly. So for example, if you have an Armistice lock, you can't medi somebody up. So for CIG to have a PvE zone and a PvP zone, they would have to redo everything. Medical, tractor beam would have to be allowed inside an Armistice zone or a special Armistice zone. It's so much work to do that, you know? I have made the proposal that we succeed Daymar to the cave. No, no, no. Fucking Daymar's mine if you're talking about that. Oh, dude, yeah, Concord. Yeah, again, this is where I plead to CIG. Look how CCP have done it in EVE Online. You're literally friends with them. You did an event like a couple of years ago where we had, you know, no, they're talking about EVE Online, Concord, not the video game. Like the police in EVE Seiko are called Concord. And they literally fuck you up. They got 99% resist all around. To kill one of the Concorde ships requires some serious fucking effort. I think it's only ever been done once. And it took hours to fucking chew through it. Yeah, build the brick. That was it, yeah. So I don't understand why, if CIG are on good terms with EVE Online, just be like, yo, guys, can we copy your fucking anti-PvP police NPC force? Where if you get attacked outside Lorville, the fucking popo turn up and one-shot your ass. I'm fine with that shit. But then they can't attack you at Daymar, for example. Because it's a known hotspot for PvP. That means that you could go and do things in the game just like in EVE Online. The difference is that in EVE, you can still be attacked the moment you're undocked. The thing is that you might survive it in certain areas because the NPCs can help you. And it works in EVE Online. If you know what you're doing, you can gank people and get the loot and run away. If you don't know what you're doing, you lose billions fucking dying to the popo. And again, like, if we get server meshing, CIG should totally fucking use that. It would be amazing. Anyway, I am going to fucking mark this off, chat. So we are at 55, 25. Because this is going to go on far too long. We'll keep it here, 55-25. Let me actually get the link as well here. Let me put some music back on. Right. Let me mark this. And I'm going to drop the link for the VOD, or sorry, their podcast in chat. I'll do it on, or if somebody on YouTube can actually do it, that would be grand. If not, I can maybe jump in. But yeah, that's some good banter. We'll come back to it. We might come back to it tomorrow. But it's a long podcast to go through, and it's got some really good topics as well. Also, if you're wanting it, guys, there's the CitizenCon package as well. But yeah, I'm going to shut down the YouTube. Guys, I appreciate everyone on YouTube for watching. Thank you very much. We'll be back on YouTube tomorrow, but obviously appreciate it. And we'll raid somebody on Twitch. Thank you guys on YouTube. All right, that's YouTube done. We'll end the stream there. That's some good banter, good banter. I'll finish this off. All right, let's find somebody to raid to, because I'm fucking starving, chat. It's like 7 o'clock and I've not eaten all day. I'm gonna get a coffee as well. Oof. Also, I'm gonna drop the. Let's do here. What's it? Sure. Is it Griever Pub? Wait. What's the channel for you guys? Let me have a look here.
So I was like, oh, what kind of job can you get with that? And like stuff like that.
Griever Pub. No, not that mark. Oh, did you get it? Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Okay, go and drop the follows there. I'm gonna do the same myself. Appreciate that. Let's drop the follows. Some good chat. Even though they are a bit fucking dimwit. I'm just joking. Fucking like, oh, we don't understand at the beginning. It's like, holy shit. Fucking hell. Wait, am I already following? Oh no, they've changed it. Wait. What the fuck? Wait, am I following? Where's the button? Wait, I'm so confused. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I pointed that out as well as like Ark's on my friends list. I'll have to have words with him. I'll be like, yo, Ark. I don't think our relationship is gonna blossom anymore. Heart on the button? Yeah. I think it auto did, if not. It's whatever, man. If that's how it wants to be, again. I'm not bothered. Also, we got a patch today, which is reminder to that the RMQ, which is the replication message queuing, is a major change in an underlying network code that will help set for blah 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 blah. We're putting together a tech preview build with the RMQ meshing later. Oh shit! RMQ and server meshing test on tech preview later this week. Nice. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully that means we'll get one step closer and stuff. Sent you a full chat thing? Appreciate that, dude. Is that rude? Alright, bring it then. Bring it. It'll give a reason for my guys to log in. Welcome to Griever. Yeah, no. Oh god, you can't even have a fucking discussion about things. See, that's where like people just are fucking children, Heavy Bob. Like, it's just a topic. We're not fucking pro either side. It's just literally talking about a subject that actually concerns everyone. But people always take it too far, like, oh, I don't like fucking Griever now. I'm gonna fucking talk shit about everyone else. It's like, come on, guys. Seriously. Put some fucking brains together. You can't type Griefer in my channel. Anyway, guys, appreciate it. Thank you very much for all the banter, all the chat, and all that good stuff. Thank you very much for the bits, the follows, all that good stuff, YouTube stuff. Yeah, there's definite bias on both sides. It's very hard to find a middle ground. It is, yeah, but also look at it logically, where it's like, you know what I mean? You don't have to be like up somebody's ass, and you also don't need to hate on them and stuff. If they're doing something that you don't enjoy in a video game, that's on you. I just have to say, it's on you. Everyone's opinion on fun and feelings on fun is completely different. Again, maybe they should try a little finger up the bum. Relax a little bit, you know? Anyway, let's drop you over to the wonderful Space Cutlet, known pirate, all that good stuff, and I will be back tomorrow with a bit more flight. Maybe we'll continue on. It is a long podcast to digest. We'll see how it goes. Enjoy that show. Thank you very much to everyone for all the talk and all that good stuff, and I will see you tomorrow. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good evening. Take care. Well, that's up to you two. Again, everyone's opinion is different, right? Just like our assholes. Some smell good, some smell bad. At least we can just have a talk about it instead of being assholes. Appreciate it. Cornelio, X-Pac, Glitch, Test Battle, Diffs, 2, Chris, Humphreys, Heavy Bob. Thank you for being here, guys. Take care.